Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and the Ice Skater Shared a Mark? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A Welsh word for longing or nostalgia, an earnest longing or desire, or a sense of regret. The feeling of longing for a home that no longer exists or never was. A deep and irrational bond felt with a time, era, place, or person. A slam echoed through the house. The dead silence that followed seemed even louder. The young girl hid herself in the corner of her bedroom, her small frame trembling with each breath. She despised it. She absolutely loathed it. Every time her parents fought, their harsh words felt like another crack in her heart, and she hated it. At just 5 years old, she couldn't handle such insincere and petty arguments. All she wanted was for everyone to get along. Her bright royal blue eyes scanned the room as she lifted her head from her arms, but everything was a blur, her vision clouded by tears. It was always a gamble to see which parent would check on her first. Whichever one did would comfort her, but not in the way she truly needed. What Senshi wanted was reassurance. When her father walked in, picked her up from her corner, and sat down with her on her purple bed, he began to explain that their arguments were simply because he and her mother loved each other. Along with that, they would often say things like, "He can be so arrogant sometimes," and "She can be so spiteful sometimes." All Senshi could do was nod along, having no clue what half of it meant. Another thing Senshi came to loathe as she grew older was how one day her parents could be at each other's throats, and the next act as if nothing had happened. People do say to forgive and forget, but Senshi hated the fake smiles they wore around others. To the outside world, they appeared to be a happy family, but only she and her cat knew the truth. Every time her parents fought, Senshi couldn't stop her tears. It felt silly to cry over something she wasn't directly involved in, but her body betrayed her, and she sobbed at their arguments. As she grew older, she always sought comfort in her family cat, Suki. The feline seemed to know when Senshi was feeling down and would snuggle up to her. Senshi cherished the warmth and comfort Suki provided, feeling it was the true reassurance she needed. The gray cat had royal blue eyes like her own and soft gray fur. At age 6, Senshi encountered a situation that truly shaped her. It was a regular Saturday, and the family of 3, plus Suki, was enjoying breakfast, her parents engaged in light conversation. They were due to visit the local botanical gardens, and Senshi was excited for a family outing. However, everything took a turn when they arrived at the gardens. Senshi had been taught to voice her opinions, so she did just that. "Mommy, that dress you're wearing doesn't look very nice." It may not have been the kindest comment, but it was honest. The dress was adorned with too many clashing colors, and her mother looked at her with shock. Her father mirrored the expression, taken aback by Senshi's words. "Well, what do you think?" her mother asked her father. Senshi could sense the tension. He was caught between telling the truth and sparing her mother's feelings. The silence spoke volumes, and her mother interpreted it as agreement with Senshi. The two immediately began to argue, exchanging hurtful remarks. Senshi likely misinterpreted the lesson, but what she learned that day was harsh. Having an opinion is fine, but voicing it can lead to trouble. From that day on, she became quieter than ever. A whole different aspect of Senshi's life was her soulmate tattoo and everything that came with it. It was commonly known that every child is assigned a soulmate at birth, with the first words spoken to them etched onto their skin. Along with this, a person would feel any extreme emotions of their soulmate. For example, if one of Senshi's parents was very angry, the other would feel it too. However, what felt more like a curse was Senshi's soulmate mark. The words on her skin weren't particularly kind, depending on interpretation. "Get out of my way, Shields." It was written in cursive on her shoulder, and the tone suggested it wasn't meant as a compliment. One thought that shook her to the core was the possibility that her soulmate might share her parents' temperament. She longed for happiness, like the princes and princesses in fairy tales. Shields. What a nickname. It made sense, yet the reason why would unfold over time. From her life experiences, Senshi gathered that her soulmate was a rather angry person, as she often felt irrational anger herself. Yet there were also moments of sadness that perplexed her, feelings of betrayal and confusion, often accompanied by tears of frustration. It was easier to say it plainly, Senshi had no friends. What began as a reluctance to share her opinions turned into a struggle to speak at all. The fear of people shouting or reacting negatively loomed over her, crippling her confidence. Her classmates often gave her strange looks for being the quiet girl, especially after noticing her soulmate mark. It may sound silly, but her teachers became her closest friends. Senshi often helped them during lunchtime, earning her a reputation as a model student in their eyes. Yet even to them, Senshi's shyness was evident. Some would even say it was social anxiety. Of course, this was brought up at a parent-teacher meeting, and naturally, an argument about Senshi's shyness began once the family returned home. Senshi once again sought comfort in Suki. To combat this, her mother decided that enrolling Senshi in some form of sports would help. It did not. Don't get me wrong, Senshi enjoyed figure skating, but the socializing, not so much. Senshi simply attended her figure skating sessions, focused on her routine, and then went home. School was exactly the same. What was the point of talking to people if they already had an opinion of you? It's not like you want to know, and they'll only judge you further if you actually talk to them. And that's how life was and how it would continue. Though despite her non-social attitude, her figure skating career was rather successful, with Senshi catching up quickly to those in her class. She participated in many tournaments, winning some and not in others. It's easy to say that figure skating became her escape from negative thoughts, her body gracefully flowing across the ice while her mind wandered to things she loved. The classical music played in the background as Senshi jumped and spun at just the right moments, all while maintaining her elegance. Another hobby of Senshi's was piano, which she truly loved. It was her second escape in life. The melodies produced by each key combined to create beautiful songs that mesmerized her. Her family invested in a piano, and she often played it when she wasn't at school or figure skating. Because of this, she became quite skilled at the instrument, playing songs she heard. Whenever Senshi wasn't engaged in a hobby and her parents' arguments were too intense for her to focus on the piano, she usually went to one of two places. The first was a nearby forest, where a creek flowed with water as blue as the sky, and the trees towered high. Senshi would sit on a rock or a branch and hum tunes to herself. It was a tranquil feeling. The second place she could go was her Nana's house. She loved that woman. She was so sweet. Being her father's mother, Nana was the closest relative to Senshi, and she would spend hours there when she was young, never admitting that she wanted a break from the fighting. During her time at Nana's house, she learned to cook and sew basic skills that one might need to know. This led to the current moment, where Senshi sat at the dinner table, working up the courage to say something through the tense atmosphere. Now 14, she had to choose her career path. After hours of thinking and contemplating, she had decided on her future. She wanted to be a hero. Her jet black hair lay straight against her back, and her royal blue eyes seemed focused elsewhere. Her right hand gripped her chopsticks tightly. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. "Mom? Dad, can I say something?" Her voice wasn't as confident as she had planned, but it would do. "Of course, sweetie," her mom said sweetly, her dad nodding in agreement. "So, you know how I have to pick my career options soon, and I've chosen," Senshi said quietly, her parents looking at her expectantly. I want to be a hero." If possible, her voice got even quieter. Senshi tried to imagine every possible reaction her parents could have, preparing to respond to them all. Yet their reaction was rather underwhelming. "Okay, honey, you can do whatever you want. As long as you're happy," her father responded. On the contrary, her mother didn't look so accepting. "I thought you liked figure skating. What about that? Being a hero is very dangerous, you know." "I do like figure skating, Mom, and I know being a hero is dangerous. I just love the thought of saving people more." This was the first time in a while Senshi had disagreed with her mother, as most times, it didn't end well. "Okay, whatever you say," her mom muttered, slight annoyance lacing her tone. Her father sent a look at his wife as if to say, "Calm down, it's fine," yet the tension only worsened. At least there wasn't a fight, right? Wrong. At 11 p.m., the shouting began. Senshi hated the night fights. They disrupted her sleep and prevented her from resting until the next night. It was taught to kids that it's rude to eavesdrop, but how could she not, seeing as her parents were screaming at the top of their lungs? The insults and petty name-calling weren't all that bad, but it was the threats that made her breath catch in her throat every time. The threats of divorce and police. Senshi didn't want to hear it. At this point, she felt bad for her soulmate, having to experience her dismal state almost every day. Within minutes, her eyes filled with tears, and her breaths caught in her throat whenever she tried to breathe, her frame shaking with the action. The slight burning of sadness lingered at the back of her throat, and her hot tears soaked into her bedsheets. Another reason she hated these night fights was that Suki often wasn't with her, being downstairs. Unfortunately, cats can't open doors, so there was no chance of Senshi's little lifeline being able to cheer her up from her sorrows. After 15 minutes, the fighting stopped, though Senshi didn't miss the sound of her parents' bedroom door slamming and someone walking down the hall with a suitcase, the wheels spinning on the tiled floor. Senshi cried harder, knowing that one of her parents wouldn't be home, most likely going to a nearby hotel. It was a deep sadness, one that only occurred when something extremely bad happened. Like that one time a glass was smashed, and the next thing Senshi remembered was running upstairs, her feet padding on the floor being the only sound in the whole house. Yet this time, something happened to her, something that had never happened before. Her shoulder began to warm, precisely where her soulmate mark was. But it wasn't a painful burn, it felt more like a comforting warmth. And her sadness was snuffed out like a candle's flame. Yes, she still felt slightly down, but she found comfort in the presence of her soulmate, their emotion of relaxation soothing her. She chuckled softly to herself, thinking that perhaps her soulmate was weary of her melancholy state, yet the thought was endearing. Not knowing someone, yet still offering support, was a simple act of kindness she deeply appreciated. And until their meeting, that's how it would continue. Chapter 2 Robots. The weather was perfect for the day's activities, with a clear blue sky stretching for miles. The sun's warm rays felt like a comforting blanket on her skin. Senshi wore her junior high uniform, mostly black with a red tie, and she found herself imagining what she would look like in Yue's uniform if she got in, of course. Senshi felt a sense of pride in her quirk and its abilities, some might even call it overpowered, but she didn't see it that way. She was never one to boast, she barely spoke at all. Yet, she believed that any quirk could be powerful, it all depended on how one used it. As she approached Yue's entry gates, butterflies danced in her stomach. She couldn't help but wonder if she might meet her soulmate at Yue. The chance was slim, but it was nice to dream. She accepted a card from a man and quietly thanked him. The card contained her junior high information, including her name, birthday, and other personal details. Name, Tate Senshi. Examinee number, 2004. Test location, Battle Center B. Sitting among thousands of people in the auditorium, her anxiety grew. She hated being in such a crowded space, and the butterflies in her stomach turned into a deep, anxious feeling. Her jet black hair was tied back in a ponytail at the base of her head. She recalled her mother trying to convince her to get bangs, but Senshi had gently reminded her that they might get in the way while ice skating. She was grateful she had won that debate. Present. Mick's booming voice echoed throughout the auditorium, causing Senshi to flinch internally at the volume. Deep down, she knew there was no reason to fear him. He wasn't shouting out of anger but was simply trying to energize the students. What's up, UA candidates? Thank you for tuning in to your school DJ. Come on and let me hear you. Present Mike announced, but was met with silence. Feeling a bit mellow, huh? That's fine. I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? Are you ready? Yeah, he asked again, met once more with an awkward silence. There was no way Senshi would ever speak up. The thought of being judged terrified her, and that was one of her biggest fears: controversy. She understood that the physical battles heroes faced were the epitome of controversy, yet she enjoyed watching heroes fight. As for her parents, well, we all know the answer to that. Like your application said, today you aspiring heroes will participate in 10-minute mock battles in a super urban setting. After I drop the mic, you special boys and girls will head to your specific battle centers. Sound good? Present Mike asked rhetorically. Okay, let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You will earn points based on their level of difficulty, so choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by defeating the foe villains like a rock star shredding a guitar solo. But remember, keep it heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA no-no, got it? Present Mike continued, his energy unwavering. Then, a boy in a cream-colored uniform raised his hand and stood up. Senshi wondered what he was doing, most likely asking a question, but did he really need to be so dramatic? Excuse me, sir, but I have a question, said a boy with navy blue hair assertively. Senshi admired his confidence. There were thousands of people here, and she felt uncomfortable even thinking. Hit me, Present Mike replied. Would he actually want to be hit? I'm just concerned, she thought. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. If this is an error in UA's materials, it's shameful. We are exemplary students, and we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake like this won't do. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair, he pointed at a boy with green hair, who now seemed to be shaking, you've been muttering this whole time. Stop that. If you can't take this seriously, you're distracting the rest of us. The boy with navy blue hair spoke imperatively. Senshi's admiration faded, he seemed unnecessarily rude. Present Mike maintained his upbeat smile as he addressed the boy's comment. All right, Examinee 7111, thanks for your input. The fourth villain type is worth 0 points, it's just an obstacle we'll throw in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's really no point. I recommend ignoring it and focusing on the top-tier targets. Thank you very much, please continue, the navy-haired boy replied, sitting back down with just as much fervor. Senshi wondered how he had so much enthusiasm and why he acted as if he had any control over the pro's freedom of speech. That's all I have for you today. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Boulevard once said, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now, are you ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. This was once again met with a heavy silence. Good luck. I hope you've been hitting more than just the books. The first task was the written exam, one of the things Senshi felt confident about. It may seem pessimistic, but without friends to distract her, she had fully immersed herself in studying and her hobbies, allowing her to grasp concepts that many of her classmates struggled with. Senshi quickly worked through the test, the vocabulary and formulas ingrained in her mind. Soon enough, when a buzzer went off, the students in the auditorium rose from their seats to change. Senshi followed the crowd, mostly girls, until they found a changing room and changed as needed. Senshi was glad that she had plenty of sportswear, so she changed into some sports leggings and a simple blue tank top, tying her hair back in a ponytail. She walked out of the changing rooms, hoping she was heading in the right direction. After a short bus ride, Senshi arrived at what appeared to be an enormous city replica. Her royal blue eyes scanned the crowd gathered outside a towering gate, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. Okay, if I mess up, do they all fail? Isn't that how it works? Senshi, you can't think like that. You have a figure skating competition in a month, and Mom said if you win, you get to go out for dinner. Do I even want to go out? I'll have to talk to the waitress. Ugh. Can't Dad handle that? Oh no, it's starting. The sound of the gates opening snapped Senshi from her thoughts, but no one moved. If no one else was going to move, she certainly wasn't going to make herself stand out. That was the last thing she wanted. Come on. Real battles don't have a starting line, you know. Run. Present Mike shouted. Then chaos erupted. People pushed and shoved to get through, and unfortunately, the smaller individuals were caught in the frenzy. Luckily, Senshi stood at 5 feet 4 inches, not too short and not too tall. Deciding to be bold, something she was only comfortable doing in her hobbies, she too began to push her way through the crowd. With a burst of energy, Senshi launched an energy disc straight through a robot, causing it to shut down. This was a rare use of her quirk, but it was one of the few offensive moves she could manage. Her quirk was Energy Shield, allowing her to create force fields that glowed a brilliant blue, matching her eyes. There were many aspects to her quirk, including the ability to alter the properties of a force field. For instance, she could allow someone to pass through one side of the field while preventing their return. However, changing the properties drained her energy unnecessarily, so for now, she focused on slicing through the robots. Once Senshi started taking down robots, she didn't stop. Her stamina and flexibility were impressive, thanks to her ice skating background. Moreover, her incredible focus stemmed from her piano training. Her attacks ranged from shooting energy discs to encasing robots in energy domes and shrinking them, ultimately crushing the targets. She was discovering just how versatile her quirk could be. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a shadow loomed over the city. Everyone looked up to see a zero-pointer towering above them. Panic ensued as people began to scream and run. Nearby, Senshi noticed a boy trapped under some rubble. Just as she began to help him, something unexpected happened. The boy with green hair, who had been shouting, leaped into the air, his blue tracksuit fluttering in the wind. While airborne, he punched the zero-pointer in the face. She understood his intention, but now he was falling, and the robot was also collapsing. It looked as though it would land on both of them. Oh no, we're going to get crushed. It was nice knowing you, pretty lady, the boy exclaimed, his brown eyes wide with fear. As the robot was about to hit them, Senshi raised her arm and created a protective field around them. The blue glow from the field illuminated their skin in an otherworldly way. While her force fields glowed blue, they remained somewhat transparent, akin to water. The robot crashed onto the dome, sliding off harmlessly, leaving both Senshi and the boy unharmed, much to the amazement of onlookers. Senshi quickly freed the boy from the rubble, and he thanked her profusely while she nodded awkwardly. "Well done, everyone. You are all heroes in my eyes," an elderly woman said, handing out gummies to each competitor and healing those who needed it. The gummies seemed to replenish Senshi's energy, which was quite handy. The green-haired boy who had punched the robot didn't seem to fare as well. His limbs were twisted and bruised, and it appeared he had little control over his quirk. Senshi felt relieved when he was healed. She hated seeing people injured. Her soft features turned back to the city she was in. Had she really just applied to UA? She would reflect on that later and critique herself. Silently, she slipped away from the crowd and changed back into her junior high uniform, something she wouldn't need for much longer. "Leg up!" Senshi's instructor called out as she glided around the ice. Senshi was working on a new routine for the upcoming competition, and in her opinion, it was going well. The music was loud, and she and her coach were the only ones at the rink, which was a rare occurrence. She lifted her leg behind her, her torso bending at a perfect angle, and then switched to skating backward, gaining speed. And jump! Senshi executed a split jump, turning 180 degrees and gliding forward again. She skated with utmost elegance, seamlessly transitioning between forward and backward before the beat dropped. Double axel. Just on cue, she performed the move. Externally, she appeared calm, but internally, she was a bundle of nerves. Okay, push, speed. Tap up, pull in and spin. You better land this, Senshi. Focus or you'll hurt yourself. Well, at least she was doing well. Meanwhile, in another part of the gym, a leisure center with various facilities, a family of 3 was being shown around, exploring the different areas, starting with the gym filled with weights and workout equipment. Then there was the swimming pool and various indoor sports courts. The son, reluctantly accompanying his parents, was only half paying attention, but when loud music blared through the doors, he couldn't help but focus. "I apologize for the noise. We have a figure skater in training and music is part of that," a faculty member explained, and the family nodded in understanding. The faculty member opened the door to the ice rink, and the 3 family members stepped inside. As soon as he saw her, he found it hard to look away. She glided across the ice with such grace, spinning and jumping as if it were second nature. "That's Tate Senshi, one of our talented figure skaters. She's actually preparing for the inter-prefecture competition next year, although she doesn't know it yet. She has a competition coming up next month, though." Yet the tour guide's words barely registered in his mind, as he was captivated by something else. Her shirt revealed her shoulders, and in the same spot as his, he noticed a soulmate mark. Her movements flowed perfectly with the music in ways he had never seen before, and as the tour continued, his thoughts wandered to the possibilities. There was a strong chance that she was his soulmate. After all, the position of a soulmate mark is identical on both individuals. A week had passed since the day he saw her, and honestly, he couldn't get his mind off her. It felt silly to him, being infatuated with someone he barely knew. He didn't even know if she was his soulmate. She could belong to anyone. Yet, he couldn't shake his feelings. At some point during that week, he felt an overwhelming sadness, almost as if he were sharing in someone else's tears. He didn't know how to comfort a sad person, especially someone he didn't know. So, he focused on doing things that brought him joy, hoping that his soulmate wouldn't be feeling so down. It was strange. He didn't usually care about others this way, and he wasn't even sure if he wanted a soulmate. But for some reason, he felt compelled to help. His thoughts were interrupted when a letter was slipped through his door, marked with the UA emblem. Across the city, the same was happening to her. Her sapphire eye scanned the letter as her father handed it to her before leaving her study, which was more like a piano room. The music Senshi had been playing came to a halt. Her piano teacher, who also happened to be her nana, gazed at the letter in her granddaughter's hands with her own sapphire eyes. "Come on, Kinitsun." Nana seemed more excited than Senshi herself. Nervousness washed over Senshi. What if she failed? She had many talents, but her dream was to be a hero. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the unopened envelope. Nana placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, right where her soulmate mark was. "I bet you'll get in. How could they not accept someone as amazing as you? And if you do, I'll play that song for you," Nana suggested. The song was one Senshi struggled to play despite her years of practice. It always brought her joy whenever she visited Nana and felt down. Taking a deep breath, Senshi tore open the envelope, the wax seal sticking to the flap. Inside, she found a disc and a letter. Unsure of what to do, she placed the disc on her piano and set the letter on her lap. A hologram of All Might appeared, and the message began to play. "I am here to announce young Tate's entrance exam results," he declared cheerfully. Senshi and her Nana were both taken aback. It wasn't every day they experienced something like this. "The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member." That revelation was certainly surprising. At least she could credit him for keeping it under wraps. "Young lady, you passed the written exam with excellent marks, and in the practical exam, you scored 61 combat points, which is impressive. However, there are other factors. We also award rescue points for heroic actions, and you, young Tate, earned 15 rescue points, bringing your total to 76 points. All Might continued proudly. "Welcome, Tate Senshi, to Hero Academia." With that, the disc turned off, leaving the room in a silence that echoed. Senshi had never seen her Nana so energetic. She stood up and began to dance around the small piano room, shouting, "Yay!" Senshi couldn't help but smile, not only at her Nana's joyful antics but also at the incredible news she had just received. "Nana, can you play the song now?" Senshi asked, her smile still bright. Nana loved seeing her granddaughter happy, especially knowing how tough things could be at home. It's important to note that Senshi's Nana didn't live with her and her parents but was close by. She tutored Senshi in piano, being a licensed instructor. With a playful sigh, Nana waved her hands, signaling Senshi to move off the stool. Then she began to play. The music enveloped Senshi like a warm embrace, soothing her in a way that felt deeply satisfying. The song was elegant, reminiscent of Merry-Go-Round of Life from Howl's Moving Castle, yet more complex, given that Senshi could already play that piece. Senshi settled back in a cushioned chair, taking in the many awards she had earned for school, ice skating, and piano. The setting sun cast an orange hue over everything it touched, and the warmth of the carpet beneath her feet felt comforting. The acceptance letter rested in her hands, its white paper tinted with a creamy orange glow from the dusk. Suki, her cat, curled up on the warm carpet, his fur smooth and clean. But her main focus was on the graceful movement of her Nana's fingers, the way she flawlessly played the chords, a skill Senshi could only aspire to match. The rhythm of her foot on the pedal created a sound so perfect it felt like a recording. Some might consider Senshi a professional, but she knew her Nana was in a league of her own. Senshi's black hair fell gracefully to her mid-chest, her pale skin kissed by the sun. Her sapphire eyes were the only trait she inherited from her Nana, the rest came from her mother's side. Yet, those were merely physical traits. Senshi had inherited so much more from her Nana than she realized: her kindness, her emotional resilience that music always seemed to soothe, and her playful spirit that rarely showed itself. Senshi was more like her Nana than she understood. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the song came to an end, and the moon began to rise, filling her with a happiness she couldn't quite describe. As the spring morning sun broke through, the dew from the leaves fell to the ground. 2 months had passed since that day, and many things had happened. Senshi participated in a local figure skating competition. Despite eating 3 apples before her turn and feeling a bit queasy, she somehow managed to win. Her mother took on the role of a professional photographer for the moment. On that day, Senshi wore a beautiful blue costume, the upper part of the dress starting as sky blue and gradually fading into a royal blue. The long sleeves matched the main pattern of the dress, and Senshi couldn't deny that she felt like a princess. Yet now, she was making her way to UA for her first day, a route that would soon become very familiar. She was undeniably nervous. She hadn't met new people since figure skating, which had been roughly 10 years ago. It was safe to say she was an internal mess, though externally she appeared composed. She bit the inside of her cheek and twirled a piece of her black hair around her fingers, her hair styled in a half-up, half-down look. Her eyes scanned the path leading to UA, taking in the beautiful baby pink cherry blossoms that slightly calmed her internal turmoil. The building itself featured 4 square towers, all connected by tunnels halfway up, and the entire school seemed to be made of blue-tinted glass. A concrete wall surrounded the building, and from what Senshi could guess, all of UA's grounds. At the UA gate, Senshi scanned her student ID, which had been included in the envelope with her acceptance letter, and thankfully it worked. She had been placed in Class 1A, though she mostly had no idea what that meant. She walked inside the building, stopping by the shoe lockers to change into her indoor shoes, which the school supplied. She held onto her backpack strap a bit too tightly, likely worried she would lose it. It was a black backpack, with zippers in a light blue shade. It was quite helpful for Senshi that the doors were labeled, otherwise, she might have gotten lost. However, she wondered why the door was so tall. If anyone in her class was that tall, she might faint from their presence. She quietly slid open the towering door, surprised at how light it was for its size. The day hadn't even started, and people had already formed their friend groups. How ironic for Senshi. No one seemed to notice her enter, as an argument between an ash-blonde boy and a navy-haired boy drew everyone's attention. Unfortunately for Senshi, there was a seating plan, and she found herself sitting right in front of the ash-blonde boy. So, I'm sitting near an angry Pomeranian and right at the front. That's rough. Senshi sat down and pulled out a notebook, where she began writing a tune for the piano. It was something she did when she was bored. She didn't notice the eyes staring at her from behind. The navy-haired boy decided it was best to leave the ash-blonde alone. Strangely, she felt her own tension ease as the navy-haired boy moved away, anger that wasn't her own dissipating. It was the same girl from the ice rink. He recognized her immediately. What were the chances she got into the same class, let alone the same school? He didn't know much about her, but he felt a strange gut feeling about her. Better to ignore it, right? There was a light breeze outside the school, though inside it was bustling. Students greeted each other, some meeting new people, while a few arguments broke out and others remained silent. Senshi hadn't taken the time to absorb her new surroundings in the classroom, choosing instead to block it all out. At the front of the room stood a wooden podium, with a chalkboard behind it, and 20 chairs and desks arranged in 4 rows of 5. The ash-blonde boy behind her was arguing with the navy-haired boy, whom Senshi had learned was named Ida Tenya. She sighed as she continued to draw more bars on her music sheet, not paying much attention to her surroundings. It's the first day, and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property. Ida scolded, waving his hands animatedly. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your back, or were you born with it? The ash-blonde replied. Let's start over. I'm Ida Tenya from Semi-Private Academy. Semi-huh? So you must think you're better than me? I'm going to enjoy showing you otherwise, the blonde retorted, causing Ida to gasp. Senshi wasn't sure what to make of either of them. They seemed nice enough, but the constant noise at 8:30 in the morning was unwelcome. You would threaten me, your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Ida shot back. Just then, the classroom door opened to reveal a green-haired boy, and the ash-blonde stopped shouting at Ida, turning his attention to the newcomer, who was being spoken to by a brown-haired girl. Senshi recognized the boy at first glance but didn't dwell on it. What caught her attention was the yellow lump behind the nervously chatty boy, who seemed overwhelmed. Senshi knew what that felt like, but now her full focus was on the peculiar creature behind them, her music sheets forgotten. Finally, someone noticed the yellow thing, and the room fell silent. A man inside a sleeping bag was drinking from a juice box. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now, he said, still lounging in his sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's hero course. Everyone was utterly confused. Who was this person, and why did he seem so sleep-deprived? It took 8 seconds before you all quieted down. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your teacher. Well, that explained everything. Most people in the room were puzzled by his entrance, but Senshi understood. Teaching is hard, and many teachers lose sleep over grading and lesson planning. Her mom taught her that much. Her father was a police officer, working alongside Chief Officer Tsukachi, both at the same level of promotion. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside, Aizawa-sensei instructed, holding up a navy blue, white, and red training outfit. I am not going first, someone else go first so this isn't awkward. After a few awkward seconds, students began to file out of the classroom, taking a uniform as they went. Senshi took hers and muttered a quick thank you as she followed the group of girls in front of her. She wasn't sure if she should talk to them, just the thought placed a weight on her shoulders. Yet, she would be with them for the next 3 years. Her internal struggle ended once she reached the changing rooms, and she quickly got dressed. Senshi finished changing before most of the others but hesitated to leave since she didn't know where to go. She noticed some of the girls' soulmate marks and immediately realized how different they were from hers. Get out of my way, Shields wasn't even that bad, though compared to, oh well, it was thanks to you speaking with him directly that I passed. Or, so you got through via recommendations too, huh? Well, now is not the time to feel self-conscious, was it? The students lined up outside UA in a training field filled with various athletic equipment. However, Aizawa-sensei's stern gaze prevented Senshi from properly surveying her surroundings. She never did well under pressure, and it was a miracle she excelled at her hobbies. A quirk assessment test? A few students murmured, but Senshi remained quiet. Was there a reason to speak? But orientation, we're going to miss it, a brown-haired girl exclaimed. Senshi had learned her name was Uraraka. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not bound by traditions, which means I get to run my class however I see fit, Aizawa-sensei replied. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you've never had the chance to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country still pretends we're all created equal, not allowing those with the most power to excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw in junior high? 67 meters, I think, the ash blonde answered, so his name was Bakugo. Right? Try doing this with your quirk, Aizawa-sensei instructed, tossing Bakugo a baseball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Bakugo caught the ball and stepped into the circle, stretching his right arm. Go on, you're wasting our time, Aizawa-sensei said in an imperative tone. Bakugo shot him a glare before throwing the ball, shouting, "Die!" as he did so. The ball shot off from his hand, accompanied by a loud explosion that sent a gust of wind past those watching. It was impressive, and as the ball landed, Aizawa-sensei revealed Bakugo's results, 705.2 meters. People were in awe of the explosion user's score, Senshi included, though her expression was more subdued than others. I want to go, that looks like fun, a girl with cotton candy-like hair said, her horns protruding from her pink curls. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. Another boy with peculiar-looking elbows added. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero, and you think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots. Today, you will compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Senshi was shocked. She had just arrived. What would her parents say if she were expelled? Now let the games begin, and show it's no mistake you're here, Aizawa-sensei concluded. Now was the time Senshi was especially grateful for being an athlete. She had physical strength, no doubt. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Senshi noticed a boy with two-toned hair using ice from his foot to glide down the track. It made her wish she had a quirk like that. She could ice skate anywhere. But there was no time to dwell, as she was up next against a Shido and a very sparkly boy. She didn't have a plan. So, a spur-of-the-moment decision was made. As she lined up for her turn and Aizawa-sensei blew the whistle, she used her shields from her feet to propel herself forward. It was challenging to run like this, as she had never tried it before. Honestly, it felt like the first time she had skated on ice, yet now, at 15 years old, she didn't fall. Her black hair was pushed back by the wind, no longer framing her face. 4.89 seconds. The robot announced as Senshi crossed the finish line, her 2 competitors trailing behind her. Not wanting any human interaction just yet, Senshi swiftly walked back to the group of students watching, hoping to blend in. Hey you! You were so fast. I'm Ashido Mina, by the way. Ashido introduced herself. Senshi was not prepared to talk to people. Nope. Senshi simply smiled and nodded, her mind racing to recover from the sudden attention. She wasn't sure if it was because she didn't reply or if Ashido found someone else to talk to, but Ashido soon moved on. It may sound rude, but the black-haired girl felt relieved, letting out a breath she didn't know she had been holding. Senshi didn't notice the pair of vermilion eyes staring at her, the boy filled with questions about this girl. Why didn't she talk? Why did she look so anxious when someone tried to engage her? All questions he needed answers to. The next test was grip strength, and there was really nothing Senshi could do to help herself. While she was focused on her grip strength, a gasp from nearby caught her attention. Wow. 540 kilograms, you're incredible. The boy with unusual elbows exclaimed. Yeah, like a muscly octopus, another boy chimed in, who seemed to have grapes on his head. Then came the standing long jump, and once again, Senshi boosted herself with blue energy beneath her feet, achieving a rather impressive score. Following this pattern, 5 more tests took place. Personally, Senshi thought she did quite well, unaware of how she ranked overall. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score, Aizawa-sensei announced, projecting a hologram of everyone's scores. Senshi scanned the results, seeing her name at a satisfactory 5th place. She didn't need to come in first to be happy, but of course, that would be a nice surprise. A small smirk appeared on her face. And I was lying, no one's going home, Aizawa-sensei revealed. That was just a rational deception to ensure you gave it your all in the tests. Senshi couldn't comprehend his logic. Why would anyone threaten someone for success? Well, at least she wouldn't have to worry about finding a new school. Aizawa-sensei continued, that's it, we're done for the day. Pick a syllabus from the classroom and read it over before tomorrow morning. Midoriya, take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are going to be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins, so make sure you're prepared. He handed Midoriya a note. Senshi slipped away from the crowd, making her way to the changing rooms. Considering she had just completed an hour's worth of workouts, she didn't look too bad. Her hair was slightly disheveled, but overall, she felt fine. A little pep returned to her step as she recalled her coach saying she had news for her, and news had only ever been good. The girl walked alone down the tall, long halls of Ua, thinking about things other than the events that had just occurred. This was probably why Senshi loved being alone. No one could bother her or her aspirations. As she changed, she quietly hummed to herself while the other girls entered the changing room, chattering away. Some may have assumed the girls of Class 1A were ignoring her, but seeing Senshi alone and simply happy by herself, they understood that she preferred solitude. Being who they were, the girls respected Senshi's wishes. As Senshi dressed back into the uniform she had arrived in, she walked back to the classroom and grabbed a syllabus from the podium. With Aizawa-sensei's permission, Senshi set off toward the ice rink. Aizawa always closely observed his new students. He could tell that this girl had potential, yet her mind seemed too preoccupied with something else to fully focus on her dreams. He wouldn't tell her to only focus on being a hero, there are other things in the world. Still, he needed to find a way to help Senshi adopt the attitude of, never settle for anything less than first. He also knew that Senshi was one to take advice but rarely spoke up about her feelings. It was only the first day. Yet the black-haired man was an excellent observer, having taught for many years. Perhaps his ability to push people beyond their limits was more of a blessing than he realized. As Senshi laced up her pure white figure skating boots, her coach approached her with a clipboard in hand. The woman cleared her throat, prompting Senshi to look up. So, you remember that I said I had news, right? Her coach asked, and Senshi nodded. Well, as I'm sure you know, the prefectural figure skating competition is coming up. You have been invited to skate there, representing Shizuoka against 46 others from different prefectures. But. Senshi's mouth dropped open, her eyes widening. The silent response was all her coach needed to laugh and ruffle the girl's hair. But that's not all, you have more competitions throughout the year, so I'm thinking you should do the routine you performed a few months back, her coach suggested, and Senshi nodded, still in shock. I would say that until a month before the competition in September, we shouldn't try anything new. Then we can create a new routine and costume. How does that sound? Good, Senshi replied quietly, still somewhat overwhelmed. I mean, this was a big deal. Young people aged 14 to 19 were selected from around the country, one person per prefecture. The winner would be recognized as the best in Japan, and such an occasion was rare. Plus, Senshi loved creating new routines to fresh music, and the excitement of a new costume added to her joy. It was a wonderful day for her. Bakugo was in the gym, focusing on building strength, something he needed to do to surpass Deku. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over him. There was no clear reason for this joy, and it felt almost unsettling for him, especially since his thoughts were elsewhere. But what neither of them realized was that tomorrow would bring even bigger news and emotions than today ever could. The next day began peacefully, with only a few clouds in sight and the spring air leaving a gentle tingle on people's skin. The cherry blossoms swayed in the slight breeze, their petals clinging to their branches. As Senshi walked to school, her hair danced in the wind, though it was neatly tied back in a low ponytail. Excitement bubbled in her heart, not only from the news of the previous day but also because she had a good feeling about today. Something wonderful seemed destined to happen, though she couldn't quite place what it might be. She slipped into the classroom, where students chatted and greeted one another, just as they always did. Loneliness sometimes crept in, and Senshi felt its weight around her heart, a heaviness that made her feel isolated. She often thought about making friends, but that only deepened her sense of solitude. So, Senshi learned to find joy in her own pursuits, and seeing others happy lifted her spirits. She continued to write the sheet music she had started the day before. Is that sheet music you're writing? A voice asked from behind her. Senshi jumped at the sudden question, surprised by the interruption. Turning, she saw a girl with black hair tied in a high ponytail and matching dark eyes. "Why yeah," she stammered, cursing her shyness as the girl continued to speak. "What instrument is it for? It looks rather complicated." The girl's voice was soothing, not too sharp, and Senshi appreciated it. It's for the piano." "Which I play," Senshi replied quietly, noticing the girl's eyes light up. "Oh wow. I play the piano too. How coincidental. By the way, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu." The introduction sparked a flicker of hope in Senshi. Perhaps she would make a friend today. "Why yeah, I'm Tate Senshi," she introduced herself, her voice still soft. Momo smiled warmly, ready to respond. "Nice to meet you, Tate-chan," Momo began, but before she could continue, Aizawa-sensei entered the room dramatically, causing everyone to scramble back to their seats. Deciding that she didn't need any more conversations for the day, Senshi focused on Aizawa-sensei as he began his morning announcements. "Good morning, class. For the morning, you will have regular classes, and after your lunch break, you'll have hero training, specifically battle training. There isn't much to relay to you all, so I have nothing else to say. Have a good day." Aizawa-sensei concluded swiftly before leaving the classroom, and his position was quickly taken by Present Mike, who was there for their first English class. "I am here. Coming through the door like a hero," All Might announced as he entered. The room filled with gasps and excited chatter. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as heroing here. You will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for good." Senshi wished her parents understood that. "Let's get into today's lesson where we will pull no punches. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. These costumes were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and requests you sent in before school started. Get yourselves suited up and then meet me at Training Ground Beta." All Might commanded, clicking a button on a remote. What happened next amazed Senshi. Rows of cases numbered 1 to 20 emerged from the wall. As All Might exited, students scrambled from their seats to find their cases. Senshi's seat number was 16, so she picked case number 16 and followed the girls to the changing rooms. When she had submitted her request, she hadn't been sure what she wanted, but her imagination for figure skating costumes guided her choices. Senshi opened her case and began to change, the costume fitting her perfectly. It was primarily black, a bodysuit with a high neckline that reached her throat. The shoulders were bare, and she wore long fingerless gloves that extended to her elbows, made of the same material as the suit, which felt like a thick swimsuit. The costume featured a royal blue design reminiscent of pro heroes Hawks and Endeavor, glowing slightly to match her quirk. A utility belt in royal blue adorned her waist, though it lacked the glow. Senshi wore comfortable black boots, a welcome change from her usual glamorous ice skating dresses. She was thrilled with the results and grateful that no one had asked about her soulmate mark, which was now on display. Once dressed, Senshi and her classmates made their way to Ground Beta, navigating a few wrong turns before arriving. "They say clothes make the pros, ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof," All Might declared as the 20 members entered the faux city. "Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. This is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Now, should we get started, you bunch of newbies?" All Might continued. Perhaps she didn't look as awkward in that costume as she had thought. Bakugo had given less thought to the ice skating girl over the past day, deciding it wasn't worth dwelling on. He believed his costume was the best and most convenient. "Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training," All Might announced. "Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again?" Ida asked, and Senshi would have never guessed it was the boy beneath the armor of his costume. "Not quite. I'm moving you 2 steps ahead. Most villain battles you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, encounters with the most cunning criminals often happen indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. During this training exercise, you'll be splitting into teams of heroes and villains for 2-on-2 indoor battles," All Might explained. "Isn't this a bit advanced?" Azui asked, with many others nodding in agreement. "The best training comes from real battlefield experience. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now," All Might continued. Almost immediately, a barrage of questions followed. "Sir, will you decide who wins? How much can we push the other team? Do we need to worry about expulsion like before?" Will teams be chosen randomly or based on skill? Is this cape very stylish? I wasn't finished talking, All Might said, sweat beading on his forehead. He then pulled out a notebook and began reading from it. Listen up. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile in their hideout, and the heroes must foil their plans. The good guys need to either capture the villains or recover the weapon. The bad guys win if they protect the missile or capture the heroes. Time is limited, and you'll choose teams by drawing lots. All Might announced, holding up a box labeled lots. So it's a random selection? Oh no, I don't feel like cooperating with anyone today, Senshi thought. Isn't there a better way? Ida asked, surprisingly getting agreement from Senshi. Think about it, professionals often have to team up with heroes from different agencies on the spot, which is probably why we're doing this, Midoriya explained, making a valid point. Senshi looked around the expansive training area, wondering how UA could afford such facilities. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness, Ida said while bowing. No worries, let's draw. All Might announced again, revealing the teams. Team A, Uraraka and Midoriya. Team B, Shuji and Todoroki. Team C, Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D, Bakugo and Tate. Team E, Ashido and Oyama. Team F, Koda and Sato. Team G, Kaminari and Jiro. Team H, Tokoyami and Azui. Team I, Ojiro and Ida. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Of course, Senshi ended up with a team featuring the fiery Bakugo. That was her first impression, but perhaps he was different than he seemed. All Might then announced the first teams to fight. I declare that the first teams to battle will be Team A and Team D. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, please head to the monitoring room to watch. All Might instructed, to which everyone replied, yes, sir. The selected teams made their way to the designated area. All Might handed Senshi and Bakugo coordinating earpieces to communicate, though Senshi doubted they would be of much use. Bakugo strode into the villain base without saying a word, which was a form of communication Senshi found comfortable. Once they reached the room with the missile, the battle began. All right, let's start the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. All Might's voice echoed through the intercom. Bakugo would have spoken to her, but he seemed preoccupied with her presence. She appeared quiet, but he sensed a fierce fighter beneath the surface. Bakugo stepped out of the room, and given his explosive behavior on the first day, Senshi could only assume he was targeting Midoriya. For what purpose, she didn't know. However, the explosion that echoed through the building just a minute into the exercise gave her enough information to make an educated guess. Knowing it would be unwise to leave the missile unguarded, Senshi began to set up a defense. She was aware that Uraraka had a zero-gravity quirk, meaning she would need objects to attack. From the sounds of shouts and explosions below, it seemed Bakugo was holding his own against the two heroes. Yet, the downside of both villains being socially awkward was that they exchanged no words. This gave Senshi ample time to clear any debris in the room. Secretly, Senshi wanted to demonstrate her quirk, not necessarily to fight, but to show her versatility. Leaning against the foe missile, she focused on the doorway. Senshi was a good planner. She knew how to assess an uncontrollable situation and decide on her next move. Based on the rivalry between Bakugo and Midoriya, she figured Bakugo wouldn't pay much attention to Uraraka. This meant Uraraka might have slipped away from the main conflict, making her the person Senshi needed to watch. And speaking of the devil, Uraraka was hiding behind a pillar near the door. Senshi knew she had to say something. Silence wasn't an option. So, you finally arrived, huh, Uraraka? She said quietly, a hint of mischief in her tone. The girl froze, surprised that she had been so obvious. Uraraka stepped out from behind the pillar, awkwardly laughing at her mistake. I figured you'd be the first to get here. After all, Bakugo and Midoriya are too busy being rivals, Senshi remarked, realizing it was the longest sentence she had ever said. Uraraka began to communicate with Midoriya through her earpiece. Although Senshi had prepared for Uraraka's quirk, she wasn't fully aware of the girl's abilities. Senshi created a dome around the missile, preventing Uraraka from getting close. Now was the time for the manipulative aspect of her quirk to shine. Inside the dome, she walked through it, altering its properties so that only someone inside could exit. This set up a clever trick for Uraraka, giving her the impression that her shields were vulnerable. However, what happened next would be quite the surprise. An explosion shook the building, creating a hole in one of the walls. Uraraka charged forward, believing she could pass through the transparent blue dome. Senshi stood back, watching as Uraraka floated and then landed on top of the dome. Wait, what? I thought I could get through. You did, Tate. Uraraka exclaimed, bewildered by how her temporary enemy had managed to do that. Perfect, she fell for it. Now it's time for phase 2. Not everything is as it seems, Senshi said ominously. As Uraraka stood atop the dome, Senshi quickly formed a staircase with her shields, running up to join her. Uraraka began to communicate with Midoriya through their earpieces, momentarily distracted from Senshi. Senshi dropped the field, remaining on the stairs while Uraraka fell to the floor. As soon as Uraraka landed, Senshi created another field around the bomb. Uraraka rushed to a nearby pillar, gripping it tightly. Senshi walked down, the stairs vanishing behind her. Suddenly, another explosion erupted, shaking the floor and sending debris flying. A powerful gust of wind surged upward, wreaking havoc in its wake. Uraraka, using her quirk, lifted the pillar and swung it, shouting, "Sorry, Tate." Senshi quickly formed a protective field around herself, shielding against the debris. However, in her effort to keep herself safe, the field protecting the bomb shattered under the force of the flying debris. Before Senshi could fully grasp what had happened, Uraraka was on the weapon, securing victory for her team. The ensuing silence was almost as deafening as the echoes of her parents' arguments. Uraraka dropped to the floor, feeling overwhelmed. Senshi released her field and rushed over, gently rubbing Uraraka's back in a comforting gesture. Once Uraraka confirmed she was okay, the two girls made their way down to the floor where Bakugo and Midoriya were. Midoriya was being carried out on a stretcher by robots. Bakugo had his back to All Might, and Senshi felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She sensed panic as Bakugo's breathing quickened, indicating he was experiencing what looked like a panic attack. Even with her intelligence, Senshi couldn't piece everything together. All Might placed a reassuring hand on Bakugo's shoulder, while the two girls watched curiously. As All Might spoke to Bakugo, Senshi's panic began to subside. "Young Bakugo, calm down. Let's review your performance. Whether you win or lose, there's always something to learn from an experience like this, as long as you're open to it." With that, All Might walked away, with Uraraka following the pro. But Bakugo and Senshi remained. Senshi felt rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by her own anxiety, yet this feeling didn't seem to belong to her. She hadn't noticed that Bakugo's costume revealed his soulmate mark, positioned identically to hers. Bakugo's expression shifted from panic back to his usual scowl as he approached Senshi, who appeared to have just recovered from her own anxiety. His confusion deepened. "Get out of my way, Shields." Her face paled, and panic surged within her, as if her mind had been waiting for someone to say those words. Now that it had happened, she felt unprepared. "I think you fought well back there." The words slipped out before she could stop them. Based on how he halted in his tracks and her rising panic, her theory was confirmed. "What did you just say?" Bakugo demanded, his eyes wide. His expression wasn't angry, it was one of seeking confirmation, tinged with a hint of panic. "I said I think you fought well back there." Her voice was quieter than before. They stared at each other, silence stretching between them as they both contemplated the moment. So, this was what was to come, huh? The chirping of birds was the only background noise, aside from the gentle sound of a flowing creek. Senshi sat on a rock in the heart of her favorite forest. The towering trees created a comfortable shade overhead. Normally, she would be engaged in something productive, but for the past few hours, that was the last thing on her mind. To be fair, discovering who your soulmate is, the person you will spend the rest of your life with in such an inconvenient situation, is bound to make anyone think. It was only the second day at UA, soon to be the third, meaning she hadn't had a great opportunity to observe all her classmates. However, she had picked up on the basics of their personalities. Bakugo was loud and brash, with a noticeable superiority complex. From the outside, it seemed straightforward. But Senshi knew firsthand how he felt on the inside, and honestly, all those traits that others could easily identify weren't the whole truth. Yes, he was loud, but that was merely a facade to cover up his true self. Deep down, Bakugo was a kind person, but due to what Senshi could only assume was a pampered upbringing, he felt the need to assert his dominance constantly. Bakugo needed everyone to acknowledge that he was the best, because if someone keeps insisting something, you start to doubt it yourself. And that was Bakugo's struggle. Senshi was a quiet person, growing up to be a smart, athletic girl. On the surface, everything seemed fine. In reality, she was genuinely fearful of things her parents had ruined for her, like love. As relieved as she was to know who her soulmate was, she couldn't shake the fear that her experience of love would mirror that of her parents. She didn't mean to judge Bakugo for her thoughts, but his personality only heightened her worries. Yes, she understood the truth about him, but she also knew he would treat her like anyone else until he chose to act differently. His facade was the version of himself that people believed to be the real him. After they exchanged a long look, Senshi began to walk away, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. She wasn't entirely sure, as her emotions were intertwined with his, but she sensed they both shared the same reaction: panic. They were polar opposites in every way. Yet, they say opposites attract, leaving the two with a glimmer of hope. As All Might continued his review of Bakugo, Senshi, Uraraka, and Midoriya's battle, the two were lost in their thoughts. Senshi had received MVP of the exercise, yet she felt no excitement. Bakugo was equally confused. He had just lost to his childhood rival and moments later discovered who his soulmate was. Cut him some slack. While he was still frustrated with Deku, he found it hard to be angrier than he already was. Returning home that day, he was in a daze of emotions, partly angry about the battle results, yet confused and uncertain due to his brief but impactful conversation with his newfound soulmate. His parents quickly noticed the change in his demeanor, and his mother began to question him. "You're acting strange. What happened at school?" Her tone was firm, not unkind, but she clearly wanted to know what had transpired. "None of your business," Bakugo mumbled, focusing on his curry. "I think it is our business, especially since you're our son," his mother pressed, only aggravating him further. "If you really don't want to tell us, that's fine, Katsuki, but we just want to make sure you're happy," his father interjected, respectful but concerned. Much like his soulmate. Needless to say, the questioning continued from his mother, and eventually, Bakugo snapped. "I found my soulmate, Kate. Is that what you wanted to hear?" he shouted. The silence that followed was palpable. His mother wore a growing smile, while his father beamed with pride. Oh, he was never going to hear the end of that. Senshi returned from the forest just before dinner, arriving home to find her parents not arguing for once. She quickly changed from her formal school uniform into a simple t-shirt and leggings, hurrying downstairs for dinner. Conversations during meals were usually light, never delving into anything too serious. Yet, Senshi's mother brought up a topic that nearly made her choke on her noodles. "I wonder when you'll find your soulmate, senior." Then her father chimed in. "I mean, based on what they said to you, it has something to do with your quirk, right? So it'll probably be soon." Senshi knew she had to say something. Lying in this household usually led to unnecessary complications. She took a breath to gather her thoughts. Her mother spoke again. "The look on your face shows you know something. Is it about soulmates?" "Right on the mark. How?" Senshi opened her mouth to respond but found herself at a loss for words. This cycle continued until both her parents began to piece together what she was hinting at. "You found your soulmate?" Senshi nodded, and from that moment on, it was anything but a quiet night. The next day at school was awkward, to say the least. There was a palpable tension in the air between the two, something clearly needed to be addressed. Senshi knew Bakugo wouldn't say anything unless absolutely necessary, but Bakugo understood that Senshi wouldn't speak up either. Every member of UA faced a challenging morning getting to school, with reporters flocking the campus like birds to breadcrumbs. Unfortunately for Senshi, she was questioned relentlessly. To make matters worse, people actually recognized her. You see, some of Senshi's figure skating competitions had been televised, leading to a bit of popularity. The press was having a field day with her until someone pulled her away from the swarm, who were buzzing around her like bees. The person who rescued her let go of her wrist as soon as she was free and continued walking. She recognized the spiky blonde hair immediately. It was Bakugo. Senshi managed a quiet, "Thank you." It was good to know he wasn't heartless. "Great job on yesterday's combat training, everyone. I reviewed the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay?" Aizawa-sensei began. "Yeah, whatever," Bakugo sighed. "And Midoriya, the only reason you won your match was by injuring your arm again. Work harder and stop using the excuse that you don't have control over your quirk. That line is getting old. You can't keep pushing your body to its limits while training here, but your quirk will be really useful if you can master it. So show a little urgency, huh?" Aizawa-sensei continued. "Right." Midoriya responded, sounding overly enthusiastic. "Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future." Everyone thought it was another quirk test. You all need to pick a class representative, Aizawa-sensei announced. The room erupted with students shouting to be chosen. Me. Pick me. I think I'll be the best choice. More like I will. Soon enough, Ida began explaining how being the class representative was a crucial job, requiring someone trustworthy and cooperative. It was decided that the representative would be chosen by vote. Under no circumstances did Senshi want to be class representative. It would involve speaking in front of an audience and taking charge, no thanks. She was given a piece of paper to write down her vote, but she had to think carefully. She didn't know any of these people well enough, and those who seemed trustworthy weren't quite suited for the role, like her soulmate seated behind her. Yaoyorozu. She had talked to the girl once, which was more than any other girl, and the girl with the dark eyes seemed nice enough. That was who her vote would go to. In the end, the results were Midoriya as class representative and Yaoyorozu as vice representative. Senshi felt a surge of frustration in her gut, and based on the cries of unfairness echoing behind her, she knew the anger wasn't just hers. Senshi preferred to sit alone at lunch, and thankfully, there was a table tucked around a corner that no one seemed to know about. She would sit there, do her homework, or simply continue writing her sheet music, basically, something productive. Yet, as she finished her delicious meal at a low price, a blaring alarm echoed through the lunch hall. Warning, Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Well, orderly fashion was the opposite of what actually happened. It brought back memories of the earlier chaos with reporters. As Senshi tried to navigate the halls of UA, students were in a complete panic, screaming and shouting. Senshi felt a twinge of panic, not just from the crowd but because someone had broken into the school. She thought she was of average height, but it felt like she was being towered over by everyone, her breathing quickening. Listen up. Everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. We're UA students, and we need to remain calm and show that we're the best of the best. Ida took charge, standing on top of a door frame. Everyone stopped moving and began to calm down at Ida's words. Much like during the entrance exam, Senshi admired his confidence. Yet she was still anxious, and Bakugo noticed. Bakugo was close to his soulmate, seeing the slight panic in her eyes as they darted around tensely. He felt responsible for helping her, but there were so many people around. What if they saw him? His pride said no, but his compassion said yes. So Bakugo calmed himself into what he could muster as a happy state, all while keeping a scowl on his face. He kept glancing at Senshi, noticing her frame shift from tense to more relaxed over a few minutes. What are you looking at her for? Kirishima teased, causing Bakugo to whip his head around to see the redhead grinning. You shut your mouth, you annoying loser. Bakugo snapped, while Kirishima laughed at his reaction. Maybe Bakugo could find a way to help if he wanted to. Senshi arrived home that day, still confused about what to think. Was she supposed to talk to Bakugo? It might help, but neither of them were exactly sociable. Senshi walked to the leisure center, specifically to the ice rink. Even though September was 5 months away, which could be considered a short amount of time, Senshi knew it would feel like an eternity. The inter-prefecture figure skating competition was in September. While waiting for her coach to arrive, Senshi began to stretch and eventually warmed up on the ice. She practiced difficult tricks, and once she fell, her leggings becoming cold and wet. But how could she improve if she didn't take risks? Some might think that after nearly 10 years of doing a sport, she would get bored. Yet she never did. Some days it was just Senshi and her coach. Other days there were more people in the class, making it slightly more interesting. Since Senshi trained as extensively as she did, she seemed leagues ahead of her classmates. As the class began, for people in total, they worked on jumps and forms. Bakugo went to the gym after school that day, having skipped the day before due to the earlier chaos. He couldn't shake his curiosity and decided to walk to the ice rink. Maybe she was there. He didn't know why he wanted to see her, but he just did. From the tour he and his parents took a few months back, he knew there was a viewing area above the ice rink where someone could look down at the ice. So he found his way there and began searching for his soulmate. He wasn't really thinking, he hadn't been for the past 24 hours. Truth be told, he never really wanted a soulmate, expecting them to be clingy and weak, interrupting his path to becoming the #1 hero. Yet, even without speaking to her, he could tell she wasn't clingy and could certainly hold her own. He stared at her, lost in thought, while she remained unaware of his presence. Senshi had accepted that she had a soulmate but wouldn't progress in their relationship unless he wanted to. Maybe Bakugo would learn to accept it after all. Seeing her chuckle to herself even after she fell proved to him that her spirits weren't easily crushed. And even if it was just a thought in the back of his mind, he could respect that. The calming hum of the bus engine was what Senshi focused on while her classmates chatted about various topics. The day before, Aizawa-sensei had announced that Class 1A would be going to an off-campus facility for rescue training. Senshi understood that there were different types of heroes: rescue, battle, and many more, but she had no idea what she wanted to become. She had never given it much thought. With little fighting or rescue experience, she felt detached from any particular path. However, she couldn't deny the thrill she felt when using her quirk for good. It was akin to landing a triple axel or completing a challenging piano piece. Her high ponytail rested against the back of her seat on the bus, next to her soulmate. In the past few days, Senshi had contemplated the concept of soulmates and had come to accept the idea of finding hers. Yet one thing they both shared was confusion. What were they supposed to do? Were they meant to act as if they knew each other? Were they supposed to start building a relationship? Neither of them had the answers, and Bakugo had been pondering the same questions. His thoughts about their bond deepened while watching Senshi practice. He observed her quiet kindness and strength. But what was he supposed to do with that observation? There was no way he would approach her and start a conversation. What can we conclude from this? They were both terrible with feelings, yet they accepted the bond they shared, however small it was. Progress. Well, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, it's Todoroki and Bakugo, Kirishima stated, with Bakugo silently accepting the compliment. Sure, but Bakugo is always angry, so he'll never be that popular, Azui added, causing Bakugo's temper to flare, which in turn affected Senshi. However, Senshi had a knack for calming herself down, unlike her soulmate. What did you say? I'll take you on. Bakugo retorted, standing up in frustration. You see, Azui pointed out, and Senshi smiled for a moment. It was nice to see her classmates getting into amusing antics like this. You know, we basically just met you, so it's telling that we all know your personality is a mix of fire and chaos, Kaminari teased, and it seemed like her classmates were looking for trouble. You'll regret the day you applied to this school, you loser. Bakugo huffed. Their class was caught up in an argument, but Senshi felt different from how she did at home. She wasn't flinching at every sound or crying. Instead, she felt a warmth that was new to her. Hey, we're here. Stop messing around, Aizawa-sensei hushed, and the class complied. Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you, the rescue hero 13 began, as a few students gaped at the sudden appearance of the hero. They were now in what looked like an enormous dome, divided into various training areas. I can't wait to show you what's inside. The class moved further in, intrigued by what was on display. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you for different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. 13 explained, and everyone couldn't help but think of Universal Studios Japan. Senshi was highly impressed, her eyes wide with wonder. Never in her 15 years had she seen anything like this. 13 began to warn the class about the dangers of quirks. Senshi was already aware of them. In figure skating, quirk usage was forbidden, as the committee deemed it unfair to those without such gifts. However, 13's speech ended on a note that was unfamiliar to Senshi. A swirling black mass appeared at the fountain in the center of the USJ, and no one knew what it was. Based on the frantic expressions of the two teachers, it couldn't be good news. Stay together and don't move. 13, protect the students. Aizawa-sensei ordered, causing the students to step back slightly in fear. Senshi felt panic rise within her. She had never been in a life-or-death situation before, and the gravity of the moment was overwhelming. She anxiously bit her cheek, her right hand fiddling with her left as a way to soothe her nerves. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people? Kirishima asked, stepping forward slightly, but Aizawa-sensei shot him a look that conveyed annoyance mixed with urgency. Stay back. Aizawa-sensei snapped. It was unusual for their laid-back teacher to raise his voice, but his serious tone made the message clear. Everyone froze in place. Oh no, what are villains doing here? I thought UA had everything protected. What are we going to do? There are so many of them, we can't just fight them, or we'll get seriously hurt. There are only 2 teachers here. This is so inconvenient. What are we supposed to do? I'm feeling so many mixed emotions right now. How could so many of them get into a UA facility this secure? Kirishima pondered, and many others nodded in agreement. Yeah, 13, why aren't the alarms going off? Yaoyorozu asked, pushing to the front of the crowd. Good question, I'm not sure, 13 replied, and this answer was not what everyone wanted to hear. It brought back memories for Senshi, answers from her parents that she didn't want to hear, truths that stung. Bakugo felt a surge of panic, reminiscent of the previous day's chaos. It wasn't his own fear, he remained calm in the situation. However, when he glanced at Senshi, he noticed her sapphire eyes darting around, her fingers fidgeting, and the way she bit her cheek. It was clear to him that she was masking her emotions exceptionally well, almost too well. To him, it felt like a swarm of bees buzzing in his stomach, a tightness in his throat that reminded him of past struggles, and a sense of despair that seemed to wrap around his heart. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his final stand? I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans that we could not have anticipated. Ah well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. It was the warp villain, the transporter. He seemed to envelop himself in a mist that flickered like flames, the wisps at the top resembling the tip of a fire. Two boys, in a moment of recklessness, decided to leap at the warp villain, confronting him in their own way. Senshi's mouth dropped. That was the last thing anyone should be doing right now. The blaring police sirens were one of the main things the members of Class 1A could hear, even though the vehicles were just arriving on the premises. Those who were unharmed waited outside the USJ, with Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei, 13, and All Might being the only ones taken to the hospital. A nervous silence hung over the class. No one felt up to talking. Senshi couldn't blame them, they had just fought for their lives. Thankfully, no one else was injured, which was surprisingly fortunate. Senshi watched as policemen escorted many villains away, while two chief officers approached the class, Tsukachi and her father. Senshi could see her father's attempt to maintain a calm front, but the worry in his eyes was evident. Senshi knew that the chaos they had just experienced was overwhelming, filled with nervousness and panic, yet she couldn't imagine how her father felt. 17, 18, 19. Tsukachi counted, the class still wearing grave expressions. Everyone seems to be unharmed, apart from that boy whose legs were injured, Senshi's father concluded, the others watching him and Tsukachi with keen interest. Aoyama was the first to speak, sparking a chain reaction of conversation among the students, but Senshi remained quiet, likely to stay that way. She made eye contact with her father, offering him a small smile, which he returned. Let's get these students back to the main campus. They've been through a lot, so we don't need to question them right away, her father said, his brown hair swaying slightly in the breeze. Senshi appreciated his understanding. I agree, Tate, Tsukachi added, and Senshi felt the weight of the stares on her. Before anyone could ask her anything, Azui stepped forward with more questions for Senshi's father. Detective, what about Aizawa-sensei? Azui inquired. Senshi smirked slightly when her father turned to his coworker for a response, knowing he was more concerned about her. The bones in his arms are splintered, and he has some facial fractures. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any major brain damage. However, his orbital floor has been almost completely destroyed, and we can't know if his eyesight will be affected once he heals, Tsukachi explained, and Senshi felt her breath catch in her throat. Sir, what about 13? Ashido asked, her concern mirroring Senshi's. There's no need to worry there. Despite some significant lacerations on his back, 13 is going to recover well, Tsukachi reassured them. Senshi let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. All she wanted was for everyone to be okay. Little did she know that wasn't always an option. All Might also has no serious injuries. He's in the nurse's office right now along with Midoriya, her father added, lifting the class's spirits slightly with the news. Now, let's get you back to class, Tsukachi concluded, and the class boarded the bus they had arrived in. Senshi sat at the back of the bus, her father lingering nearby. You okay? He asked gently. He was the calmer one of her parents, and she loved them both dearly. Yeah, I didn't get hurt at all, Senshi confirmed, her father nodding as she stepped onto the bus. Talk about it over dinner? He proposed. Senshi nodded, giving a slight wave of her hand as she took a seat next to Bakugo. The bus drove back to school as the sun sank in the sky. The only sound was the hum of the engine, no one spoke. Senshi was fine with the silence, everyone needed time to process what had just happened. Your dad a police officer? Bakugo asked quietly, though his tone still held its usual gruffness. Yeah, I didn't know if he'd come here, though, she replied softly. Bakugo nodded, looking out the window, lost in thought. Senshi felt more relaxed now, but her mind was racing. She reflected on everything, the details the villains had shared, the moment she had saved the boy sitting next to her. So much had happened, and she remembered feeling panicked and helpless at first. Yet looking back, she realized she had done something significant. She had saved a life. What she hadn't fully grasped was the small conversation she had just had with Bakugo. It was a simple exchange, but for both of them it meant more than they could admit. Maybe the whole soulmate thing wouldn't turn out to be so bad after all. The USJ event was televised immediately, with footage of the students outside the facility. Senshi felt a bit self-conscious when the camera zoomed in on her, but there was nothing she could do about it now. The TV was switched off with a click as dinner was placed on the table. When Senshi walked into her house moments earlier, her mother had enveloped her in a hug, fussing over her with concern. So, what actually happened, Sen? We haven't received a report from any of the students because I think it's too early, her father asked. Senshi hesitated, unsure how to articulate her experience, as so much had transpired. Well, the villains teleported in through this guy who could warp space. Only about 3 of them knew what they were doing, the rest were easy to predict, Senshi explained, her parents listening intently. So did you actually fight anyone? Her mother asked. Senshi thought about it. She hadn't fought in the traditional sense, but she had intervened. I prevented a fight. But tried to stab me with a spear. Then I stopped a boy and All Might from being harmed by the Nomu, so not really, Senshi replied quietly, focusing on her dinner. Neither parent pressed further, knowing Senshi wasn't the type to share easily and recognizing her discomfort. Senshi recalled the fight with All Might and the Nomu. It had been surreal. She couldn't find the right words to describe it. Scary was one way, mesmerizing another, but it was ultimately a moment of harsh realization. No one expected that within their first week at UA, they would be confronted with the harshness of villainy. Students are usually only introduced to such a harsh reality after the sports festival, and even then, some may argue that it was too soon. But villainy wasn't all they had been exposed to. The true strengths and requirements of being a hero were another major aspect. To put it simply, strength, resilience, determination, and compassion were key, but what was more crucial was getting the job done. Even if All Might didn't have his signature smile, something that deeply concerned Senshi, he got the job done, and in Senshi's eyes, that was what mattered. Even with the villain attack occurring just a few hours prior, Senshi insisted that her piano lesson should go on. However, she didn't get much piano practice done that day. It turned into more of a gossip session. Another reason Senshi loved her Nana was her sense of humor. Nana would ask who looked like they were about to burst from nerves or who was trying to stay calm while clearly anxious. Senshi answered her own question about the latter. She hated hearing it, yet she knew realistically that her Nana didn't have much time left. The woman was in her late 80s, and even with good health, the thought weighed heavily on Senshi. She knew she wouldn't be able to handle it. Her Nana was her entire world. But what good is life if you keep thinking like that? Senshi went to bed that night feeling slightly more exhausted, not just physically but mentally as well. The day had been emotionally taxing, filled with intense panic and fear, and the mental agony of witnessing her sensei in a dire situation. It was something she never wanted to see again. You could have made sure she was okay at least. That's your job, right? Her mother snapped, her voice rising louder. Senshi covered her head with her bed covers, hoping to block out the noise, but it was a feeble attempt. The darkness and warmth of the covers did little to help. I did make sure she was okay. And my job isn't to protect people. That's what being a hero is, her father snapped back. Senshi noticed he only raised his voice when his wife did. I don't care. If you love her, then you should have done something. It's an awful excuse. It's not an excuse. I love you both. If I had been there during the fight, I would have protected her and her classmates. Are you sure you love me? Because coming home late isn't exactly love, is it? Her mother's voice echoed throughout the house, as if she wanted the neighbors to hear. I do love you both. But if you keep questioning it, then I can't help but think you're the one being selfish here. I do love you, but right now, I don't love you as much as I used to. The silence that followed was deafening, and Senshi choked on her tearful sobs. Her heart ached, feeling encased in pain and suffering. It was a gut-wrenching sensation, making it hard to breathe. She wanted to keep quiet. She didn't want to be a bother. After all, you can't tell anyone because they will never believe you. And, what happened to my happy little girl? And, are you just trying to seek attention? Because it's working. No one would ever believe her. But, Because she was insufferably quiet, a lonely person who could barely form a sentence without stuttering. She hated when these horrible thoughts crept into her mind, mixing with memories she desperately wanted to forget. She hated seeing her parents fight. It had reached a point where she had become numb to it. If she said a word, who knew what would happen? Would they fight again? Would she have to suffer alone? She didn't want to suffer alone, she hated it. She just wanted it to stop. She wanted people to be happy. She didn't want the constant tension in her home, which felt more like a house than a home. The atmosphere was thick and unbearable, making it hard to breathe. She just wanted it to end. She couldn't breathe. The shouting, the tears, the memories of the day, the panic, it all overwhelmed her. Her lungs felt like they were rejecting the very idea of breathing, as her body begged for relief. Her heart raced painfully, echoing in her ears and her mind. None of her limbs would move, they felt controlled, like a puppet. Her thoughts spiraled, and her vision blurred at the edges, consumed by tears. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars that sparkled against the dark backdrop. A gentle breeze flowed through the night, though most people remained unaware, their windows shut tight as they slept. Bakugo's black curtains fluttered slightly, his window cracked open just an inch. Bakugo sat upright, frozen in place. Tear stains marked his cheeks, and a thin layer of sweat covered his body. His mind was the only part of him functioning properly. The overwhelming panic that had gripped him, which wasn't entirely his own, had suddenly ceased. It was an abrupt stop, like the snap of fingers too quick for him to process. The only explanation he could come up with was that she had passed out. Even if that outcome was rare, Senshi's hyperventilation and lack of oxygen were likely the causes. His pride urged him to ignore the situation and return to sleep, but his instincts compelled him to check on her. They were soulmates, but he had only spoken to her twice. He didn't even have her phone number. But he knew who did. It took a moment for his body to respond to his mind's command, jerking toward his bedside table. His eyes, once wide with fear, began to relax. He snatched his phone from the charger and opened it, grimacing at the bright screen. His vision was still slightly blurred, the tears finally drying. Class 1A had created a group chat, which he had muted for obvious reasons. It was meant for studying, but that purpose had quickly changed. Bakugo scrolled through the contact list, scrutinizing each name and profile picture. Eventually, he found Senshi's. Her profile picture showed her enjoying a holiday in the snowy mountains. It was small, but he could still recognize her face. He added her contact and began to call, holding the phone to his ear as he waited impatiently. Meanwhile, Senshi's phone vibrated on her bed, but it did nothing to rouse her from her unconscious state. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, her hair sticking to her forehead from the sweat. Tear stains marked her face, her eyes red and puffy, cheeks swollen and rosy. It looked as if she had shifted from beneath the sheets to on top of them. Yet, in the background, there was still chaos. Bakugo must have called her at least 10 times, but he never left a voicemail. The last time he tried to call, he too succumbed to sleep, the early morning hours creeping in. He wasn't sure why he had called her. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a good thing to do, but this was Bakugo we were talking about. As both of them slept, their tear-stained faces and exhausted minds covered in a layer of sweat, their subconscious minds couldn't help but wonder why. Senshi awoke groggily, her head pounding and limbs feeling heavy. She hesitated to open her eyes, the light already seeping through her closed eyelids. But the scratching at her bedroom door, unmistakably Yuki, forced her to move. Senshi leaned over and opened the door while still in bed, keeping her eyes shut. Today, she was grateful there was no school. Usually, she enjoyed learning, but she doubted she would have survived the day. Suki quickly snuggled up to Senshi, claiming some of the warm blanket. He nestled against her neck, and she absent-mindedly stroked his fur, enjoying the soothing purrs. Senshi had no intention of opening her eyes until Suki playfully placed his paw on one of them. She opened the eye that wasn't being held shut and mumbled, "Really?" Suki responded with a small meow, the little troublemaker. Senshi still felt the throbbing in her head and knew she wouldn't be doing much today, but the temptation of skating on an empty rink since it was a weekday lingered in her mind. She patted down her bed to find her phone. Now that she was awake, what else was there to do? Then she noticed the notifications. 10+ calls from Bakugo Katsuki, 1:30 a.m. Yes, Senshi had added everyone from the school group chat, and confusion washed over her. Memories of the previous night flooded back, the panic, the inability to breathe, her heart racing. The pain. Her calm mood dampened slightly, But another poke from Suki made her giggle. Sitting up in bed, her vision swayed for a moment, and Suki settled comfortably on her lap. Should she call him? It was 8:30 a.m., and she had no idea what time Bakugo usually woke up. But now she understood Bakugo felt everything she did. A wave of guilt washed over her. It hurt too much. She didn't want him to experience what she had felt. Before she could fully decide, her phone began to vibrate, indicating an incoming call. Looking at the caller ID, she knew she might have some explaining to do. Incoming call, Bakugo Katsuki. Her finger hovered over the accept button, her hands trembling slightly, her mind and body were still recovering. Finally! I've been trying to call you all night. Bakugo exclaimed, his voice loud enough to make her pull the phone away from her ear. Alright, sorry about that, Senshi replied, Suki meowing in response to the volume. Anyway, what happened to you last night? Bakugo demanded. The truth was, Senshi didn't know, and that made it difficult to respond. The thing is. Senshi struggled to come up with an explanation, but nothing seemed right. Saying she felt like her lungs had stopped working and her heart was racing would not suffice. So you don't know? Because I can tell you no one has a panic attack like that for no reason at 1 a.m, Bakugo replied. Panic attack? Senshi asked, her tone questioning. Now, what I want to know is what happened. Bakugo pressed, giving Senshi a moment to process her panic attack. When she didn't respond, he continued, was it about the USJ? No, not that, Senshi replied, her voice rising unintentionally. Bakugo's curiosity was piqued, but a part of him wanted to help her overcome whatever was causing her distress. Then what was it? He grumbled. Senshi started to say something, whether it was a lie or the truth, but then someone knocked on her door. As the door began to open, she accidentally pressed the hang up button, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Morning, Senator, sorry about last night if you heard it, her mother began. Oh no, it's fine. I wasn't awake, Senshi lied, not wanting to burden her parents with guilt. But I just wanted to let you know that you don't have school today, in case you didn't know. Yeah, the teacher sent out an email. Good. With that, her mother left, leaving Senshi in a state of panic for having hung up. Fortunately, a few messages quickly resolved the situation, but those messages turned into a lengthy conversation, causing both teenagers to miss breakfast. After her late breakfast, Senshi headed to the ice rink. She wasn't there to learn anything new but to improve her skills and clear her mind. True to her wishes, the rink was empty, allowing her to skate freely. She glided around, practicing jumps, spins, and loops, enjoying the smooth, pristine ice. Her outfit was simple black sports leggings and a shirt. Nothing extravagant was needed, just her and her thoughts. While people often associate ice with coldness, she found that skating and working up a sweat could make her feel quite warm. Senshi's day might not have been the most productive, but she felt good about making the effort to get out and do something. She wasn't skating to music, she simply didn't need it and didn't know how to work the speakers. When she returned home, the shower she took felt heavenly. It relaxed her muscles and washed away most of the negative feelings from the previous night. Showers had become her remedy. Yet, Bakugo's earlier words lingered in her mind. A panic attack? Was that what she experienced? It was unlike anything she had felt before, and she could narrow down the triggers to two possibilities, the USJ or her parents, with the latter being the main concern. Reflecting on it now and having consulted the most reliable source for answers, she realized Bakugo was right. Everything she experienced aligned with the symptoms of a panic attack. But since she didn't want that, she hated the experience. Why did it happen to her? That would be a question she would find herself asking often in the future. Chapter End. Sich Start. The breeze was gentle, barely strong enough to lift a leaf. It was the day after the rest day following the USJ incident, and most students were eager to return to school. Senshi felt a flutter of excitement within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Deep down, she knew it was to see him. In the classroom, chatter filled the air as students discussed the news with enthusiasm. We're such a big deal. Those news channels love us. We're practically celebrities. Kaminari exclaimed, reclining in his seat, and Kirishima nodded in agreement. Oh, come on. The hero course that produces pros was attacked, and that's what they care about, Jiro interjected. Senshi had to agree, the media was more focused on the attack on UA's hero course than on the students themselves. The classroom buzzed with energy, the initial fear from the incident now replaced with excitement as students shared their experiences. Senshi sat at her desk, choosing to keep to herself, doodling flowers she had seen in the forest. As Bakugo walked past, she offered him a small smile, which he scoffed at. Their relationship had evolved. They were no longer confused about each other. Senshi considered Bakugo a friend, while he found her tolerable. Attention! Homeroom is about to begin. Everyone, please take your seats. Ida announced, though there was an irony in his words. We're all sitting, Kirishima pointed out. Yeah, you're the only one standing, Siro added, causing Ida to stiffly return to his chair, mumbling under his breath. Good morning, class, Aizawa-sensei said, his voice muffled as he entered the room. Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here? Most students exclaimed, surprised at his quick recovery. Wow, what a pro, Kaminari said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad you're okay, Ida said, while Uraraka looked at him with concern. Senshi couldn't help but disagree with Ida. Aizawa-sensei didn't look okay at all. Is that really okay? Uraraka asked rhetorically, her voice filled with worry. My well-being is irrelevant. What matters is that your fight isn't over yet, Aizawa stated, pausing to build tension. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The classroom erupted into cheers of excitement, with some students quietly celebrating. Let's go show them what we've got. Kirishima shouted, though he was quickly interrupted. Wait a second, Kaminari said, placing a hand on Kirishima's face. Is it really a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains infiltrated? Apparently, the administration believes this is a good way to demonstrate that the threat has been handled and that our school is safer than ever. Plus, they're increasing security compared to previous years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. We can't cancel it because of a few villains, Aizawa-sensei explained, emphasizing the importance of the event for UA's image. But why not? Mineta asked, clearly anxious. Because this event only happens 3 times in your life, and it's a chance to get scouted by heroes from across the country, Kirishima added. He's right, our sports festival is one of the most watched events in the world. The Olympics used to be the pinnacle of competition, but with the emergence of quirks, the focus has shifted. Now, for those who care about competition, there's only one tournament that matters. The UA Sports Festival, Aizawa-sensei confirmed. Senshi found it strange. She loved the Olympics. Exactly. Top heroes will be watching everywhere. This is where you get scouted, Momo said, prompting many students to discuss their excitement about the event. Aizawa-sensei quickly silenced the class. This means you better not slack off on your training. Yes, sir, everyone responded, some already making plans for their training. Class is dismissed, Aizawa said as he walked out. With 2 weeks until the sports festival, Senshi felt pressed for time, and someone was determined to change that. You meet train, Bakugo ordered. Senshi was taken aback by his demand. Sure, she replied uncertainly. Bakugo sighed, clearly wanting a more enthusiastic response. After school, since you can't seem to make plans, he said, but Senshi felt the need to object. I can't. Why not? Bakugo asked, not intending to change his plans for one girl. Little did he know, that would soon change. Because I have clubs. Unbeknownst to her, Bakugo was aware of her commitments, but he chose not to mention it. Then when can you train? Bakugo huffed, emphasizing the word, can. It took Senshi a moment to think, and honestly, she needed to learn to keep her thoughts to herself. Before school. Very foolish of her. Okay then, don't be late, Bakugo agreed, walking away. It might have helped if he had told her where they would meet, but at least Senshi was socializing. As the school day ended, Senshi just wanted to escape, but a commotion erupted as the final bell rang. Instead of rushing out, students flocked to Class 1A's door. Why are you all here? Uraraka exclaimed as the heads of Class 1A turned toward the doorway, realizing they were being watched. Do you students have business with our class? Ida asked, echoing Senshi's thoughts. So this is Class 1A. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound arrogant, a boy with purple hair said, pushing to the front of the crowd. Bakugo growled slightly at the accusation, standing face to face with the boy. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or is it just you? The boy continued. I see. How sad to come here just to find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different path. I didn't make the cut the first time around, Senshi chose to ignore his monologue, as she preferred not to dwell on her own insecurities. Hey, make some noise, you enthusiastic sports fans. This year we're bringing you some of the most exciting performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Present Mike announced to the stadium packed with people. Let me hear you scream as our first years make their way to the center stage. Present Mike continued. Thousands of people filled the stands, each one cheering with all their might. The sky was clear, and the weather was perfect, a beautiful transition from spring to summer. First up, Class 1A walked out, followed by the other first-year classes in chronological order. Present Mike eagerly introduced each class as they entered, but his excitement contrasted sharply with Senshi's emotions. She felt nervous, to say the least. She had never done anything like this before, and even though she was much more confident in her fighting abilities, the what-ifs lingered in her mind. The 202 first-year students gathered in the center of the stadium, standing before a stage as Midnight Sensei walked on and began to speak. Now for the introductory speech, Midnight announced, her striking outfit drawing attention from the first years. Silence, everyone. For the student pledge, Katsuki Bakugo. Those in Class 1A were taken aback. Bakugo? Given the intense pledge of war by Todoroki moments earlier and the class rivalry he had ignited 2 weeks ago, his classmates could already predict the stir he would create. Senshi assumed it would be something incredibly bold, but with Bakugo's unpredictable personality, anything was possible. I just want to say, I'm going to win, he declared, provoking a chorus of boos and complaints from the crowd. Senshi had expected something along those lines, but it was a daring statement. What would happen if he didn't live up to it? Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. This is where you begin to feel the challenge. The first game of the festival will be revealed now. What could it be? Midnight asked rhetorically, as a projection displayed a spinning wheel of possible choices. It landed on, all 11 classes will participate in the treacherous race. You will run 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I won't hold anyone back, at least not in this game. As long as you stay on the course, you can do whatever you desire. Now then, take your places, contestants, Midnight concluded. The students began to gather around the stadium exit, and it was incredibly cramped like sardines in a can. Senshi realized she had no plan for this. That realization struck her as the stoplight system was nearing its end. Just run, I guess? As the lights turned green, everyone surged forward, making it harder for Senshi to move. A cold breeze brushed against Senshi's ankles. Todoroki was going to freeze everyone in place. Unlucky for him, ice was Senshi's domain. She unleashed a blast of blue energy from her hands, freeing herself from the frozen crowd, and it seemed some others from her class had done the same. Now, you have to understand that walking on ice and skating on it are 2 very different things, and those 2 dots didn't connect in Senshi's head. She barely managed to stay upright. Her next plan of action was to create her own path that only she could walk on. Unfair, she knew, but everything in this competition was unfair. Present Mike took note of Senshi's work and began to loudly praise it. Senshi curled in on herself from embarrassment. She wasn't used to this kind of attention. Todoroki seemed to be maintaining the lead, as well as his threat. Senshi wasn't as competitive as Bakugo or most others. She would happily settle for second place. Yet that didn't mean she wouldn't put in effort. What's the point of doing something if you're not trying? Well, enough thinking, more running. Robots were currently blocking Senshi's path. She had countless ways to get past them, and with Todoroki temporarily freezing them, she had even more options. Running through them was her choice until they started to topple over. By now, the platform beneath her feet was a distant memory. It had risen above her head, and she was determined to avoid any mishaps. Most were shouting for her to move out of the way as the forest green hulks of metal hurtled toward her. She was tempted to respond, but even with the utmost confidence, Senshi wasn't one to speak much. The robots missed her, only colliding with her protective shield overhead. Once again, Present Mike was having a field day, not just over her but also the other students in the lead. Senshi made it her goal to catch up to Todoroki and Bakugo, who were bickering about 100 meters ahead of her. UA wasn't kidding when they said the students would feel the challenge. Falling into a canyon could certainly be painful. The canyons were deep, impossibly so. No light could reach the bottom, creating a dark abyss, but the most extraordinary part was the ropes connecting the columns of ground within the canyon. Okay, Senshi could work with that. Todoroki was sliding over using ice, Bakugo was blasting his way across, and Senshi was running along a glowing platform. Her platform emitted a blue light into the dark abyss below, and she could only compare it to space at this point. Senshi was slowly but surely catching up to Bakugo and Todoroki, her platforms giving her an advantage. The running continued after the canyon, and Senshi didn't use her platforms since Todoroki wasn't providing any ice to slip on. It was also a way to conserve energy. Now, the interesting part began. Neither of the boys leading the pack seemed aware of Senshi gaining on them, but that wasn't the main issue. The two boys started to argue while running through a minefield. It might have seemed like Senshi wasn't trying at all, given how fortunate she was with her quirk. She felt the jealous gazes from behind her, ones she noticed and slightly internalized. That was until an echoing boom erupted from behind her. Pink smoke rose from the source, and someone was flying through the sky on a piece of metal. Senshi could hardly believe her eyes, but she had to focus she could catch up to Todoroki and Bakugo. The two were taken aback by Midoriya's daring move, momentarily halting their running and fighting. Senshi quickly caught up to them, prompting the two to resume their sprint as soon as they noticed her presence. Midoriya was far ahead, and despite their quirks, the three couldn't close the gap. One felt pleased with the situation. Another was slightly annoyed. The last was seething with frustration. The stadium erupted in cheers for the students as they approached the finish line. Midoriya claimed first place, followed by Todoroki in second, Bakugo in third, and Senshi in fourth. The number of finishers grew rapidly, with participants panting heavily. However, this was just the first event, and there was no time to rest now. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what an event it was. Only the top 42 will advance to the next round, but don't be discouraged if you don't make the cut. There will be other chances for you to shine. Now, the real excitement begins. This is your opportunity to step into the spotlight. Do your best. Midnight announced as the next game was chosen. The next challenge was a cavalry battle, and Midnight explained the rules and point values. The point value for the person in first is 10 million. The crowd was roaring enthusiastically as the second event began. The sun shone brightly, with no clouds in sight, but the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Unlike the first event, which had been chaotic and uncertain, this time it was charged with intensity. Everyone was focused on Midoriya's team, the 10 million points making them feel like celebrities among the spectators. Senshi's team, led by Bakugo, was more determined than any other. Senshi had no idea why Bakugo had chosen her, and she probably never would. What she did know was the fierce determination radiating from him. Bakugo was clearly frustrated with the Class B students who seemed to be teaming up against him, but he was not one to back down. His relentless spirit included daring leaps off his teammates, only to be pulled back with Ciro's tape. Surprisingly, this tactic worked, propelling their team from last place to second in no time. Senshi admired Bakugo for that tenacity. She couldn't pinpoint when her admiration had begun. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. He was someone she aspired to be like. It might sound silly, especially given Bakugo's brash demeanor, but over the past 2 weeks, she had glimpsed the softer side of him. Let's go. Perhaps sweet wasn't the right word, but the point remained. If Senshi had to share her thoughts on the cavalry battle, she would say it was a bit dull. There wasn't much action until Bakugo went wild, attacking a patch of frozen air for the third time that day. Once they retrieved the stolen headbands, Bakugo's focus shifted entirely to Midoriya. Let's take down that nerd Deku's team, he declared, his tone dripping with intensity. Senshi sensed a complicated history between them, evident in Bakugo's fierce concentration and the anger that seemed to be his default expression. With little time left on the clock, Todoroki's team cornered Midoriya's team between two walls of ice. In a flash, they moved in, and soon present Mike was excitedly announcing that Todoroki had claimed the coveted headband. Surrounded by ice, Bakugo took it as his cue to launch himself toward Todoroki, hurling insults in typical Bakugo fashion. But just as both Midoriya and Bakugo lunged for Todoroki's points, the time ran out. Bakugo landed flat on his face. Senshi felt a pang of concern. A concussion seemed likely. But then Bakugo, still face down, started pounding the ground in frustration. Todoroki's team emerged victorious, Bakugo's team secured second place, Team Shinso took third, and Midoriya's team finished fourth. Feeling hungry, Senshi decided to head off for a meal. Bakugo was puzzled. Why wasn't Senshi furious? Shouldn't everyone be upset about not winning? But he realized not everyone shared his perspective. Some were content with second place, a concept he struggled to understand. On his way to lunch, Bakugo overheard familiar voices Deku and his friends. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but as he pressed against the wall, his eyes widened with each passing moment, absorbing information he hadn't expected. His view of Todoroki shifted, though Bakugo still considered him a rival. Senshi felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could disappear. But two boys had convinced her and the other girls from Class 1A to change into cheerleading outfits. It was mortifying. She was also self-conscious about her soulmate mark being visible. Not that she felt insecure, but she didn't want millions of people knowing what it said. Present Mike was once again loudly commenting on the situation, and between that and Senshi's racing thoughts, she was overwhelmed. After the side games, the top 16 students from the 4 leading teams will compete in a tournament-style battle. You won't want to miss these epic matchups. Present Mike announced. Come closer to draw lots for your opponents, then enjoy the recreational games before we begin. The 16 finalists can choose to participate in these games or prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first-place team. Midnight began, but was interrupted. Ojiro raised his hand. Excuse me. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Gasps rippled through the first years as another boy from Class B did the same. Their reasons were vague, but it raised eyebrows. The battles were set. Midoriya versus Shinso, Shiro versus Todoroki, Tate versus Kaminari, Ida versus Hatsum, Aoyama versus Ishido, Yaoyorozu versus Tokoyami, Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu, and Uraraka versus Bakugo. Senshi found herself intrigued by the matchup with Kaminari. Her quirk could conduct electricity if the charge was strong enough, so she felt prepared. However, she needed to avoid close combat with him. Getting shocked wasn't on her agenda. She was grateful that she rarely spoke up. No one knew her full strengths and weaknesses. They were aware her quirk was energy-based, allowing her to create shields and platforms, but they didn't understand the full extent of her abilities. And understanding the why behind her powers was crucial. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Kaminari looking her way. For once, she wasn't worried, she was excited. Midoriya and Shinso's fight opened the one-on-one battles, and it was underwhelming. Senshi had hoped for something more spectacular, but Midoriya won, forcing Shinso out of bounds. Next up was Todoroki and Shiro, which made up for the previous match's lack of excitement. A massive ice wall appeared within seconds, setting the stage for an intense battle. Though Senshi didn't get to see what happened after, she had to prepare for her own match. She had a solid battle plan. Make Kaminari use his quirk and catch him when he was vulnerable. It was a harsh strategy, but Senshi understood the stakes. Sitting at the waiting room table, she took a deep breath, reassuring herself. She could do this. No, she wasn't going to fail. Could all contestants head to the entry tunnels? Thank you. Senshi exhaled and stood up, leaving the waiting room as she reviewed her strategy once more. She had yet to predict Kaminari's moves, but from the training sessions she had observed, he was known for going all out. Walking down the tunnel, she could see the light at the end. The crowd's roar grew louder, and her stomach twisted with nerves. It wasn't self-doubt, she just felt overwhelmed by the number of people. Previously, not everyone had been focused on her, but now they had no choice. The massive ice from the last round has finally been cleared. Now we welcome our next competitors. The Protection Princess from Class 1A, Tate Senshi. And the boy with an electric personality, another hero in the making, Kaminari Denki. Present Mike announced, and the crowd erupted for the two classmates about to face off. What do you say we grab a bite after this? I'd be happy to treat you. And comfort you after your loss, because this will be over in no time, Kaminari teased. Senshi felt her cheeks warm, whether that was Kaminari's intention or not. But as his body crackled with electricity, her focus sharpened. 1.3 million volts surged toward her, but her mind raced faster than the electricity. She quickly raised her hand, creating a wall in front of her, redirecting the energy into it instead of herself. Kaminari's expression shifted to confusion and concern. He didn't know how to react. Perfect. As his remaining electricity was drawn to Senshi's transparent barrier, she dashed through it, leaving the audience momentarily puzzled. Kaminari was momentarily stunned, giving Senshi the perfect opportunity. Despite his slightly larger build, she managed to knock him to the ground and pin him within 10 seconds, effectively immobilizing him. Midnight declared Senshi the winner as she released her hold on Kaminari, who lay on the cold concrete. A thrill surged through her as she heard the crowd cheering for her, a small smile spreading across her face. Senshi walked out of the fighting area and back toward the stands, the match lasting just as long as Kaminari had predicted. Looking ahead? Perhaps not. But she was satisfied with the outcome and could only hope for more success. Returning to the stands, she was met with cheers of, "Congratulations," and, "I didn't know you could fight so well." For the latter comment, She shot a glance at Bakugo, who merely rolled his eyes, a neutral expression on his face, making Senshi chuckle internally. Since she wasn't injured, Senshi watched the following matches, with Ida's fight being right after hers. Ida's match was if possible more tedious than the first. It turned into a lengthy advertisement for Hatsum, lasting a whole 10 minutes. Still, it was entertaining to see Ida get caught up in some of the support items. In the end, Ida won because Hatsum stepped out of bounds. Senshi felt indifferent about the situation. Hatsum had done what she needed to do, though it didn't reflect well on Ida's reputation. At least he managed to advance. Ashido and Aoyama's fight was dazzling. Aside from Mineta's antics, Senshi enjoyed the match. Ashido skillfully dodged Aoyama's lasers, forcing him to overexert himself. This allowed Ashido to land a solid punch, knocking him out. If Senshi had placed a bet, she would have won, as she had a feeling Ashido was more likely to triumph. It wasn't that she disliked Aoyama, she simply believed Ashido was more agile. Next up was an intriguing matchup between Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu possessed an incredibly versatile quirk, capable of both offense and defense, but her opponent had similar strengths. Unfortunately, Yaoyorozu lacked confidence, something Senshi could relate to. While Senshi had some confidence built from ice skating, she still found performing in front of an audience daunting. Yaoyorozu's hesitation ultimately led to her defeat, as she struggled to think quickly. The following match was tense, with Kirishima and Tetsutetsu both showcasing transformation quirks that hardened their bodies. Their personalities were astonishingly similar, and the match ended in a draw as both passed out simultaneously, leaving their rivalry unresolved. Now it was time for the fight Senshi was most eager to see: Bakugo versus Uraraka. Senshi knew Bakugo would be the first to strike, as he always was. However, Uraraka only stood a chance if Bakugo engaged in close combat, and he was clever enough to avoid that. Bakugo's expression was a mix of annoyance and focus. When Present Mic signaled the start, Uraraka moved first, but Bakugo countered with an explosion, keeping her at bay. The situation escalated when a pro from the stands commented that Bakugo was being too aggressive toward a delicate girl. Senshi felt a surge of anger at the sexism displayed. Aizawa, despite being bandaged, voiced his discontent, echoing Senshi's thoughts. The fight continued after that interruption, but both fighters paused as Uraraka thanked Bakugo for the distraction. In an unexpected turn, a meteor shower of rocks rained down. Senshi felt a rush of panic, sensing it wasn't just her own. Yet Bakugo surprised everyone by blasting apart Uraraka's attack, leaving her unable to continue. Senshi found herself torn between feeling proud of Bakugo and pitying Uraraka. It was safe to say the audience was blown away, both figuratively and literally. Todoroki and Midoriya had proven to be incredibly powerful together. How did it come to this? Well, the second round of the finals began, and the two were the first to fight. There had been a tense exchange, not just physically but verbally as well. Midoriya urged Todoroki to use his fire, and amusingly enough, Todoroki complied. The combination of ice and fire caused a dramatic temperature shift, resulting in a massive explosion. Despite Cementos' best efforts to restrain both combatants, his attempts were in vain as a whirlwind of energy swept through the audience. Before this, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu had settled their draw through an arm wrestling match, with Kirishima emerging as the victor. The fighting grounds were in disarray, and Midoriya had been forcefully thrown out of the arena. Senshi was next to face Ida, and if she won, she would have to go against Todoroki, the very person who had just torn up half of the ground. Panic? Not quite. There was no time for that, as Senshi had to prepare for her match against the engine boy. She anticipated that Ida would charge straight at her, so she needed to counter that. Second match of the second round, begin. As soon as Present Mic finished speaking, Ida was moving faster than Senshi could track. She felt herself being pulled back by her shirt's smart move on his part, but she had expected this. Senshi quickly acted a wall slightly taller than him in his path, and as anticipated, Ida ran straight into it. She passed through the wall and quickly assessed her surroundings, rising to her feet as the crowd roared in support of her comeback. That move had been risky, Ida could have easily broken through. Senshi couldn't manipulate her quirk for specific individuals, but taking risks was part of the fun, right? And that was what this was supposed to be, a bit of fun. With only a few meters left before the out-of-bounds line, she had to act quickly. Trapping Ida in a dome would be her best option. He was too fast for her otherwise. The dome encased him, but he could still breathe as gases could easily pass through, including smoke. "I'm sorry, Ida," Senshi said softly, so only he could hear. She began to shrink the dome, like a mouse in a trap. Ida tried to kick and punch his way out, only to realize his efforts were in vain. The match was over faster than the previous one, a trend that seemed to follow all of Senshi's matches. Ida, can you move? Midnight asked. No, Ida replied honestly. Ida is immobilized. Senshi moves on to the next round. Midnight announced. Senshi released her quirk, allowing Ida to stand. They shook hands, Ida wishing her well and Senshi thanking him in return. It may sound rude, but Senshi felt relieved when she no longer had to speak. That relief was short-lived, however, as she realized she would soon face Todoroki. Time to strategize. Next up was the fight between Ashido and Tokoyami. Both had shown confidence and strength in the earlier rounds, but Ashido found her acid ineffective against Tokoyami's shadowy form. In the end, Tokoyami secured a quick victory. As Senshi entered her waiting room to formulate a plan, Bakugo and Kirishima's match was underway. Kirishima, being more defensive, surprisingly had Bakugo on the back foot. While Kirishima could use his quirk offensively, it was primarily suited for defense, which confused the audience. Bakugo quickly noticed Kirishima overextending himself and countered with explosive force. With that, the final four were revealed: Todoroki, Senshi, Tokoyami, and Bakugo. Unlike Midoriya, Senshi couldn't predict the outcome, but she could anticipate what each contestant might do. Todoroki would likely unleash a massive ice wave, which was manageable. However, if he decided to use his fire, it would complicate things for Senshi. She needed to focus on how to counter Todoroki's ice attacks, as they were his primary weapon. Could all contestants head to the entry tunnels? Thank you. As Senshi advanced further into the competition, her nerves intensified, naturally. Unlike her previous matches, she didn't have a solid plan, but she had a rough idea of how to handle Todoroki's attacks. Please welcome the girl who seems able to stop any attack that comes her way, Tate Senshi. Present Mike announced, and the crowd erupted as she stepped into the stadium. And let's not forget the boy who literally blew us away, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki glared at Senshi, his expression not filled with anger like Bakugo's but rather a cold disdain directed at someone else. Senshi could only guess it was aimed at Endeavor, but she couldn't be certain. Let the first match of the semifinals begin. As expected, Todoroki launched a massive iceberg at Senshi, but she countered with a wall taller than the frozen mass. The ice shattered like a glitching video game, and now all Senshi had to do was reach Todoroki. Channeling energy through her feet and hands, she resembled Bakugo in that moment. She vaulted over the tall wall, letting it drop as she did. However, she was taken aback when the glacier began to melt completely. As she landed, it was clear Todoroki hadn't melted it himself. His widened eyes gave that away. He's shocked good. Snapping back to reality, Todoroki covered the floor in ice, a smart move on his part. Senshi couldn't create platforms without wasting energy, leaving her with limited mobility. Unless, would it be reckless? Probably, especially since she had never tried it before. Using her quirk to ice skate might sound irrational, but she decided to go for it. Senshi swiftly formed small blades on the bottom of her shoes. The lack of stability compared to actual ice skates was unsettling, but she didn't have much choice. Senshi began to skate swiftly towards Todoroki, who looked both amazed and shocked by her decision. She managed to reach him quickly and attempted a roundhouse kick to his head, which Todoroki narrowly dodged, releasing a small blast of ice in response. Senshi, however, skillfully evaded it. Her remarkable control on the ice was unexpected, but it was a clever strategy. The two engaged in a close combat battle, with Todoroki trying to shoot blocks of ice at Senshi. Yet, her force fields effortlessly blocked his attempts. Senshi jumped onto one of her platforms, removing the fake blades from her shoes. As she ran along the platform, it generated beneath her, disappearing behind her. She raced to the other end of the stage where Todoroki stood, ready to attack. But a thought struck her: why not trap him? It would be easy enough, but she had to consider her dome's capacity. It could only hold the mass of the volume inside it, excluding liquids and gases. Todoroki, being clever, would likely try to launch an ice attack to fill the dome, risking an overflow. Todoroki was making his way towards Senshi on an ice path, and they met in the center of the stage. He aimed a punch at her head, but she effortlessly dodged and, using her flexibility, kicked him under the chin. Senshi aimed to pin Todoroki down, but he countered with a burst of fire that forced her back. It worked, and Senshi stepped back slightly as Todoroki regained his footing. He seemed desperate and aimed an ice attack at her, which merely grazed her side and cut her sports jacket. In retaliation, Senshi launched multiple energy discs at him, each the size of a frisbee. Todoroki raised an ice barrier, but energy was hot, and it cut right through. One disc struck him in the arm, and he began dodging the rest, realizing that an ice wall was ineffective. Senshi preferred close combat and wanted to test Todoroki's skills in that area. She skated toward him quickly, firing more blue energy discs as she went. With a swift roundhouse kick aimed at his face, the ice particles scattered as she suddenly halted. Todoroki ducked, but Senshi punched him in the face, the kick having been a feint. He retaliated with punches and kicks, and the two competitors exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. It felt like a stalemate. Senshi blasted out more energy discs, giving herself a moment to regroup. What was she supposed to do? Trapping him was out of the question, and Todoroki had proven to be a formidable close combat fighter. The element of surprise was her only option left. While Senshi's quirk was named Energy Field, it encompassed much more. She could transform her vitality into blue energy that often took the shape of force fields. However, her quirk allowed her to convert her energy into various forms, though it always remained royal blue and transparent. Unlike Yaoyorozu, she couldn't create solid objects. Earlier, she had demonstrated her ability to unleash energy blasts from her hands and feet. But what if she utilized her vitality like a strength quirk, similar to All Might? Skating forward rapidly while converting her quirk's energy into something she could use for herself, she leaped just before Todoroki and began to spin in the air, her foot aimed at his head. It was a move that a classmate of hers would adopt in the future during his own encounters. Zaps of royal blue energy radiated from her body. It was unlike anything Senshi had ever attempted, and that thought was slightly unnerving. But she looked undeniably fierce. Todoroki was caught off guard by the sudden attack. With 5 discs he was trying to dodge and a person moving faster than Ida, he was hit. Senshi kicked him in the head, causing him to fall to the ground. She swiftly pinned him down, turning off her quirk. As her ears, once deaf to the world, became aware of the cheers from the crowd, she realized Todoroki was face down on the ground. Senshi had one knee on his back, her other leg crouched beside him. Her left hand secured his neck while her right arm held his arms back. In that moment, she felt her injuries, the side of her stomach throbbed, and she was sure there was a slight cut on her forehead, along with a few bruises. Exhaustion washed over her. It made sense, as she had attempted something entirely new, and it had taken a toll on her body. Todoroki has been knocked out. Tate advances to the finals, Midnight announced, prompting Senshi to rise and release Todoroki. She felt a pang of guilt for injuring someone, but she knew she had to learn not to dwell on it. Especially now, as she was headed to the finals. Depending on the outcome of the next match, she could be facing her soulmate. As the second match of the semifinals began, the crowd's roar echoed around the arena. Senshi walked slowly to Recovery Girl's office, feeling the weight of exhaustion. She knocked lightly on the door and heard a muffled, "Come in," from the other side. Upon entering, she was greeted warmly by Recovery Girl. "Oh, hello dearie. I've been expecting you. Just take a seat on the bed," Recovery Girl said, gesturing to a hospital bed. Senshi complied, feeling tempted to doze off. Recovery Girl placed a gentle kiss on Senshi's cheek, healing her as she did so and handing her a new jacket. Senshi's attention was drawn to the TV on the wall, which was broadcasting the sports festival. Bakugo and Tokoyami were in the midst of a fierce battle, with Bakugo currently holding the advantage. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was proving to be a formidable quirk, but Bakugo's explosive attacks seemed to counter it effectively. Despite this, Tokoyami was still putting up a valiant fight. Tokoyami found himself on the defensive, a position he hadn't been in since the tournament began. Bakugo shouted taunts as he pressured the bird boy, forcing him to yield with a blinding explosion. It became clear that Tokoyami's vulnerability was light, and explosions produced a lot of it. Now, it was time for the final showdown, Bakugo versus Senshi. Senshi didn't have a concrete plan, but she had been training with Bakugo for the past 2 weeks and felt she could anticipate his moves. She knew Bakugo would likely aim to overwhelm her with his explosive power, which posed a challenge since her energy fields could be affected by gas. If she attempted to trap him in a force field, he could easily break through, as her fields had their limits. Bakugo was familiar with Senshi's fighting style, but what he had witnessed in her previous match was something new. They both understood each other's tactics well, and only time would reveal the outcome. However, Senshi was fatigued, and since her quirk relied on her energy, she was at a disadvantage. Who would emerge victorious? That was the burning question on everyone's minds, whether they were in the city watching electronic billboards, at home glued to their TVs, or on trains catching glimpses of the matches. It's time for the final match, sports fans. And I know this is going to be exciting. Please welcome the king of collateral damage, Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo stepped onto the concrete stage, his expression fierce. And the queen of capturing, Tate Senshi. Senshi entered the stage, her face set in determination. Let the final match of the sports festival begin. Senshi was the first to strike, launching discs of energy at Bakugo like a swarm of bees. The discs were thin and somewhat flimsy, designed to conserve her energy. Bakugo retaliated by blowing them up, his frustration evident as he shouted, "In it." Senshi continued to extend her hand towards him, firing more discs. Next, she charged at him, still sending discs his way as he detonated them. Then she encased him in a dome that was just about his height and width, creating a claustrophobic space. Senshi didn't expect to win this way. Bakugo was too determined to lose so easily. The ground trembled with Bakugo's explosions, smoke billowing out of the dome. Present Mike speculated whether this would be the end, but the shattering of the dome cut him off. Senshi anticipated this outcome, knowing that if Bakugo continued to use his quirks so liberally, he would ultimately tire himself out. Both charged forward, Bakugo using his explosions for speed while Senshi drew on her energy. They collided in the center, Bakugo aiming a punch at Senshi but feinting at the last moment, vaulting over her. She sensed his attack coming from behind and spun around to meet his explosion with her leg, only to be pushed back slightly before he struck again. For every punch Bakugo threw, an explosion followed. In response, Senshi countered each attack with blasts of energy. As they circled each other, Bakugo unleashed a stunning explosion meant to disorient her. He had used this tactic in training before, knowing it was effective at blinding opponents and creating a smoke screen. He charged through the smoke, expecting Senshi to be there, but she was not. Senshi executed a backflip off her platform mid-air, a surprising move that caught Bakugo off guard. As the smoke cleared, she leaped from her elevated position, backflipping to deliver a kick. Just before she landed, Bakugo propelled himself upward to meet her. In that moment, they found themselves in a striking tableau, Senshi upside down and Bakugo right side up, both extending their arms with their quirks ready at their palms. That was the moment captured in a photograph. But what happened next was truly astonishing. When a powerful explosion combined with intense energy, it created a spectacular display. Blue and orange flames danced, with a bright white center. Present Mike kept the audience on edge as they awaited the results of the explosion, reminiscent of the fierce battle between Todoroki and Midoriya, a gust of wind sweeping through the crowd. Senshi was breathing heavily, her back supported by the energy wall behind her, dangerously close to the out-of-bounds line. She was winded from the force of the blast, her once high ponytail now falling apart, strands of hair escaping the elastic band. Half of her jacket was singed, revealing part of her sports bra, but she didn't mind. It felt like wearing a bikini. Bakugo, on the other hand, lay face down, his head raised as he eagerly watched the smoke clear. His hair was tousled from the explosion, and his jacket bore its own signs of wear. Both stood up, knowing it wasn't over yet. They were slightly shaken from the blast, Bakugo's arms twitching from the impact. Senshi's back ached, and it was clear why her hands were slightly burned from the heat. But even so, both ran at each other. It was clear to both that using their quirks would be a last resort, unless one of them was pretending to be exhausted, which neither were. Bakugo aimed a punch at Senshi's face, and she caught his fist just in time, while her other arm moved toward him. Senshi kicked his arms away and aimed for his face, trying to sweep his legs from under him. Yet somehow, Bakugo managed to catch Senshi's leg as she attempted to knock him off balance, bringing her down to the floor and pinning her. Senshi wasn't about to give up, even if she was willing to concede this round. She knew Bakugo would be furious if she backed down just 5 minutes into the fight. With a surge of energy, she unleashed blasts from her hands and feet, sending them both soaring into the air, Bakugo reaching the highest point. They were at least 10 meters up, with Bakugo slightly above her. Senshi was fatigued, and she sensed that if Bakugo executed what she feared he would, she would be in serious trouble. As Bakugo began to spark energy in his palms while descending, he aimed for Senshi below. Anticipating his move, she created a protective barrier around herself, giving her a moment to escape when he landed. Bakugo landed on the small platform and jumped down. Senshi stood back up, noticing that her lip and nose were now bleeding. They circled each other, strategizing their next moves. Bakugo's forearms twitched, and he suspected he had strained or injured them. Senshi felt her vision blurring from exhaustion, her palms burning from the heat of her quirk. She realized that her forearms were also aching because their quirks were somewhat similar. She knew she didn't have much time left. So, it was all or nothing, right? Senshi powered up her quirk, using blasts from both her hands and feet to charge at Bakugo. He was alert now, noticing the pain and fatigue etched on her features. He could relate to that. But he propelled himself forward too, unsure of her intentions, which made him slightly uneasy. To be honest, Senshi was uncertain of her own plan. All the logic she had going into this fight had faded, clouded by fatigue. A dazzling display of colors erupted around them: oranges, blues, whites, and a smoky backdrop. It was almost euphoric. As one of them was propelled away, eyes closed as their back hit the edge of the arena, the fight came to an end. Bakugo awoke suddenly, his heart racing and a wave of confusion washing over him. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he struggled to catch his breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic that he knew wasn't entirely his own. What was happening to Senshi? He felt helpless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, both from his own distress and a deep-seated worry for his soulmate. He needed to calm down, but the anxiety was too much. If Senshi didn't settle down soon, he feared she might faint from hyperventilation, which wouldn't be good for her health. Then, just like that, everything stopped. In that moment, Bakugo felt a fear unlike any he had ever experienced. The fighting arena was shrouded in smoke, spectators blinking rapidly to clear their vision. The atmosphere was charged with tension as everyone awaited the outcome of the intense battle. Class 1A members who weren't fighting were stunned by the ferocity of the match. Two massive blasts had erupted, rivaling the power of Todoroki and Midoriya. They had never considered how the two would fare against each other, but it was clear they were a perfect blend of offense and defense. As the smoke cleared, the outcome became apparent. Senshi lay unconscious and out of bounds, reminiscent of Midoriya from several matches ago. Bakugo was sprawled on the ground, his body facing the girl, both of them injured and exhausted. Tate is out of bounds, which means Bakugo is the winner of the sports festival. Midnight announced. As the words echoed in the air, Bakugo let his head drop to the ground, feeling utterly drained. He had done it. He had fulfilled his promise to win, at least for today. Both fighters were unconscious, their chests rising and falling with each breath. Fortunately, neither had sustained severe injuries. Recovery Girl's healing powers were effective. However, they both bore numerous bruises, cuts, and burns from the battle. Senshi was the first to awaken, feeling a dull ache throughout her body, but it was manageable. As she opened her eyes, she recognized Recovery Girl's temporary office. Senshi turned her head and noticed the elderly woman typing on her computer. The movement caught Recovery Girl's attention, and she approached. "I'm glad you're all right, dear. You took quite a hit," Recovery Girl said, shaking her head. Senshi chuckled softly in response. The woman handed her a glass of water, instructing her to drink. Senshi accepted it, unsure of the reason but grateful nonetheless. "The award ceremony is in 10 minutes, or until your friend wakes up." Senshi glanced at Bakugo, who appeared surprisingly calm in his unconscious state. "Is he okay?" she asked quietly. "Oh yes, he'll be fine." "Both put up quite a fight," Recovery Girl assured her. Senshi wasn't sure if she had won, but the replays on the TV suggested Bakugo had emerged victorious. A solemn expression crossed her face. She was proud of her placement but knew how much winning meant to Bakugo. If it were up to her, she would have let him take the award without a fight, but she knew he would never forgive her for that. Bakugo was determined to earn his victories. Bakugo began to stir, the sounds of the TV pulling him from his slumber. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. Recovery Girl approached him, checking on his condition and admonishing him for getting up too quickly. Senshi, still feeling a bit sluggish, watched the TV. The atmosphere felt charged, and she knew she needed to break the silence. "Congratulations on your win," she said. Bakugo glanced at her and huffed. "It was nothing. Maybe you're an okay fighter," he replied, exaggerating the word, maybe. Senshi laughed softly. It seemed to be Bakugo's unique way of giving a compliment. Recovery Girl cleared her throat, prompting the two soulmates to look at her expectantly. "It's time for the awards ceremony, it's downstairs." They both got up and began to walk. Bakugo was puzzled. How could Senshi not be upset about coming in second? To him, it felt like a total loss. He was constantly bewildered by her, by the way she made him feel, and by her reactions to everything. As they walked down the dimly lit corridor, Bakugo broke the silence. Aren't you upset about not winning? Senshi looked at him, surprised by the question. Oh no, Bakugo. Winning isn't just about coming in first, it's about surpassing those behind you. Bakugo had a lot to ponder now. The cold air was a bit harsh on her lungs at first, but the more she moved, the easier it became to breathe. It might not have been Senshi's best idea to attend figure skating practice just a few hours after the sports festival, but her choice was made. Senshi noticed that her coach was being a bit more lenient than usual, likely because Senshi couldn't stop yawning. You know, Senshi, you should really go home and rest. I can feel the exhaustion radiating off you, her coach suggested. For once, Senshi didn't argue. Taking the scenic route home well, as scenic as Mizudafu could be, Senshi walked through the forest at night. She had always thought it would be scary, but it was actually quite peaceful. Of course, every time she heard something unusual, she was on high alert. Then, something soft brushed against her ankle, causing her heart to race. Looking down, she saw a soft gray rabbit. It seemed odd for such a creature to be awake at this hour, especially alone. Senshi calmed down, realizing she was safe. Yet, the thought of leaving the rabbit behind tugged at her heart, reminding her of the times she missed Suki during her parents' arguments. Though it was late and the sun had long set, Senshi felt tired. With a sad smile, she continued her walk home, knowing the forest well. The sound of water flowing down the creek was familiar, and the wind rustled through the leaves, adding to the tranquility. It was peaceful out here, and Senshi had a feeling it wouldn't be the same when she got home. It turned out her hunch was right. Her parents were worried about her well-being, leading to a disagreement where one accused the other of not caring enough. Fun times. But that was in the past. UA had granted their students a rest day after the sports festival, primarily for recuperation. Senshi did recuperate, though her version involved spending the entire day at the piano, playing and endlessly altering the sheet music she had created. As you can tell, Senshi was a productive person. The music she played sounded pleasant to her, like snow falling quietly in the dead of night. But it had its own drama, which was Senshi's favorite part. On the same note of drama, the number of internship requests for the top 3 competitors had been quite interesting. Of course, Bakugo was slightly outraged to see that he had come in third, with Senshi in second and Todoroki in first. Todoroki, 4,123. Tate, 4,020. Bakugo, 3,556. Tokoyami, 360. Ida, 301. Kaminari, 272. Yaoyorozu, 108. Kirishima, 68. Uraraka, 20. Once again, Senshi was more than satisfied with her results. 4,020 offers were nothing to be ungrateful for. Logistically, she would have to choose one that would benefit her quirk or strength, which at least narrowed down the options somewhat. In the past years, it's been more spread out, but there's a pretty big gap this time, Aizawa-sensei noted. He no longer wore a body cast full of bandages, claiming that Recovery Girl had gone overboard. Some students were upset, others were happy, and one was angry, but overall it was a mixed review. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it? Even those who didn't get any offers. Aizawa-sensei began. Oh, so we're all interning? Midoriya asked hopefully. Yes, you already experienced combat with real villains during the previous attack on the USJ facility. But it will still be useful to see pros at work, up close and personal, in the field firsthand. These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or… Aizawa-sensei was interrupted by someone slamming the door open. You'll have hell to pay later. Midnight announced as she walked in. What you pick today could be your code name for life. You better be careful or you'll be stuck with something utterly ridiculous. The R-rated hero finished. Hero names. Funnily enough, it was something Senshi had never thought of, and now she was slightly panicking. Not having a clue what to say was unusual for her, but this time it would actually affect her. So brainstorming was something Senshi was doing intensely at that moment. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight will have final approval over your names. It's not my forte, Aizawa-sensei said while picking up his sleeping bag. White bards were handed out, and Senshi assumed they were for writing down her hero name. Doodling a flower in the corner was something Senshi did while trying to think. It always seemed to help when music wasn't an option. Maybe something quirk-related? That was the most obvious choice. But her quirk was vast, and therefore a name wouldn't be specific. Midnight suddenly spoke, bringing everyone out of their trances. Now, students, who among you is ready to share? Midnight asked, and Senshi's face paled. Not only had she not done anything but draw a flower, but her forced Brainstorming was getting her nowhere. People began to present their names, one getting rejected. They all fit so well, and Senshi couldn't help but wonder how they even thought of their names. Twirling her jet black hair around her finger as the rest was in a low messy bun, she put something together at the last minute. Her royal blue eyes scanned the board. It sounded. She didn't know how to phrase it, but it worked. Considering Senshi was usually a prepared person and this was the epitome of unpreparedness, it was good enough. Tate? Would you like to come and present yours? Midnight asked with encouraging eyes. Senshi nodded, standing up from her desk and walking toward the podium. She placed the whiteboard on the podium, the flat side facing the class. She said nothing, her voice escaping her in that moment. Though the whiteboard read, "The Energy Hero, Power Field." Midnight approved as the class clapped, and Senshi scurried back to her seat without a sound. So there we have it, the product of procrastination. Senshi liked it. It fit the majority of her quirk, and majority always wins over minority. Watching Bakugo's attempts to think of a hero name was slightly humorous, his two names being turned down by Midnight. After that, the hero name picking concluded, and the sheets of internship requests were handed out. Looking down at the many pieces of paper was a task. It could be compared to going to law school with the amount of reading that needed to be done. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we can talk about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those who are on the board will choose from among your offers. Everyone else will have a different list. You have a lot to think about. There are around 40 agencies across the country that have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on, so keep that in mind, Aizawa-sensei explained, leaving the room the moment the bell rang. Senshi continued to scan over her offers, though one rather popular hero caught her eye. Miruko. She was currently ranked 6th in the hero rankings, and seeing as she didn't have an agency nor did she work with anyone, it was amazing how quickly she was advancing. Obviously, the no-agency part was extremely rare for heroes nowadays, yet proven by Miruko, heroes didn't need agencies to be successful. However, Miruko didn't tend to work with anyone, so asking someone to work with her sounded strange. Not that Senshi doubted its realism, it just made her question a few things, such as whether Miruko was planning on training sidekicks. Well, it was most definitely an offer to consider. Yes, Senshi was still looking for overall improvement, but have you seen Miruko? The woman was made of muscle. That would definitely be a good thing to consider getting more athletic, that is. The busy cafeteria was always filled with chatter, especially among the first years after today. Senshi was sitting with Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Azui, yet she let the three of them do most of the talking. Senshi seldom spoke during lunch PRs, finding eating or sheet music more fascinating. Before now, she was used to sitting alone, but the three girls had insisted that Senshi join, and she didn't want to offend them. Tate, who are you thinking of interning with? Yaoyorozu asked. Senshi had her mind set on Miruko but hadn't made the choice final. I haven't read all of them, but I think Miruko, Senshi replied, her voice as quiet as ever. The three girls began to marvel at the offer, baffled that the hero had offered Senshi a place. Miruko doesn't have an agency, I wonder how that'll work. Azui trailed off, and Senshi was still wondering that too. The sound of squeaking brakes from trains and the bustling of people filled the air. Class 1A stood in front of Aizawa-sensei, all with bags and hero costumes, ready for their internships. Everyone has their costumes, right? Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and don't lose them, Aizawa-sensei clarified. Yes, sensei. Ashido replied cheerfully, though her enthusiasm was quickly tempered. Make sure you mind your manners with the other heroes during your internships. Now off you go, Aizawa-sensei concluded. The class responded in unison before dispersing to pursue their own activities. Senshi had been instructed by the teachers to meet Miruko at a train station in Shibuya, near Tokyo. The ride on the bullet train would take about 2 hours, giving Senshi plenty of time to think. After a few minutes of waiting for her train, Senshi settled into a comfortable chair in a mostly empty booth. She listened to music, allowing her thoughts to drift. The scenery outside blurred by trees and buildings merging into a mesmerizing tapestry. Suddenly, someone sat beside her, prompting Senshi to turn her head. A man in a black hooded sweatshirt sat there, his pale blue hair slightly tousled. He had a dry complexion, and his eyes were a deep shade of red. He looked strangely familiar. Oh, a student from UA. Weren't you the one who came second in the sports festival? He asked, his voice scratchy and unsettling. Oh, yeah, Senshi replied, trying to remain polite. How cool. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other in due time, he whispered, and Senshi's eyes widened. Feeling uneasy, she shifted away as he stood up and walked off. A sense of foreboding settled in her stomach, a cold, dark pit that warned her something was amiss. She should have listened to that feeling. Walking around Shibuya train station proved to be quite the challenge. A communication error had left Senshi unsure of where to meet Miruko. So, she wandered aimlessly. Holding her hero costume case tightly and with her backpack securely on her back, Senshi tried to calm herself. Finding a pro-hero in a crowded train station was no easy feat. Hey, are you Tate? A cheerful voice called out. Senshi turned to see a woman with rabbit-like features, her face lighting up with recognition. Why yeah, Senshi replied, relieved to finally find Miruko. The pro-hero was dressed casually, likely to avoid drawing attention. Alright then girlie. You've got an internship to go to, Miruko said, her upbeat tone reminiscent of Ishido's high energy. As they walked, Senshi felt uncertain about what lay ahead, but that was a familiar feeling, so she wasn't too worried. I'm sure you know, but I don't have an agency, so we'll have to improvise. We'll probably be patrolling most of the time, but we'll do other things too, don't worry kiddo, Miruko explained, her talkative nature making it hard for Senshi to keep up. Senshi hummed in acknowledgement, weaving through the bustling crowd behind Miruko. They eventually reached a quieter part of town with fewer people and vehicles. Miruko entered a tall building that resembled a skyscraper. The cool air conditioning was a welcome relief as Senshi followed her inside. This is my apartment. We'll change here and then head out to patrol. Sound good? Miruko explained. It might have seemed odd to enter someone's apartment, but Senshi trusted her. Yep, Senshi replied, following Miruko further into the building. Miruko's apartment was modern and spacious, more of a penthouse than a typical apartment. It made sense, being high up in the hero rankings must pay well. Miruko directed Senshi to a bathroom to change, and she quickly donned her hero costume, tying her hair back. Oh, by the way, if you're comfortable with it, you'll be staying here, Miruko suggested. Senshi agreed, assuring her it was fine. I like your costume, by the way, Miruko added, and Senshi thanked her as they stepped out of the building to begin their patrol. As they walked down the streets, they attracted quite a bit of attention, encountering several fans. Senshi realized she would need to get used to this aspect of being a hero. Being social was part of the job, and shyness wouldn't do. You know, you need to be more confident, Miruko encouraged. I swear I do try, Senshi laughed, a bit out of breath. That's what they all say. Anyway, what's your hero name? Power Field. I like it, Miruko responded enthusiastically. Their conversations mostly revolved around small talk, as there wasn't much fighting to be done. Cities like Shibuya were usually high in crime, but today seemed quiet. That changed abruptly when a bank robbery occurred. Get him! A bank employee shouted as chaos erupted. One man managed to escape, and Miruko was quick to act, pinning him to the ground in an instant. The police arrived shortly after, swiftly apprehending the man. Come on, Powerfield, let's go, Miruko called, rushing into the building. Senshi hurried in after her, ready to assist. While Miruko handled most of the fighting, Senshi focused on containing the remaining thieves, using her powers to create barriers around them. Hearing their frustrated shouts was oddly amusing as the police moved in to take control of the situation. Senshi knew that her dad specialized in Tokyo mostly and would take either a train or a helicopter, so when he showed up as a detective for the robbery, Senshi was shocked. Detectives weren't usually involved in petty crimes like these, yet this group had been on the run for a while, and their motives were unknown. That was why he was here, and Tanti, Senshi's father, had to admit that seeing his daughter pinning the group leader to the floor was amusing. He was the only one Senshi had to restrain, his quirk allowing him to pierce through anything, including Senshi's force fields. We can take them now, kid, one of the police officers said. Senshi looked up, seeing not only her father but other police officers who promptly arrested the man. For the other thieves, Senshi was able to step into her force fields and secure their HNDCFFS while they were still in the dome, then pull them out. Not a minute later, Miruko emerged from the vault area with the unconscious thieves over her shoulders, both dressed in black. Nice one, Powerfield. I got these two down in the vault, Miruko said, handing the two unconscious men over to the police. Hi, detective. Hello, Miruko. I'd like to thank you and your intern for helping us capture these villains. We've been after them for a while, Tanti said gratefully. It's no problem, Chief. How did you know she's my intern? Miruko questioned. Well, you see, my daughter here was having quite the problem deciding who to intern with, so I helped out. You're related? How didn't I notice? Anyway, we've got to hop off now. See ya. Miruko said as she and Senshi walked out, Tant tipping his hat to the two. The two women continued their patrol around the city, and not one crime occurred after that, at least for that day. Though Miruko had helped Senshi come out of her shell and talk, they both ended up learning quite a lot about each other on their first day of patrol. After their first patrol, Senshi learned two important things. Miruko was incredibly fast-paced at everything, and civilians loved the chance to see a pro hero, especially an intern. As the two finished their patrol around the center of Shibuya, they were surrounded by fans and people eager for attention. Senshi mostly found herself awkwardly laughing while Miruko handled the press and fans with ease. The second day was what Senshi described as challenging. It was a training day. Considering that's what she came for, she was getting what she had asked for. However, being pushed to her limits was something she wasn't fond of. Senshi and Miruko were in the apartment building's gym, where Miruko had taken her role as Senshi's personal trainer very seriously. Miruko was slightly impressed with Senshi's athleticism, but in all honesty, it was nothing compared to her own. So, Miruko was determined to change that. There were a few things Miruko wanted to help Senshi with by the end of the week: confidence and strength. And seeing as the rabbit woman was highly self-motivated, that was going to be no problem. The gym was empty except for Senshi and Miruko, which was an advantage for them. Senshi had built up quite a layer of sweat, her skin glistening under the fluorescent lights. Miruko was sending her words of encouragement as Senshi took a quick break to drink some water. "You know, girlie, you're stronger than I thought you'd be, so I'll let you have a quick break," Miruko said, watching Senshi guzzle down more water. Senshi had always admired Miruko as a pro. She didn't care what the press had to say, in a respectful way, and always got her job done. Senshi somewhat admired Miruko for her disregard for others' opinions, especially since it was something Senshi struggled with. Not only that, but Miruko's quirk enhanced her abilities, showing that the work she put in was evident. It demonstrated to others that being a hero required a lot of training. People literally placed their lives in the hands of strangers, those strangers bearing the responsibility of keeping the country in order. No wonder heroes were so popular. Senshi realized she wasn't pursuing heroism for the popularity. She wanted to save people not just from physical dangers, but perhaps from mental struggles as well. "Yes, Master, I think those two would be good additions to our cause. Think about it, she has great defense, and he has great offense. You're forgetting one thing though. That boy clearly shows violent tendencies and has already been treated villainously. The girl, on the other hand, isn't nearly as violent, though she does show determination, and determination can lead to violence." "You're right, Master. I must succeed. We shall have converted them by summer, I'm sure of it. Take your time. Perfection is key here. I won't fail you. I would never expect anything less." It was the fourth day of Senshi's internship, following 2 days filled with weight training and combat practice. Senshi had begun to genuinely enjoy her training, a stark contrast to her previous feelings of it being a chore. Miruko had given her a new perspective on the activity. The two had patrolled twice in the past 3 days, and today, that number was set to increase. Senshi had started to come out of her shell, albeit just a little, and it was mostly around Miruko, as they were practically living together for the week. It felt strange for Senshi, as she hadn't practiced figure skating or piano at all that week. While it didn't seem detrimental, she missed those activities. She had informed her coach and Nana about her temporary hiatus, so she felt reassured. Patrolling turned out to be an excellent opportunity to bond with someone. Japan was generally a safe country, but villain attacks still occurred. The recent capture of the hero killer Stain had sent shockwaves throughout the nation, even impressing Senshi, who usually remained unfazed by villainy. "Okay, today we'll be patrolling the more central area of Shibuya. The busier the place, the more likely crimes are to happen," Miruko instructed as they set off toward their destination. The walk wasn't far, as Miruko's apartment was just outside the central area. The city buzzed with activity, people bustling about, trains and trams gliding along their tracks, and cars speeding down the roads. Beneath this facade of normalcy lay the darker realities of society: villainy, the black market, and drag dealers, elements that society often chose to ignore. After all, if everything was truly normal, there would be no need for heroes. As they walked and chatted, alarms suddenly blared. A fire alarm echoed through the streets, warning citizens of impending danger. A fire was raging in a nearby building, rapidly spreading. "Come on. Let's go help." Maruko exclaimed, and they sprinted toward the burning structure. You stay outside and assist the civilians. Wait, my quirk can help. Senshi protested. But kid, I don't want you to get hurt. Who said breaking one rule would get me in trouble? It was a bold move, but Senshi was determined to assist. Maruko smirked, nodding toward the building. Perhaps not everyone would choose to rush into a burning building, but for Senshi, this was a chance to prove herself. The building was only 7 or 8 stories tall. Normally, firefighters handled situations like this, but they weren't on the scene yet. The fire roared, flames and smoke obscuring their view. Thankfully, Senshi's force fields protected her from the flames, leaving only the smoke to contend with. Maruko knew that what she was about to do was reckless and irresponsible for a mentor, but she felt she had no choice. She might face consequences for this decision, but it was logical. Power field. Go on up without me. Seriously? Yes, go. Your quirk is better suited for this than mine. A sense of dread filled Senshi's gut, not as a warning to stop, but because she had never done anything like this alone before. She had received training, but only a few weeks' worth. What was she supposed to do? Running up the stairs with her mouth covered, Senshi pressed on. She didn't have to worry about burns, thanks to her costume and her quirk. At that moment, Maruko was on the 4th floor while Senshi made her way to the 5th. Reports from those who had evacuated indicated that only a few people remained, perhaps just an elderly woman. Senshi admitted that the smoke made her eyes water, her lungs burn, and her skin prickle from the heat. It was an unavoidable situation. She called out for anyone who might be left, her voice growing hoarse, her introverted nature urging her to stop, but she found no one, which could be seen as a good thing. What Senshi didn't realize was the building's instability, a clear sign of her lack of experience. She reached the last room on the top floor, only to discover there was no access to the roof. Entering an apartment, she spotted 2 figures by a window, a small child and an elderly woman, both raising alarm bells in Senshi's mind. A child that small could only inhale so much smoke, and an elderly woman was similarly vulnerable. This was a critical situation. Please help, the old woman croaked. The fire was consuming her apartment, and smoke filled every corner. The sprinklers barely managed to cover half the blaze, and Senshi knew she had to act quickly. Don't worry, everything will be fine, she reassured them, aware that she had already pushed her quirk to its limits for the day, having trained before the patrol. Senshi rushed to the woman and child, scanning for options. Thankfully, they both had wet cloths over their noses and mouths. A window. That would have to do. Picking up the small boy, who appeared to be no older than 4, she began to explain her plan. I'm going to break the window and create a staircase for you to climb down. You'll go first, ma'am, and I'll follow right after, okay? They both nodded, and Senshi held the boy securely with her left arm. The window wouldn't open, so she would need to use her strength. Cautioning the woman to step back, she unleashed her energy to shatter the window, creating an opening large enough for them to escape. Constructing a staircase from her force fields drained her energy, and her vision blurred from the smoke and exertion. The elderly woman in a pale blue summer dress climbed out first. As soon as Senshi saw her begin to descend, she prepared to follow. But her action was abruptly interrupted. The building began to collapse in on itself, the fire extinguished by the lack of oxygen. The problem? Senshi and the small child were trapped inside. The small boy screamed, his voice muffled. By the cloth he clutched to his face. Senshi wrapped her arms around the child, trying to shield him as debris crashed around them. And then, everything went dark. No light, no fire, nothing. Senshi positioned herself above the child, holding herself up to avoid crushing him. She could feel the weight of debris pressing down on her back, something sharp digging into her. Pain coursed through her body, and for a moment, she wanted to give up. But the small whimpers from the child reminded her that she wasn't alone in this struggle. Hey kid, are you okay? She asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Her calm tone seemed to soothe the boy somewhat. Why yeah. That was a relief, he was likely just startled. That's good. What's your name? Senshi asked gently. Deku Au, he replied, trying to match her quiet tone. Okay, Deku, we need to be very strong and wait for someone to come and save us. It felt foolish here she was, a hero who couldn't save herself or the child. Okay, he was still clearly upset, and Senshi wished she could do something to comfort him. Are you a hero? Well, not yet, but I will be. I go to UA. Senshi wanted to stop talking and escape, but she also wanted to reassure the child. It was a struggle to balance her feelings. She realized they could be stuck there for a while, and the warmth from the blood on her costume was unsettling. That's cool. He seemed to be calming down, but Senshi thought of something. Are you scared of the dark? No. But you have to admit, it's quite dark in here. Senshi could sense him nodding. She wasn't fond of the dark either, which was why she asked. Watch this. Senshi conjured a small orb of blue energy, the last of her strength. It was no bigger than a tennis ball, but the boy's eyes lit up with wonder as he focused on it. Senshi felt a flicker of relief. Despite the tear streaks on his face, he had stopped crying. He had emerald green eyes and curly brown hair. Now, she had to focus on herself. What could she feel? Her core muscles burned from holding herself up, and the weight on her back was almost unbearable. Blood soaked through her costume, and every part of her ached. She felt exhausted, her eyes heavy from smoke and fatigue. Her throat was dry, and her lungs felt tight. In summary, she was hurt, in pain, and wanted to cry. But heroes don't cry, right? Even with the newfound light of her quirk, the black dots dancing in her vision were alarming. The boy looked at her, concern etched on his face. Slap me. But I don't want to hurt you. It won't, I promise. Senshi assured him. With the little room he had, he gave her a quick slap. Thank you. Why did you need me to do that? He asked, understandably confused. Because I don't want to fall asleep. My quirk makes me tired. She didn't want to tell him about her injuries, even if they were obvious. She didn't have the heart to tell him that it hadn't helped. She could see the black dots filling her vision even more, her orb flickering out. As the last of the light faded, she noticed the panic on the boy's face. He was just as scared as she was, if not more. Noises, bites, shouts. That was all she could recall from that moment. The boy was in a panic when the light disappeared. He would never admit to a stranger that he was afraid of the dark. He found it strange when she asked him to slap her. He didn't want to hurt her more than she already was. He could see the pain on her face. So when her body went limp and her eyes closed, his panic deepened. Miss, please stay awake. I don't want to die down here, he cried out. Little did he know, she was still conscious, focusing all her energy on holding herself up. It was the only thing keeping them both alive. Then he squinted as daylight broke through. It was so bright that he had to close his eyes, unwilling to look directly at the sun. But when he heard shouts of, "Found them," and "They're here," he opened his eyes. There were heroes, paramedics, and firefighters, every emergency service imaginable. A firefighter pulled him out with ease and wrapped a blanket around his shoulders while checking him for injuries. But he wasn't focused on that. His attention was on the people trying to rescue his savior. Miruko was there, along with police and firefighters. But there was so much rubble on her that it seemed impossible for her to be saved. Miruko managed to clear some of it, but a metal pole was embedded in her abdomen. His grandmother turned his face away, smothering him with kisses and hugs. He could hear the sound of a chainsaw. The firefighters had to cut the pole to free Senshi from the rubble, ensuring they didn't harm her further. Paramedics rushed to her side, trying to stabilize her. Inaudible to the boy, Miruko said to Senshi, "You had all the fun without me, girlie. I'm proud of you." He could only hope that she would be okay. Bakugo couldn't tear his eyes away from the TV screen in his hotel room. It was broadcasting the building that had caught fire in central Shibuya, and surprisingly, Miruko had come to the rescue, accompanied by her new intern. The situation called for rescue heroes, and Miruko, being combat-oriented, wasn't typically known for this kind of work. What truly captivated Bakugo, however, was Miruko's intern. He had briefly spoken to Senshi about her internship, but she hadn't confirmed who she was working with. Now, as he watched his soulmate rush into the burning building, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. He had entered his hotel room around 5 p.m. after another day filled with patrol duties. Turning on the news out of boredom, hotel TVs rarely had anything good to watch. His interest peaked when the reporter mentioned Miruko and her new interns saving people in a burning building. Now, he sat on his hotel bed, eyes glued to the screen. Miruko emerged from the building, carrying 3 people. Yet, Bakugo's worry deepened when he realized Senshi, referred to as Power Field by the reporters, had not yet left. He hadn't caught her name, as she hadn't spoken it herself. Minutes later, a window shattered on the top floor, revealing a staircase made of blue, transparent energy. Bakugo felt a flicker of relief, but his concern remained. An elderly woman climbed out, slowly making her way down the energy staircase. Then he saw Senshi attempting to escape through the window. But just as she was about to step outside, the building collapsed. Panic surged through him, a mix of dread and fear. He could hear the reporter's frantic voice, along with the chaos surrounding the scene. Senshi and the boy she was carrying were nowhere to be seen, buried beneath the rubble. His heart raced. No one, not even All Might, could emerge from that unscathed. The fact that a 15-year-old girl was trapped under there with a child was far from reassuring. The fire was out, but Bakugo couldn't care less. Where was his soulmate? His crimson eyes bore into the TV screen for what felt like hours, though it was only 5 minutes. He breathed, watching the professionals and emergency services desperately trying to clear the rubble, the silence around them heavy with anticipation. Then they were found. The reporter's tone shifted to one of relief as the boy was pulled from the debris and taken into an ambulance. He appeared fine, but Bakugo's concern for Senshi only deepened. The sight was alarming. She had a metal pole embedded in her abdomen. It was a shocking image, one that Bakugo couldn't shake. Yet he felt compelled to keep watching for Senshi's sake. His instincts as her soulmate urged him to ensure her safety, even if he wasn't entirely sure why. Even after turning off the TV, thoughts of her consumed him. She could have died. Was she? The bumps in the road were all Senshi could focus on as she lay in the ambulance, oblivious to the paramedic placing an oxygen mask on her face or the other administering pain medication. She felt herself fading but fought against sleep, knowing it would be dangerous. Yet, the allure of blissful rest tugged at her eyelids. "Honey, I need you to stay awake, okay?" a kind nurse said, her voice soothing. Senshi responded with a soft hum, concentrating on the rhythm of the bumps instead. She sensed Miruko beside her, filled with guilt and concern, but Senshi didn't blame her. It was her own fault for not escaping in time. Slowly, everything began to feel distant, as if she were submerged underwater. The conversations around her faded into a soft background hum. She was aware that they were working on her abdomen, but the pain was subsiding, adding to her sensation of floating. It was a moment of tranquility. But it was short-lived as Senshi finally succumbed to the sleep she had been resisting, much to the dismay of the paramedics who were trying to keep her awake. It was clear she had lost a significant amount of blood, but the metal pole had stabilized her condition, preventing her from bleeding out. Only at the hospital could they truly help her. Senshi underwent emergency surgery to remove the pole and reconnect the damaged tissue, nerves, and blood vessels. The procedure was lengthy and intricate, requiring precision down to a microscopic level. Thankfully, no major organs were affected, but it was still serious. 17 hours later, they managed to reattach everything, aided by her quirk, though she wasn't expected to wake up immediately. All Senshi could remember was the fall and being trapped under the rubble. The rest was a blur of medication. When she finally awoke, the slow beeping of machines and sunlight greeted her. She didn't open her eyes right away, but the light was unmistakable. An oxygen mask rested on her face, slightly uncomfortable yet necessary. Her limbs felt heavy, and all she wanted was to drift back to sleep. But recalling why she was there was important. She remembered fragments of the events, although some details had faded. She couldn't help but wonder about the boy she had saved. A gentle squeeze of her hand pulled her from her thoughts. Opening her eyes felt like lifting a weight she had never attempted before. Next to her were her parents, their presence a comforting reminder that she was not alone. Her mother was to her right, and her father was to the left. With both eyes open, Senshi looked around and realized she was in a simple hospital room. There was a clock, chairs, a bed, and various medical equipment. A few tubes were attached to her, which felt slightly alarming. The bed sheets were crisp white, and the ceiling and walls matched. Senshi was wearing a blue hospital gown with a dotted pattern. She could feel her hair was still in a ponytail, though it was starting to slip. Her father seemed to be the first to notice Senshi's limited movement, observing her eyes wandering silently. "Honey, are you awake?" he asked gently, prompting her mother to pay attention as well. Senshi hummed in response, not feeling up to talking just yet. "You know, what you did back there was pretty reckless," her mother added, and Senshi looked down, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. She was fully aware of how reckless the whole situation had been. "But, as I'm sure your father can agree, we're so proud of you." That wasn't the reaction Senshi had expected. She knew her mother would have something to say, but this wasn't what she anticipated. Both of her parents hugged her carefully, trying not to put any pressure on her injuries. Speaking of injuries, what had actually happened? What injuries did I have?" she whispered, attempting to speak, but her throat felt dry and scratchy. "Well," her father chuckled softly, "what injuries didn't you have?" Her mother nodded in agreement, which was a pleasant surprise. It took a moment, but Senshi noticed that, for once, there was no tension in the room. It was just pure relief. To start, you were struck by a large piece of concrete. The worst part was a pole that went through your abdomen, but everything is fine now. Thanks to the nurses here with their healing abilities, you're going to be okay. Natsuko, Senshi's mom, confirmed. It all made sense now. That pain she felt was explained. Senshi nodded in acknowledgement just as a nurse entered the room. Senshi learned that she had been unconscious for 20 hours, which she could agree was the best sleep she had ever experienced. While she didn't have any more injuries, she was advised to stay the night for monitoring after her surgery. Eventually, her parents had to leave, which left Senshi feeling a bit lonely. Checking her phone since some of her belongings had been returned to her, she found a flurry of messages from her class group chat. Most of them were about the fire, with people asking if she was okay and panicking because she hadn't responded. It was strange, people at her old school never did that. They had never felt the need to. Most of them just ignored her, but this attention felt nice. She quickly replied that she was fine, and the messages began to calm down. However, one private message caught her eye the most. Bakugo Katsuki. Are you dead? She wasn't dead, which was a relief. But what truly caused a fluttery feeling in her heart was the fact that Bakugo had actually messaged her. She wasn't one of those typical anime girls who fawned over the main character. No, Senshi knew that Bakugo wasn't the type to reach out to just anyone. He must have genuinely been worried. That was his role, though. They were soulmates, and they would have to learn to look out for each other. This understanding was something neither of them would take for granted as they moved forward in life. Tate Senshi. No, thanks for asking. It seemed her response sparked a conversation about their internships, mostly with Bakugo teasing Senshi while she responded with clever remarks. Bakugo hated that she was so intelligent. He hated that he loved it. She always knew what to say and how to say it. He was similar in some ways, though he often acted on impulse and emotions. He recognized that he needed to improve in that area, and for now, he would subconsciously look up to the person he was forever bound to. He also desperately needed to fix his hair, but that was a minor issue compared to the strange feelings Senshi stirred within him. The final day of the internships marked Senshi's release from the hospital. Before returning home, she decided to visit Miruko's apartment. The Sunday was pleasant, sunny with a slight breeze, signaling the return of summer. Miruko had been feeling a bit guilty. She knew it was irresponsible, yet she reminded herself that Senshi was okay. Despite her guilt, Miruko felt an overwhelming sense of pride for Senshi. The girl had exceeded all of Miruko's expectations, handling the situation with remarkable composure, and the best part was that no one had been hurt. I have high hopes for you, kid, Miruko said as Senshi stood on her doorstep. Senshi smiled, soaking up the compliment. Thanks. I also just want to say thank you for inviting me to intern with you, Senshi replied. Ah, it's no problem, girlie. I hope to see you doing great things in the future, Miruko continued, patting Senshi's head. I'll try. Nua girl. You will. Okay, I will be doing great things. That's my girl. Now off you go. Greatness doesn't come from standing around. Miruko was right. As Senshi walked away with a small smile and a wave, Miruko felt a sense of peace. Senshi might not have noticed, but Miruko could see how much the girl had changed in just a week. Senshi had grown more confident, her physical strength had improved remarkably, and most importantly, she had shown not only Miruko but all of Shibuya that she was worthy of being a hero. If that wasn't a success, Miruko didn't know what was. For now, though, Miruko knew she couldn't help Senshi anymore. It was time for Senshi to help herself. The Monday after the internships was eventful, to say the least. Most of Class 1A wanted to ensure Senshi was okay, which involved a lot of enthusiastic hugs and reassurances that she was indeed fine. One of the first hero training lessons upon their return was a race. Unfortunately for Senshi, she couldn't participate yet due to still needing to recover. Additionally, her hero costume was being remade after being damaged. The class gathered in what looked like an industrial maze, filled with metal pipes and tanks in a vast training area. I am here. I hope you are all ready to return to your lessons. Today it's hero basic training. It feels like I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Now listen carefully, we're going to conduct a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it to this rescue training. All might began, and most listened attentively. If it's rescue training, shouldn't we be at the USJ instead? Ida interjected, raising his hand. Ah, that facility specializes in disasters. As I said earlier, this is a race, so prepare. You're about to step into Field Gamma. Inside is an area of factories that form an intricate labyrinth, so good luck trying to find your way around. You'll be competing in groups of 5, each starting at a different location on the outskirts of the model city. I'll send a distress signal, and you'll do what you must to rescue me. Whoever finds me first wins, but please try to keep the property damage to a minimum, All Might concluded, pointing at Bakugo, which made Senshi stifle a laugh. She was to watch the activity to learn from her classmates. Why are you pointing at me? Bakugo growled, turning his head away in annoyance. Despite his irritation, he was grateful that Senshi was there, though he couldn't quite understand why. Perhaps it was a protective instinct. All Might began announcing the groups for the race. The first group consisted of Shiro, Midoriya, Ishido, Ida, and Ojiro. Those not in the first group watched the race unfold on a large TV screen. Is everyone ready? Begin! All Might declared as he pressed a button that sounded a horn. Shiro used his tape to swing around like a spider, Ishido climbed a building using her acid to create handholds, Ojiro flew around using his tail, Ida sped around like a cartoon character, and Midoriya navigated the course with impressive skill. It was surprising to see Midoriya managing without injury. In terms of improvement, he had made more progress than Senshi, likely more than anyone else. Midoriya took the lead, but his temporary advantage was cut short when his foot slipped on a pipe, causing him to tumble to the ground. Senshi winced internally, it looked painful. And it's over. Thanks, hero, and congratulations. All Might announced, handing Shiro a sash that read, "Thanks for saving me," which he proudly wore. All right. Shiro exclaimed, smirking as the other competitors sulked in defeat. However, the losers weren't the only ones feeling down. Bakugo was too. Senshi could sense the confusion radiating from him, mixed with a feeling of betrayal. She could only guess why he felt that way. His childhood best friend, whose quirk had always seemed too powerful for him, was now one of the top performers in the class, and all of this had happened in just a week. Senshi looked at him with comforting eyes, noticing Bakugo's slightly shocked expression. She wanted to say something, but she knew it wasn't her place. As the afternoon continued, Senshi found herself in a battle with her thoughts, debating whether to speak up. In the end, she chose to remain silent. After all the remaining groups completed their rescue trials, it was time for those who needed to change back into their uniforms. That was fun, Jiro said, taking off her costume. Yeah, it was totally exciting, Mina added, bouncing with enthusiasm. Senshi heard a commotion coming from the boys' locker room, but she focused on sitting on a bench, feeling unproductive. Don't even think about it. Creeping on them like that would be criminal. Ida shouted, his voice muffled. The girls exchanged worried glances, wondering what Mineta was up to this time. A hole in the wall provided all the information they needed. Jiro stuck one of her ear jacks through the hole, and a scream of pain followed, confirming their suspicions. The girls couldn't understand why Mineta behaved that way. There was simply no need for it. Ugh, thanks, Kyoka. Ishido said, her tone laced with disgust. Despicable. We'll close up this hole immediately, Yaoyorozu huffed as the rest of the girls continued to change. Aizawa-sensei stood at the podium with a serious expression, signaling that something important was about to be addressed. It was the day after the rescue trial, and not much had changed. All right, that's it for class today. You have only 1 week before your final exams begin. I'm sure you're all studying diligently, right? Don't forget to keep training. The written exam is just one part of it, and you also have the practical to prepare for. Good luck, Aizawa-sensei said as he walked out of the room. Then, chaos erupted. The actual results of the previous midterms were announced. 20, Kaminari. Hido. Toyama. 17, Shiro. 16, Kirishima. 15, Tokoyami. 4, Yurarka. 12, Koda. 11, Shoji. 10, Mineta. 9, Ojiro. 7, Hijui. 6, Todoroki. 5, Midoriya. 4, Bakugo. 3, Ida. 1, Yaoyorozu. Senshi felt satisfied with her second place. She knew what she needed to do and didn't feel the need to push for first if she already understood the material. Bakugo, on the other hand, was clearly frustrated with his fourth-place finish, feeling he could have easily been in the top 3, his mindset contrasting sharply with Senshi's. I've barely even taken notes this semester. Kaminari and Ishido exclaimed, their laughter tinged with a hint of anxiety. Senshi was walking home at the end of the school day, contemplating her internship choices. It felt like a day where everything and nothing happened, which was strange. What was even more peculiar was the sudden appearance of an ash-blonde boy. Hey, skater, who are you going to for your internship? That gruff voice could only belong to one person. It seemed Bakugo had given Senshi a new nickname, likely from the sports festival. I don't know, but I'm thinking about Miruko, Senshi replied, and Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement. What about you? Best Jeanist. He's the best option, so obviously I'm going there, Bakugo answered. It was a solid choice, though Senshi couldn't help but wonder how Best Jeanist and Bakugo's personalities might clash. Only time would tell for Bakugo. The two ended up walking home together, as far as their separate routes allowed. Senshi felt a warm sensation in her heart and an unfamiliar happiness from their small talk. Bakugo, usually preferring solitude, found it hard to leave her side until he had to. Their conversation was about nothing in particular, yet it felt significant in that moment. They both agreed it felt strange, but in a good way. It was a kind of strange that encouraged them to spend more time together, slowly but surely. The sun was setting as they walked, casting an orange glow on their pale skin, a cliché that felt oddly comforting. The sunlight turned Bakugo's pale blonde hair into a light shade of orange, while Senshi's hair remained mostly unaffected. However, her dark, entrancing blue eyes seemed to dance with the vibrant orange of the sunset. Bakugo's crimson eyes became even more vivid, the orange and red blending beautifully. Bakugo thought that Senshi certainly wasn't unattractive. Senshi could agree that Bakugo looked rather handsome, her cheeks flushing slightly at the thought, internally scolding herself. What neither of them realized was the impact this small but powerful interaction would have, its effects falling into place like dominoes. Chapter End. The 16th Encounter. Chapter End. Siege 18 Fuzzy. And with the sports festival and internships, I haven't even read through the textbook, Kaminari lamented, slamming his head onto a desk. Senshi, who never shared her homework, believed it was a person's own responsibility to take notes. It's true we haven't had much free time lately, Tokoyami added, sitting on a desk. We barely learned anything during midterms, so they didn't seem too difficult, but I'm kind of worried about these. We've been through a lot, so they probably won't hold back when it comes to testing us, Sato said, and Koda nodded in agreement. As someone ranked in the top 10, I'm not that concerned, Mineta said. What? You were 10th in the midterms? Kaminari and Mina exclaimed, rambling on in disbelief. Was he really in the top 10? I don't find it hard to pay attention in class, so I'm fine, Senshi said quietly to Yaoyorozu, who agreed. People began begging Yaoyorozu to tutor Senshi, and she bounced in excitement. It was safe to say that Senshi would not have reacted that way if someone asked her to tutor them. Sounds like I should be studying with her, Kirishima said, knowing it would irritate Bakugo. You think I don't know enough? Maybe I should beat the lessons into your skull, Bakugo retorted, his tone fierce. Or I could study with Tate, she placed higher than you, Kirishima continued, making Bakugo's frustration grow. Senshi hoped Kirishima was joking, she just wanted to study with her cat and her cat alone. At lunch that same day, Senshi, Yaoyorozu, Azui, and Jiro began to theorize about what the practical exam could be. Maybe it's something similar to the entrance exam. It could be, but you'd think Yue would spice things up a little. I agree, robots can become quite repetitive after a while. Senshi was mostly listening, not actively participating in the conversation. A sudden silence fell over the cafeteria, halting most conversations. It was Monoma from Class B, causing a scene. Again. I apologize for him, I think there's a hole where his heart should be, Kendo said, holding Monoma by the back of his shirt, the boy unconscious. I was listening, and I know you're worried about what's going to be on the big final practical. I heard it's going to involve combat against robots, like the entrance exam, Kendo explained, capturing everyone's attention. Really? How do you know that? Midoriya asked, and most people nodded in agreement with his question as the cafeteria buzzed back to life. One of my friends who's a few grades up filled me in. I know it's cheating, but oh well, Kendo said, while Midoriya launched into a mumbling rant about the what-ifs. Monoma began to stir again and exclaimed, What kind of idiot are you, Kendo? You just gave away our whole strategic advantage. That was our chance to finally pull ahead from that class full of idiots. Kendo knocked the blonde unconscious again, and good riddance. They're not the idiots, Kendo said, dragging him along by the shirt. I guess that answers your question, Senshi said quietly, as was her usual demeanor. Later on in the classroom, the news about the practical exam spread like wildfire. However, Senshi felt that something was off about it. Would Yue really give the students robots for their final exam? It seemed too repetitive. All right. This should be easy if it's just robots, Kaminari said, relaxing a little. Such awesome news. Ashido continued, her face lit up with a smile. Why are you both so excited? You have trouble controlling your quirks? Shoji pointed out. He had a valid point, everyone still needed to work on their quirk control. Yeah, but I can really let loose with robots. Kaminari cheered. And melting them will be a piece of cake for me. Ashido added, her enthusiasm infectious. Now you just need Yaoyorozu to help you study, and you'll be all set for finals, Siro suggested, prompting more cheers from Ashido and Kaminari. It shouldn't matter if it's robots or actual people, why are you two so thrilled? Bakugo interjected, his tone serious. Senshi, instead of tuning him out, was now curious about what he had to say. Who are you calling thrilled? Kaminari retorted, with Ashido nodding in agreement. Shut up. You need to learn to control your quirk, got it? Hey Deku, I don't know what's going on with your power, but I saw how you're using it now, and it's seriously annoying me. Bakugo's sudden outburst caused a murmur of suspicion to ripple through the classroom. That explained it. Bakugo was frustrated with Midoriya for improving. Unfortunately for Bakugo, Midoriya would never stop getting better. I won't have another half-hearted win like at the festival. We'll be getting individual scores in the upcoming finals, new rankings. So we'll all know where we stand. I'll show you how much better I am, and Todoroki, I won't hold back against you either. Bakugo finished as he stormed out. So that was it, an inferiority complex. Bakugo needed constant reassurance that he was the best, and now that Midoriya was improving daily, Bakugo saw this final exam as an opportunity to prove himself further. However, by the end of the summer, proving himself would be the least of his concerns. Senshi could confirm that studying alone with Suki was successful for 3 days before she was roped into studying with Bakugo and Kirishima. The cafe setup was cute, but why couldn't they have studied somewhere less crowded? Senshi wasn't exactly studying, she was more like tutoring. Bakugo knew a lot but often made careless mistakes in his rush to finish first, while Kirishima struggled with some concepts. No, that ending typically goes with an adverb, but sometimes there are exceptions, she kindly corrected. Kirishima made a noise of understanding as Bakugo silently and swiftly tried to fix his work. How do you even know that? We just learned it recently, Bakugo said, a hint of jealousy in his tone. I don't know. Senshi replied, shrugging her shoulders, which only reinforced her point. To be honest, grammar stuck in her mind like glue. She didn't know why she remembered it, she just did. Though Senshi still studied with Suki at home, she wore headphones at full blast to drown out the echoes created by her parents. Suki would sit on Senshi's lap while she worked at her desk, which was a comforting routine for her. However, written studies weren't the only thing Senshi had to prepare for. After returning from her internship, her clubs resumed in full swing. Bakugo insisted they train together again, claiming that Senshi was one of the few people, besides Kirishima, worthy enough to spar with him. She understood his perspective. She was the defense to his offense, and it would benefit them both. Senshi agreed, not wanting to say no, but also because she knew she needed to be able to fight. Although Kendo had mentioned that the final exams would involve robots, that didn't sit well with Senshi. What other option did she have? She couldn't drive herself crazy trying to figure out what it could be. So, she settled with the information given and dropped the thought after a few hours. After a week of constant physical and mental stress, the first written exams began. They were scheduled over a 3-day PRD, which meant even more studying in between. Since she felt confident that her written exam went well, she always seemed to know the answers. A rather sweet moment occurred during this time. On the final morning of the written exams, during Bakugo and Senshi's training, Senshi simply laid on the floor. She didn't know why at the time, but she realized she was mentally exhausted and unsure if she would survive until tomorrow. Bakugo felt similarly. Sharing emotions with your soulmate came at a price, especially during such a stressful time. Both were under pressure, and seeing each other stressed only doubled it. So when Senshi laid down on the grass, Bakugo understood why and laid down beside her. They rested next to each other in tranquil silence, not being productive at all, just gazing at the purple, orange, and red morning sky. It was likely the most NTMT moment they had shared, and it would be a while before they experienced something like it again. Though that was the past now, the class of 20 students stood outside the Central Plaza, also known as the training center, all in their hero costumes. One thing that confused most was the abundance of staff. Now then, let's begin the last test. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any foolish mistakes, Aizawa-sensei announced. Why are all the teachers here? Jiro asked, most silently agreeing. I believe some of you have gathered information and have some idea of what you'll be facing today. Aizawa-sensei began, though he was cut off. We're fighting those big old metal robots. Kaminari excitedly shouted. Fireworks, here we come. Ashido squealed. Actually, this year's test will be completely different for various reasons, Principal Nizu said, climbing out of Aizawa-sensei's scarf, causing everyone to freeze, including the partying duo. So Senshi was correct to think that the robots were a complete scam. You're changing things? Yaoyorozu asked breathlessly, seeming nervous. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat against actual people. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working in pairs to fight one of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't this fabulous? Nizu explained in an elated tone. It was not fabulous. Senshi knew Aizawa-sensei, and she knew that he would put people up against their weaknesses. Out of all the teachers, only one was her biggest weakness, Midnight. Don't get me wrong, she'd have a hard time against the others, but Midnight's quirk involved gas, which could travel through Senshi's force fields. So, in summary, let's hope that Midnight isn't Senshi's opponent. We're fighting the teachers? Uraraka exclaimed, her face in shock. Additionally, your partners and opponents have already been chosen. They were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are a team against me. Then we have Midoriya in a group with Bakugo, and they're against Aizawa-sensei started when All Might came flying down, declaring, I am here to fight. Senshi immediately felt bad for the two boys. Who wouldn't? They might be powerful, but their constant feud and the fact that All Might is All Might would render them almost helpless. You're going to have to work together, boys, if you want to win, All Might said, a sly smile on his face. His message was obviously directed toward the childhood enemies, though he still made a point. Everyone was going to have to work together, and for Senshi, she could only pray that she had talked to them at least once. The teams were Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos, Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm, Ida and Ojiro versus Power Loader, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki versus Eraserhead, Aoyama and Uraraka versus 13, Ashido and Kaminari versus Principal Nizu, Koda and Jiro versus Present Mike, Mineta and Shuji versus Snipe, Siro and Tate versus Midnight, Midoriya and Bakugo versus All Might. So, Aizawa-sensei had noticed Senshi's weakness. Though Senshi couldn't help but remember something, Midnight's quirk worked better on boys than girls. Maybe Senshi could exploit that? To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes. In order to win, your objective is to put these HNDCFFS on your teacher, or you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage, Nizu explained further. So we've either got to capture the teacher or run away. It's basically like the combat training, Kaminari analyzed. Yeah, but is it really okay to just jet? Ashido asked, a hopeful tone shining through. Yep, Nizu confirmed, so that was good news at least. It's going to be a lot different than that combat training you all went through earlier. After all, you're up against people way better than you, Present Mike continued. Better really? Aren't you just the announcer? Jiro interrupted, making him rather annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth, girl. Have some respect. Present Mike retorted, looking quite offended. This time, your exam will be very similar to a real battle. As strange as it is, please think of us as villains, 13 stated. It seemed at this point that the teachers had all of this planned out and rehearsed. Assuming you come across your enemy, if you think you can win against them, then fight. However, Snipe began, though Aizawa-sensei finished his sentence. In instances where you're outmatched, it would be smarter to run away and find help. Todoroki, Ida, Midoriya, I'm sure the three of you understand, Aizawa-sensei continued. Senshi didn't know what Aizawa-sensei was talking about, though it may have been something to do with internships. It only made sense that way. The teachers then went on about some ultra-compressed weights that would add up to weigh half a person's body weight. This would give the students an advantage. Though would it really give them an advantage? They were trained to use their quirks, weights weren't going to change that. Let's begin. The teams will take the practical exam in the order you were called. There's a stage prepared for you. Sato, Kirishima, you're up, Aizawa-sensei instructed. Those waiting for their exam can either watch the exams or try to strategize as a team. It's your choice, that's all. Aizawa-sensei said while walking away as the other teachers followed suit. Next hurdle to pass, Talking strategy. Senshi had never directly spoken to Shiro, and Shiro had never directly spoken to Senshi. Thankfully for Senshi, Shiro was the one to initiate the conversation. "Hi, so what do you think we should do against midnight?" he asked, getting straight to the point. I was thinking that we're better off running. But can't you just put up a wall?" "Fair question, but no. No, gases travel through my fields." "That doesn't mean we can't attack midnight, though," Senshi suggested. "You're right. Could you trap her?" "Yes." "Perfect." Walking out to the mountain zone was rather tense. They both had a plan, yet they also didn't. It was a basic overview of what they needed to do: trap midnight and run. Cool, but that wouldn't stop the gas. Senshi didn't know if Shiro thought of that, but she at least hoped he did. "Team Tate and Shiro, practical exam, begin," the loudspeaker announced. The two began to run towards the exit, though Senshi remembered something. She didn't know if Shiro knew, but Midnight's quirk worked best on men, not women, so. "Look out." Shiro pushed Senshi out of the way just as Midnight unleashed her quirk. Shiro's body inevitably sank to the floor, sending a slight sense of panic through Senshi. Now she was on her own. "One down, one to go," Midnight said, seemingly talking to herself. Senshi still had the cuffs. Was there a chance of handcuffing Midnight? "You wouldn't abandon a teammate in need, would you, Tate?" Midnight taunted, clearly trying to provoke Senshi. She didn't want to leave Shiro behind, but what other choice did she have? An ingenious plan quickly formed in Senshi's mind. It commence. Midnight stood up, leaving Shiro on the floor. To counter that, Senshi created a dome around Midnight. It wouldn't stop Midnight's gas from escaping, but it would prevent any physical attacks. Running into the gas might have seemed reckless, but Senshi knew she only had one shot at this. "What a clever girl, you understand how my quirk works, don't you?" Midnight asked, her tone mocking. Pushing further into the gas on the rocky terrain, Senshi eventually made it into the force field, allowing herself inside. The space was small and confined, leaving little room to maneuver. Midnight swung her whip as Senshi attempted to secure HNDCFFS onto her. "You have a good plan, but it was foiled the moment it began." "No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't." In one fluid motion, Senshi took the HNDCFFS in her left hand and snapped them onto Midnight's arm while knocking the woman off balance. Her and Shiro's battle was possibly the shortest one, but isn't that how a hero is supposed to act? Team Tate and Shiro have passed the practical examination. As soon as that was announced, both Midnight and Senshi deactivated their quirks. Senshi immediately gasped for air, having held her breath for over a minute, which felt like an eternity. It was an overall success, and even without a solid plan or structure for the exam Senshi had passed, she could only hope that Shiro had too, though who knew? "Good morning. Unfortunately, a few of you did not pass your final exams, so when it comes to the training camp in the woods, everyone is going," Aizawa-sensei said with a mischievous smile. Senshi was surprised, not only by Aizawa-sensei's smile but also by the fact that it was true. Usually, when students failed their exams, they couldn't go on school trips. So maybe Aizawa-sensei was being nice this time? "Seriously?" Ashido exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Yes, the good news is that no one failed the written exam, but 5 did poorly on the practical 2 teams, and then Shiro as well." This caused Shiro to mumble, "I didn't do enough to pass." "Allow me to explain. In the practical battles, the teachers ensured there was a way for the students to win, otherwise, you wouldn't have stood a chance. We were interested in how you would work together and approach the task at hand," Aizawa-sensei continued. "But didn't you promise that the teachers wouldn't hold back?" Bujiro asked. "That was just to keep you on your toes. Besides, the training camp will focus on building your strength. Those who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you." "That was just a strategic deception," Aizawa-sensei said, his smile returning. "Aizawa-sensei, this is the second time you've misled us. Aren't you afraid we'd lose faith in you?" Ida exclaimed, springing up from his chair. A bit blunt there, Tenya," Uraraka chuckled. "That's a valid point. I'll consider it, but I wasn't lying about everything. Failure is failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you, and frankly, they'll be much tougher than what you would have faced at summer school." Aizawa-sensei's words caused the 5 students to freeze. So much for getting off easy. Senshi, however, wasn't affected by this news. She could thank her cat for her passing grade. Yes, Suki deserved credit. The weather had taken a turn for the better, with summer approaching. Thankfully for Class 1A, There was only one more week of school until summer break, during which the summer camp was scheduled. Senshi was supposed to go on a trip to Dubai for her father's work, but it would only be for a week. UA had warned students against traveling due to increased activity from the League of Villains. No one knew what they were planning, but if they were on the move, it couldn't be good. The school had also assured students that the League's activity was nothing to worry about, but how wrong they were. At some point during the final week of school, someone mentioned a trip to the mall. Senshi didn't have the heart to decline, and according to her mother, it would be a good social experience. This led to most of the class gathering in a bustling mall. Midoriya began muttering about the many clothing shops, prompting Tokoyami to step in. "Stop, you're scaring the children." Okay, maybe Senshi exhaled a little harder than she intended. It was amusing. However, she didn't notice the stares her class was receiving from passers-by. "Whoa, are those UA students?" someone exclaimed. "Wow, I think it's 1A. I saw them on TV." The sports festival was amazing. Surprisingly, Senshi had completely forgotten that people might recognize her. "I can't believe they still remember that." Uraraka chuckled, shocked. Senshi nodded in agreement. Soon enough, people split off into groups, but Senshi stayed put. She didn't want to offend anyone by not joining them, so she remained still. This left her with Midoriya and Uraraka, who were also just standing there, likely stunned by how quickly the class had disbanded. "Looks like it's just the three of us now," Midoriya said. "Yeah," Uraraka replied, her voice strained as Senshi nodded along. "So, what are you both going to shop for today?" "I want to find some heavier wrist weights to enhance my training," Midoriya stated. "I don't need anything in particular," Senshi quietly replied. "I mostly just need bug spray." Uraraka's face turned beet red. "Gotta keep those pests away." "Do you mean me?" Midoriya asked, feigning offense as Uraraka dashed away, her ears still red. "Just the two of us now," Senshi said, watching Uraraka disappear into the crowd. "We came here together as a class, but here we are as a pair," Midoriya said, sounding a bit down. "Oh look, it's students from U. Nice," a raspy voice said, one that was all too familiar. "I want an autograph," he continued, putting his arms around Senshi and Midoriya's shoulders. "You were the one who got beaten in the sports festival. And you were the girl who caused that massive explosion, right?" Midoriya laughed awkwardly, while Senshi felt overwhelmed by the lack of personal space and recognized the man but couldn't place him. "Aren't you one of the students who encountered the hero killer during the Hosu incident?" That question made Senshi think. It wasn't aimed at her, so what had happened to Midoriya? "Huh, you sure know a lot," Midoriya replied, and Senshi hoped he was finally realizing that this situation was uncomfortable. "What can I say? I'm just a big fan of both of you." The man's pale blue hair brushed against Senshi's neck as her own black hair was tied up. Midoriya's face showed slight panic, but he was trying to maintain his composure. "I can't believe I'm running into you both again. It feels like destiny." "Were you the man on the train?" Senshi's voice trembled with unease, and Midoriya looked confused. "I'm so glad you remembered me, but this moment feels like fate." The man's hands rested lightly on both students' necks, his fingers barely making contact. "Though you might only remember me from the attack on UA, why don't we spend some time catching up?" Midoriya Izuku, Tate Senshi. Both Midoriya and Senshi felt beads of sweat trickling down their faces, the grip on their necks tightening ever so slightly. "Shigaraki Tamura," Midoriya said with a hint of distaste. Shigaraki guided them to a bench next to a fountain, muttering, "Act natural, don't make a scene. I'm just an old friend who happened to run into you at the mall. Calm down and wipe those expressions off your faces. I think we should have a conversation, just a friendly chat. And of course, if you try to escape or confront me in any way, well, it will be swift." The humming of the bus engine was one of the quieter sounds, overshadowed by the lively chatter of Class 1A. Senshi, however, sat quietly, gazing out the window. A few days earlier, the class had spent a day at the school pool, which had ended in frustration over an unfair race outcome. While the boys had their competitive moments, the girls enjoyed a more relaxed experience. The 7 girls mostly played volleyball but also found themselves refereeing the boys' intense swimming competition. It had been a pleasant day, one of the few calm moments they had experienced recently. Aizawa-sensei seemed to have given up on maintaining silence in the bus, but was it really his first time doing so? The bus was navigating a particularly mountainous area, the road narrow and winding. Yet the view was breathtaking, with a blanket of lush trees stretching for miles over the cliff's edge. The bus finally stopped at a rest area, which was precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. As the students exited, they noticed a plain car parked nearby. Finally, I needed to get off that bus. Kaminari exclaimed, stretching and cracking his back. This isn't much of a rest area, Kirishima commented. Yeah, and where's Class B? Jiro asked. You don't think we stopped here just for you to stretch your legs, do you? Aizawa-sensei replied. Senshi hoped he was joking. She really didn't want to be part of whatever plan he had in mind. Hey, Eraser! A feminine voice called from the black car. Long time no see, Aizawa-sensei responded, bowing slightly. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow, one lady announced. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls, another added. You can call us the wild PP cats, they both said, striking a pose. Senshi's attention, however, was drawn to a small boy with black hair like hers, though his was hidden beneath a red hat adorned with golden thorns. These are the pros you'll be working with at the summer training camp, Aizawa-sensei explained. They're a 4-person team specializing in mountain rescues. The PP Cats were formed when we were kids ages ago. This marks their 12th year working as a Midoriya's enthusiastic explanation was cut short when one of the ladies playfully covered his mouth. I'm pretty sure your math is off. I'm 18 at heart, she declared, her blue cat costume certainly catching attention. Senshi thought the outfit was unique, but the skirt seemed impractical. We own this entire stretch of land. The summer camp you're staying at is at the base of the mountain, one of the ladies, Mandalay, said, pointing into the distance. Senshi began to fidget nervously. There was no way they would make them run there, right? Right? Wrong. This led to everyone being unexpectedly thrown off the cliff, landing rather awkwardly on the rocky ground below. Good news. Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want. You've got 3 full hours to reach the facility, that is, if you can make it through the beast's forest, Mandalay announced, her voice echoing from where the students had once stood. A deep thud resonating from deep within the forest made it clear that this was just the beginning. Senshi found herself being dragged by Bakugo, who had a firm grip on her arm while she felt utterly exhausted. She was conscious but barely felt like blinking. Everyone was tired and sore, realizing that sleep wouldn't be enough if their minds were fatigued. By the end of the training camp, it would be more than just their minds that were drained. You said it was only going to be 3 hours. Ciro complained, with many others nodding in agreement. I guess we miscalculated how long it would take, sorry, Mandalay replied, her tone somewhat apologetic. You guys did great, especially the 4 of you. Pixie Bob said, pointing at Ida, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo. It seems like you've had quite a bit of experience. I call dibs on these kittens, I'll groom them myself, she said, playfully lunging at the boys. They flailed their arms as Pixie Bob approached, but in the chaos, Bakugo accidentally dropped Senshi. She was fine but decided that moving was overrated at that moment. Everyone watched the amusing interaction of an adult fawning over some 15- and 16-year-old boys. Midoriya tried to speak, but Pixie Bob placed her hand over his mouth, taking the lead instead. Choose your words wisely, boy. I've just been wondering since we got here earlier, who's that kid? What's he doing here? Midoriya asked, his voice muffled as he pointed at the small boy. Oh, this little guy? He's my cousin's son. He lives with us now. Don't be shy, Koda, say hi to everyone. You'll be around them for the next week, Mandalay explained. Midoriya approached the boy to introduce himself, but the younger child seemed uninterested and ended up punching Midoriya in a rather unexpected place. Last thing I want is to hang out with wannabe heroes. Koda huffed, reminding Senshi of someone she was getting closer to. Wannabe? How old are you, kid? Ida asked, disbelief evident in his tone. That kid's got spunk, Bakugo remarked with a rare smile. He's like a mini version of you, Todoroki said in his usual monotone voice. What are you talking about? You need to shut your mouth before I blast you all the way to the moon. Bakugo retorted, his earlier good mood fading. Yeah, sure, Todoroki replied, unfazed. The next 2 days seemed to blend together, with Senshi feeling as if she were floating. It was likely due to her constant exhaustion, but something felt off in the atmosphere. What had once been lighthearted and cheerful now felt tense and focused, a change. Senshi didn't appreciate. Yet, one event did manage to lift her spirits, Minetta's comical attempt to climb the wall, which was hilariously thwarted by a 5-year-old. Though that memory quickly turned into one that made her blush, especially when the topic of soulmates arose. With Senshi's soulmate just a wall away, the questioning only intensified her rosy red cheeks. Cooking dinner on the 3rd evening was quite enjoyable. Bakugo had proven to be an expert at chopping vegetables, while Senshi focused on her own tasks, ensuring Bakugo didn't add too much spice to their meal. Senshi had learned to cook reasonably well, thanks to her Nana, who had been the inspiration behind many of her skills. Reflecting on it now, Senshi realized that her Nana was the foundation of most of her talents. Partially across the country in Kamino, Senshi and Bakugo were suddenly transported into a bar. Before either could react, a sharp blow to the head sent them into unconsciousness, and they awoke a day later in uncomfortable chairs. Could being knocked out be considered sleep? When they regained consciousness, it felt as though they hadn't rested at all. The chairs were rigid and cold, made of concrete, with leather straps across their chests and under their arms, effectively binding them. The most troubling part was the cork-restraining HNDCFFS that limited their movements. Senshi needed to use her hands in specific motions to create different shaped fields, and if she wanted to unleash her power, it had to come from her hands. However, her feet were also an option, which was why they were strapped to the chair as well. Both were relatively uninjured, with the worst being a cut on Senshi's cheek. The bar smelled of liquor and damp wood, and the dim lighting attempted to create a cozy atmosphere, but the two students were focused on the TV. Reporters were scrutinizing UA, asking questions that the school couldn't answer. "Why do you think the League of Villains took Tate and Bakugo?" one reporter asked. Shigaraki was more than willing to provide an answer. "The media is all over this, don't you think?" Bakugo Katsuki, Tate Senshi. The two exchanged suspicious glances, one of them filled with more malice than the other. "People across the country are wondering why we came for you, but the best part is, I wasn't even looking when I found you both. UA really tried to keep the campus secret, didn't they? So in return, I'll tell you both why I took you, and I won't even keep it a secret." Senshi and Bakugo listened intently, knowing UA had indeed tried to keep things under wraps. But why wouldn't Shigaraki need to hide his intentions? "I think the reason I took Bakugo is obvious. Already criminalized by civilians at the sports festival, not to mention your immense power that holds great potential. But what really caught our attention was your attitude. An attitude like that will never get you anywhere." Bakugo's brows furrowed in offense, and he instinctively curled in on himself. When Shigaraki referred to Bakugo as obscene, Senshi felt a pang of hurt within her. She had expected Bakugo to lash out, but instead he internalized it. Perhaps he wasn't as tough as he appeared. "I'll be the #1 hero, you BS. This isn't going to stop me." Bakugo shouted defiantly. Senshi now understood. He masked his pain with anger, making himself his own worst enemy. "I don't doubt that, but think about it. Not even a month into the hero course, and all you're known for is violence. Not a great reputation for you, Bakugo. On the other hand, Tate, it would take a blind person to say you lack potential. From the outside, you seem like a quiet girl. But don't think no one noticed how easily your power spiraled out of control, the way you looked at your opponents with anger and hurt. It almost seemed like you wanted to destroy them with that incredible quirk of yours." No, that wasn't right. Senshi never wanted to hurt anyone. As Shigaraki continued, her heart sank. Was she truly being villainized without realizing it? "But that's only part of the reason you should join us. Everything I just said was on the national news the day after the sports festival. And I'm sure you know what that means. Society already views you both as threats. And if they deem you a threat, they will do anything to eliminate you." That hit too deep. It felt as if Shigaraki had memorized all their faults and weaknesses, throwing them back in their faces like a challenge. "I'll leave you to think about our offer," Shigaraki said, exiting the room with his comrades. The silence that followed was heavy. Both needed to speak, but the weight of their thoughts was suffocating. It wasn't physical pain. It felt like an invisible knife had sliced through their hearts, tearing away their dreams and hopes. Senshi turned to Bakugo, and he met her gaze. They both bore dark circles under their eyes, their skin pale and worn. It had only been a day, soon to be 2, since they were trapped here. Looking into each other's eyes, Senshi searched Bakugo's for answers, while he sought comfort in hers. They realized they were strangers in each other's worlds. They acted like friends, but in truth, they were nothing more than unfamiliar faces. Another day passed in silence, leading into night. Both appeared disheveled, dirt smudged on their clothes and in their hair. Senshi had dried blood on her cheek, remnants of their ordeal. It was only after 2 days that something broke the silence. "How do you feel about this?" Senshi's soft voice cut through the stillness, the first to acknowledge the crushing weight of their situation. "I'm fine, you idiot. You're the one with blood on your face, Bakugo retorted, a hint of relief washing over Senshi at his response. It's nothing, but we should focus on getting out of here. It was strange how Senshi hadn't noticed before. She was no longer the quiet girl Bakugo had once seen her as. She had become someone he trusted, someone he spoke to more than anyone else. But the sad truth remained, they were still just strangers, too afraid to share their true selves. And that only made them feel more distant from each other, though neither of them had realized it yet. You don't say. I've been thinking about it, but these losers have us cornered. Bakugo was about to continue when the sharp creak of a door opening interrupted him. The members of the League of Villains took their seats, some remaining standing. It was then that Shigaraki began to speak. I'll ask you one last time, Bakugo Katsuki, Tate Senshi, aspiring heroes, will you both join the League of Villains? Go throw yourself into traffic. No. The two responses came simultaneously, but Shigaraki closed his eyes in annoyance. Once again, everyone left, but it was clear that Shigaraki had a mission to complete, and that thought was unsettling. There was a low hum of conversation through the walls, and neither Senshi nor Bakugo could make out what was being said. A few hours passed, with Senshi and Bakugo exchanging light conversation here and there before the League of Villains returned. It struck them as odd that none of the League members attempted to keep watch over them. The TV flickered on, revealing Aizawa-sensei and Vlad King at a press conference. It was shocking, to say the least. Aizawa-sensei despised the media. What was even more surprising was that he had styled his hair and was wearing a suit. Isn't it strange? The heroes are becoming the bad guys. It seems like they're not handling this well at all. So much criticism, but everyone makes mistakes, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes have it rough, don't you think, Bakugo? Tate. Shigaraki's taunting voice echoed, and unfortunately he was right. Just from that press conference alone, both Bakugo and Senshi could tell that people were unhappy with the heroes, especially Yue. Once a hero starts getting paid to protect people, they aren't a real hero anymore. That's what Stain's actions taught us, Spinner added. Senshi disagreed. Why shouldn't a hero be compensated for their work? They constantly risked their lives, and it was a profession after all. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory. Society buys into those ridiculous rules, so anyone deemed a loser or a threat is cast aside. We want to pose some questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon everyone will be asking, and that's when we'll know we've won. And you like winning, don't you? Bakugo huffed in annoyance, almost growling. Senshi mirrored his frustration, glaring at the villains. Both were exhausted, having not slept since being knocked out, not from fear but from concern for each other and the threat of being attacked. However, not sleeping for 72 hours could definitely mess with a person's mind. To Bakugo and Senshi, everything felt distorted, and any movement sent their heads spinning with delirium. Their thoughts were loud and chaotic, like a poison they couldn't escape, compounded by the thirst and hunger they endured. Dabi, let them go, Shigaraki ordered firmly. You know they'll just fight, Dabi replied. It's fine. We're recruiting them, so we should treat them as equals. Besides, they're smart enough to know they can't take us all, right? After all, UA students are clever. These backhanded compliments were becoming tiresome, just like the plain brick walls surrounding them. Hey Twice, you do it, Dabi commanded. Sure thing. No way, Twice responded, his answers contradictory. Do it, Dabi insisted with a sharper tone. Ah man. I apologize for our forceful methods, but please understand that we aren't just an unruly mob committing crimes without a plan, Mr. Compress added, though Senshi found herself disagreeing. Twice undid Bakugo's restraints first, freeing both his legs and arms. As he did so, the League continued to chatter about themselves. Senshi noticed Bakugo's wrists were slightly bruised, and as Twice moved on to free her, Bakugo made his move. He unleashed an explosion aimed at Shigaraki, filling the room with smoke and dust. The moment Senshi was untied, she kicked Twice in the face, forcing him to back off. I'm done listening to your endless talking. Can you not get to the point, or do you just enjoy the sound of your own voice? Basically, you want to cause some trouble and recruit me and Skater. Well, forget it. I want to win, just like All Might, and no matter what you offer us, that will never change, understand? Bakugo shouted as the smoke began to clear. The TV was back on, the press conference still ongoing. The reporter was being quite rude, antagonizing Bakugo and Senshi's abilities and behavior to the point of psychoanalysis. Thankfully, the teachers defended both students, which was the most hope they had felt in days. Did you hear what the teachers said? They understand me more than I thought. I'll never join your League of Misfits. Bakugo declared, getting into a fighting stance. We may not be at camp, but I can still fight. With that, the League began to mock both of them or offer sarcastic compliments. Senshi had only responded with a no to the villains and intended to keep it that way. In her fatigued state, she was prone to being overly emotional and might accidentally let something slip. I only do what I want, and I won't pretend otherwise. I'm tired of being surrounded by a bunch of wannabes. Senshi noticed after Bakugo shouted that Shigaraki was missing the hand from his face, a result of Bakugo's explosion. Shigaraki muttered something that sounded like, "Father." Even as her world spun, Senshi hoped she had misunderstood. Kurogyari sensed the blue-haired man's anger and tried to intervene, but Shigaraki's response was different. Don't lay a finger on them, any of you. Shigaraki picked up the hand from the floor and continued, these heroes are still valuable pieces. I wish you would have listened to what I had to say. I thought we could come to an understanding. Not a chance. Bakugo shot back. It was clear that Shigaraki was growing desperate, and both were left wondering what he would do next. Then I have no choice. The heroes said they'd continue investigating our group, so we don't have time to stand here and talk. Master, lend me your power, Shigaraki said, turning toward a computer. Master? What master? Bakugo seemed to share the same thought, voicing his skepticism and antagonizing Shigaraki. Kurogyari, compress, it's time to put them back to sleep, Shigaraki ordered. As much as Senshi might have wished for sleep, now was not the time. I can't believe he's such a bad audience member, it's almost impressive, Compress remarked, walking toward them as they resumed their fighting stances. Bakugo's eyes were wide, not from shock, but from the desperation of not wanting to succumb to sleep. If you want me to listen, then get on your knees and beg. Bakugo demanded. Both were frantically searching for a way to escape, but Kurogyari's speed would be their downfall. A sudden knock at the door halted all movement. Hello, I have a pizza DLVY here. Those words were followed by a figure bursting through the wall all might, accompanied by several other heroes. Outside, Tsukachi and Tanti watched anxiously. Endeavor was visibly agitated, and Ten longed to hold his daughter. The sight of All Might entering the building brought him some comfort, but hearing the heroes shout, "No," and "Get them," made his stomach drop. Nomu flooded the streets, and even gunfire couldn't stop them. News from Gran Torino that the two were once again missing was far worse. Tanti scanned the bar while evacuating civilians, wishing villains weren't so cunning. Tears blurred his vision, and a sense of hopelessness weighed heavily on him, emotions shared by his wife. The black sludge that had transported Senshi and Bakugo was repulsive, leaving a salty taste and a burning sensation in their noses and throats. Both coughed from the discomfort, with Senshi gagging from the aftereffects. Demented. What the hell? Bakugo exclaimed, sweat beading on their foreheads for reasons unknown. My apologies, Bakugo and Tate, said a tall figure with a mask covering his oddly shaped head. The other villains from the bar soon appeared, prompting the two to take in their surroundings. The city lay in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble, with no streetlights illuminating the scene. Only the moon provided any light. Something terrible had happened. So, you fail once more, Tamura. But do not be discouraged, you will try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even these children, as you deem them important pieces on your game board. Start over as many times as it takes. I am here to assist you. All of this is for you, the man said. Ah, there you are. A powerful gust of wind sent everyone nearby reeling as All Might charged at the man, who was revealed to be All for One. The damage to the city was extensive, and both Senshi and Bakugo were thrown against a wall as the pro-hero continued to confront the villain with fierce determination. I won't make the same mistake I did 5 years ago. I will take young Bakugo and Tate back and ensure you're locked up for the rest of your miserable life. Right alongside your despicable league of villains. All Might declared, his expression serious as he sprang into action. It wasn't long before All Might was hurled through several buildings, further widening the damage zone. All Might, both students called out, rising to fight. Don't worry, it'll take more than that to take him down. That wasn't what they wanted to hear. They just wanted to go home and didn't want to hear a single word from the man who claimed to be the master of the league. Get off the battlefield, Tamura, and take the children with you, Kurogyari. Warp them away. No, not again. Senshi longed to go home, and as silly as it sounded, she wanted to cuddle with her cat. One of the villains attempted to defend Kurogyari, who was being overwhelmed by a powerful quirk activation courtesy of All for One. But before the villains could seize Senshi and Bakugo, All Might returned. The two knew they would have to fight. This is going to be fun. The battle began, though they were weaker than usual. They faced 6 villains against 2, battling exhaustion, dehydration, and hunger. Bakugo blasted himself out of the way of incoming attacks, taking a defensive stance. Senshi created small force fields to block projectiles aimed at her. As All for One knocked All Might back once more, it was time for a new plan. Using a quirk he claimed to know little about, he warped one of the students onto a nearby building, where the League's success awaited. Senshi! Bakugo's cry of desperation caught All Might's attention, and he turned to see it. The girl he needed to save was being warped away again. The black sludge constricted her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Her body vanished from the battleground and reappeared atop a nearby building. Senshi coughed harshly, enduring the foul taste and smell of the sludge once more. Even in her dazed state, she sensed that All for One had a reason for transporting her there. Seeing the League of Villains gathered on the rooftop made everything click. Duplicates easier to fight than the originals. She recognized them because Dabi was present, while the real Dabi lay unconscious. Though it was more the Vanguard action squad than the League, the confined space with no barriers to prevent her from falling left her no choice but to fight. Even if these villains were duplicates, they fought with the same intensity as humans. Senshi placed Dabi in a force field, recognizing him as the strongest among them. But that field shattered as easily as paper. She felt utterly drained, her pale face and dark circles under her eyes revealing the toll it had taken on her. Was this the villain's plan all along? People watched their screens intently, observing the girl now separated from her classmate as she fought on a small rooftop of a 25-story building. Their attention quickly shifted, however, to the large ramp of ice protruding from one of the nearby structures. Senshi was fighting without her quirk, dodging Mr. Compress, who was her biggest concern. For just a moment, her focus wavered, and she caught sight of her classmates soaring through the sky, Bakugo propelling himself upward as well. Her light blue shirt bore slight scorch marks, a reminder of the chaos around her. To create some distance from the villains, she erected a wall between herself and them. There was no choice but to go down. With determination, Senshi took a running leap off the building, embracing the thrill of the moment. She felt no fear, no regret, and no worries. In her mind, she was ready for whatever came next, confident that her plan would unfold as intended. Chapter 21 Rendezvous. Mitsuki and her husband Masaru sat in shock, their eyes glued to the TV. News helicopters circled the camp area, broadcasting live updates. The trees were visibly scorched, and the sight of numerous ambulances and fire trucks filled them with dread. On screen, they could see airplanes working to extinguish the blue flames. The thought that their son was inside that camp weighed heavily on them. Reports indicated that 7 villains had attacked, with 3 already apprehended. However, the situation for the students was dire. 14 were unconscious and in serious condition due to the gas, 11 others were injured, 13 were unharmed, and 2 were missing. When the names of the missing students were revealed, both parents felt their hearts drop. Mitsuki was a determined woman, never one to back down, much like her son. Yet, in this moment, she struggled to maintain her composure. She had unwavering faith that her son would be all right, especially since he wasn't alone, but seeing his classmates in such distress brought tears to her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Senshi's parents were overwhelmed with emotions. There was no fighting, just a shared sense of worry. Tanti knew he had to work on this case, and the fact that his daughter and another boy were involved made it all the more challenging. But it was curious how they described falling in love. When we talk about falling in love, it seems almost chaotic. You see, we don't say rising into love. There's an inherent idea of a fall in it. And perhaps one could say that she was truly falling for him. Between the fall and the creation, taking such a risk is part of being alive. Every moment of life is an act of faith, a gamble. When you take a step, you do so believing that the ground will hold you. Embarking on a journey is an act of faith. Entering any kind of relationship requires the same leap of trust. You give yourself up, and that surrender is one of the most powerful things you can do. Love is an act of surrender to another person, a total abandonment of self. In a moment of chaos, her body fell from the building, the summer wind swirling around her. Her hair, once tied back, flowed freely, and she felt as fragile as a piece of paper. And so, we arrive at the strange conclusion that within madness lies a form of clarity. All Senshi could hope for was that the trust she placed in him would not be misplaced. It's often difficult to distinguish between love and violence, as love can sometimes feel like the most intense form of happiness. Chapter 24 Veracity. As she soared through the night sky, her body felt weightless against the rushing wind. Senshi inhaled deeply, her lungs struggling to keep up with the exhilarating speed. In that moment, she realized how freeing it was to fly. She understood the danger of her leap, her life was at stake, and jumping without a plan was undeniably reckless. Yet, as she descended toward the rubble below, she felt a strange sense of calm. Her clothes and hair whipped around her, and despite the perilous situation, a smile graced her lips, not one of triumph, but of someone trying to contain a laugh, someone who felt truly alive. The view of the devastated city twisted and turned around her, a surreal tapestry of lights and shadows that only she could appreciate. It was a reminder that everything that rises must eventually fall, and in this case, it was literal. Senshi's descent would soon reach its conclusion, but oddly enough, she felt indifferent about the outcome. Whether her plan succeeded or failed, she was ready to embrace whatever fate awaited her. But her thoughts were not solely her own. They were intertwined with those she loved, her family, her friends, and especially Katsuki. The thought of them filled her heart, fueling her determination to survive. She couldn't let them down. If she fell, a piece of their hearts would break alongside hers. Katsuki watched in disbelief as Senshi took the plunge from the towering building. Her reckless bravery only reinforced his concern. Chaos surrounded him as he propelled himself into the air, his friends and Deku following suit. Senshi was risking everything, and he knew he had to be the one to catch her. As he launched himself upward, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him. If their daring plan was to succeed, it would be because of him. Senshi was falling for him, and he had to be there to save her. The pressure felt immense, but he had faced challenges before. With renewed determination, Katsuki pushed himself harder than he had in days, his vision blurring from the effort. The hardest part would be catching Senshi and maintaining their momentum, but he was Bakugo Katsuki. If he dared to dream it, he could achieve it. The amber sun cast its warm rays over the mountainous fields, creating a serene atmosphere as shadows danced among the bushes. It was around 7 in the morning, and a car carrying 2 children and a police officer had been on the road for about an hour. Their journey was nearing its end. As the car exited the countryside bordering Shizuoka, the early morning bustle of the city came into view. Few people were out at this hour, but a handful of heroes and early joggers added a sense of normalcy. The 2 teens in the back seat remained deeply asleep, undisturbed by the sunlight streaming through the window. Their soft snores and gentle breathing were barely audible over the radio, which reported on All Might's latest fight and other news. The car was warm from the humid summer Japan had experienced, hinting at a wet winter ahead. Arriving at the police station 2 hours after leaving Kanagawa, the teens stirred awake as the car came to a stop. Though 2 hours of sleep was far from sufficient, they were grateful for any rest they could get. Exiting the car, they stepped into the air-conditioned building, the cold air sending a refreshing shiver down their spines. They were directed to sit in an office with a couch, where Katsuki and Senshi settled down eagerly. The brown tweed sofa was adorned with a tartan blanket draped over one arm. They weren't informed of when their parents would arrive, yet both secretly hoped they would take their time. The comfortable silence they shared was a welcome reprieve after their harrowing experience. It was a relief to find their belongings from camp in the waiting room, and they quickly gathered their things. Sitting close together on the sofa, they held their bags tightly as they waited patiently, their phones long out of charge. Much like when they had been taken captive, words were unnecessary, but emotions ran deep. Their hair was tousled, faces smudged with dirt, one still showing signs of a recent injury, and their clothes bore rips and burns. They looked as if they had just emerged from a rough encounter, a far cry from the kidnapping they had endured. Katsuki's expression was not one of anger, but his droopy eyes conveyed a sense of weariness. Senshi wore a small, solemn smile, resting her head on his shoulder, which he accepted without protest. He found himself intrigued by her, and she seemed equally drawn to him. It was as if they shared a bond that transcended their circumstances. He often found himself smiling when he was with her. However, he would have to ponder those thoughts later as a police officer entered the room, followed closely by 4 others. Both Katsuki and Senshi stood up, steadying themselves as they did. Senshi's parents rushed to embrace her, and while the thought of returning home brought mixed feelings, she chose to savor the moment, knowing it might be one of the few times she felt this way. Katsuki's parents hugged him as well, despite his grumbled complaints. Never do that again, you gave us quite the scare, his father said, a hint of relief in his voice. Is Suki okay? Senshi asked, breaking the ice. Her mother pulled back from the hug, placing her hands on Senshi's shoulders, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The first thing you say to us after being missing for 3 days is asking about the cat? Her mother replied, and the room filled with light laughter, even from Senshi herself. Yes, he's fine. A police officer who was not Senshi's father cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention as the hugs began to loosen. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if the parents could sign these documents for their collection, that would be appreciated. The 2 pairs of parents moved away from their children, Katsuki's father ruffling his hair, which elicited a huff of annoyance from the boy, though Senshi could tell he secretly enjoyed the gesture. Katsuki and Senshi picked up their backpacks and walked toward the counter where their parents were signing paperwork. Both escapees still felt the weight of exhaustion pressing down on them. Come on, Katsuki, we're leaving, his mother said, and he nodded to Senshi as a silent goodbye, a soft smile exchanged between them. Senshi's parents followed suit, and she climbed into the back seat of their car. The moment the final door shut, she sensed the palpable tension between her parents. Her mother was visibly upset, and Senshi could feel her father's unease growing with each passing moment. What exactly her mother was angry about remained a mystery, and Senshi realized that the unknown was her greatest fear. The villain's return was uncertain, her survival in Kamino was uncertain, but one thing that had always been a constant in her life, her parents felt just as unknown. She had never truly known them, and the thought of that trust being broken was like a fragile thread ready to snap. In that moment, Senshi wished for a barrier between herself and her parents, a soundproof wall to shield her from the rising conflict. But she knew that was not an option. She would only be wasting her energy. To escape the tension, she forced herself to sleep, a skill she had learned to master. She awoke moments later as the car drove down the road toward her house, her parents' voices escalating in volume with each passing moment. Regret coursed through her like sound waves in the air. She shouldn't have come here. She should have gone straight to her room and slept, or even headed to the kitchen for something to eat. But instead, she found herself in the living room, which had become the battleground for her parents. Tanti, you absolute fool. For the 3rd time this year, you failed to keep our daughter safe. And that's my job, Natsuko? Shouldn't you be protecting her as her mother? Don't dare. There. Why not? Just because I'm right you can't cope with it. I can cope with it. But as a police officer you should be even more concerned about the matter. Senshi felt trapped as her parents argued in the archway leading to the stairs. The noise was too loud for even the TV to drown out, and Suki had retreated to another part of the house, leaving a hollow feeling in Senshi's heart. But that sadness quickly morphed into hopelessness. She sensed that this fight wouldn't end anytime soon, if ever. How do you think Sen feels? Relying on her father to save her, and look here. He couldn't even do his job. The hopelessness within Senshi transformed into a burning rage. 15 years of pent-up frustration coursed through her like venom, igniting her heart with fury and twisting her face into one of sheer hatred. The trust she once had was shattered. Shut up. The room fell silent as Tanti and Natsuko stared in shock. Senshi paled, but her anger remained steadfast. This wasn't a facade. This was who she needed to be around them. Tate Senshi, don't you dare raise your voice at us, her mother said in a chilling tone. If looks could kill, Senshi would have been done for. Despite her disheveled appearance, with dirt-streaked clothes and tired eyes that still burned with anger, she stood her ground, fueled by her newfound resilience. No, I'm not going to be quiet. Because quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of this. Senshi shouted, her emotions spilling out like a waterfall, a tear tracing down her cheek. Of what, young lady? We house you and provide for you, only for you to come and disrespect us. This time, it was her father who responded, and hearing his softer tone turn harsh cracked her heart like fragile glass. Me? Disrespect you? Are you out of your minds? Senshi began but was cut off. Senshi, if you insult me or your father one more time, you will be grounded. I won't hesitate. Senshi's sapphire eyes widened with resentment, her heart aching more now than when she had been running for her life in the forest. It hurt more than when she had panicked after the USJ incident. It felt as if her heart had shattered like an ornament carelessly dropped on the floor, just as her parents were treating her. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I suppose that's how you feel about each other, huh? Senshi's voice was quiet, but the marble floor amplified her words. Huh? And if I'm right, then I suppose you've never considered my feelings about this. Senshi. No. Have you ever thought that your constant arguing has never affected me? Because it has, more than you know. By the end of her sentence, the anger and sadness that had spilled forth left her voice barely above a whisper. Natsuko's black hair fell to her shoulders, looking formal yet to Senshi, it resembled that of a witch. Tantei's blue eyes, the same one Senshi had, appeared icy cold with dread, fury, and disappointment. Senshi hated herself for what she said, but most of all, she hated that it was true. She could see the horror in her parents' faces as they realized the truth of her words. What was even more appalling was that she hadn't even scratched the surface of her problems. I'm sick of it. The threats. The screaming. All of it. Your soulmates for. Goodness sake. If that's the love you have for each other, then how do you think I feel when you love me? Senshi continued, using her hands to mimic quotation marks. Natsuko looked furious, as if her hard work had been abruptly cut short. Maybe she was the villain in Senshi's story, with her father as the sidekick. They were the ones who silenced her, who never helped her build self-confidence, who made her dread being at home. Most importantly, they were the ones who instilled fear in her about love. Tate Senshi, go to your room now, her mother shrieked. But Senshi stood her ground, her bare feet digging into the marble floor. She was not just tired of this, she was physically exhausted. No. You can't make me. We have some serious talking to do. And if you're going to ignore it, I'm going to have to tell you like children. Senshi cried, her breath uneven and her vision blurred with tears. Then a porcelain vase shattered on the floor, ashes scattering uncontrollably. Senshi hadn't meant to do it, guilt crushed her heart. All she had been trying to do was make her point. Both parents looked horrified, their anger replaced by sadness. It seemed all the confidence Senshi had possessed had transferred to them. She stood pale, mouth slightly open, staring at the mess on the floor. Senshi, clean up your brother's ashes. I can't look at you right now, Natsuko said, while Tantei had already left the room, his sobs echoing from the study. First you kill him and now you go and wreck his ashes. What kind of hero are you? I didn't kill, Senshi stuttered, her tears flowing silently as she looked up at her mother in betrayal. Yes you did. Your innocent little brother died 6 years ago because of you. Clean everything up now. Natsuko shouted, leaving the room in haste. A happy ending is never a promise. It's a wish that Senshi's brother never had the chance to fulfill. And that's when she realized that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't the hero she had always believed herself to be. As she collapsed to the floor, tears streamed down her face until she could cry no more, whispering things like, I never did it, and why did he have to leave me? The sunlight filtered through the cracks, not from the window, but from the fractures in her heart, the ones her family had created. Crying felt like a wound to her heart. No matter how much she tried to mend it, the pain wouldn't fade. And despite her efforts, she couldn't resolve the situation because the solution was always out of reach. The solution was herself. Any chance Senshi had to mend her parents' relationship or even to express how deeply this affected her was lost, much like the life of her once brother. Senshi saw her soulmate drawing closer as she neared the ground, his left hand beginning to stretch out toward her. It seemed they shared the same thoughts, which was reassuring. She realized she needed to stop her intense rotation if she wanted to take advantage of this moment. As their eyes locked, they were only a couple of meters apart. The wind whipped through his blonde hair while her black hair was tousled from her fall. The cold wind pricked at her skin, making her eyes water. Their hands connected with a firm clap, her right hand meeting his left. In that instant, both unleashed a surge of power with their free hands. Senshi's heart raced, feeling as if it might burst from her chest, her thoughts swirling so rapidly that she couldn't focus on anything. The echoes of the villains' shouts were drowned out by the rushing wind, both of their attention fixed on the group of students they called friends, soaring through the air. Katsuki was slightly ahead, leading Senshi. His heart pounded in his ears, and with their emotions intertwined, he felt only stress. It wasn't just mental, the physical strain was immense. Pulling off something like this required not just timing and cooperation but also strength that they were struggling to muster. The 9-year-old girl wandered down the street toward her former elementary school. The day had been pleasant, and her first day of middle school had gone well, despite her dislike for the strict uniform. From her vantage point, she could see the main street with a smaller road branching off it. On that road was her elementary school. However, it wasn't the sight that caught her attention but the blaring alarms and the acrid smell of smoke that filled the air. Picking up her pace, the girl with shoulder-length hair turned a corner and was met with a sight that would forever change her life. The elementary school, where her 7-year-old brother was enrolled, was engulfed in flames. Senshi called out for her brother as she ran forward, "Henry!" But the police and firefighters held her back, knowing it was dangerous for a child to enter a burning building. It was a villain attack. A group of villains who had been on the run for quite some time. The reason they had garnered so much attention was that All Might had not managed to stop them, unlike other organized crimes. But Senshi was indifferent to that. Her only concern was ensuring her brother was safe. The school burned for hours, and despite the efforts of heroes and firefighters, it was beyond salvage. The building was charred and blackened, with some walls still hot to the touch while others had collapsed. It was a wreck, clearly the result of a deliberate act, leaving everything burned and broken. Her brother, who shared her black hair and sapphire eyes, the boy she considered her closest friend, was nowhere to be found. The same was true for everyone else inside the building. The death toll was tragically high, with hundreds of lives lost, and no one had a chance to escape. As night fell, Senshi was frozen in regret, tears streaming down her face until a hero had to take her home, accompanied by police officers. One thing she missed, however, was the sapphire blue eyes that had always looked back at her, the same eyes she possessed. Senshi sat up in her deflated state, her eyes red and puffy from crying. The marble floor pressed uncomfortably into her joints, but what was more uncomfortable was the mess she had to clean up. Couldn't her parents understand it was an honest mistake? They were the cause of such events after all. Senshi, if possible, looked worse than when she had been in the bar, and she certainly felt it. Sitting on the floor in an awkward position, picking out the porcelain from the ashes, proved to be a daunting task. But it wasn't that she had no thoughts. Her mind was so overwhelmed that it felt like nothingness. Yet one thought stood out, and it was unsettling that something salvageable could emerge from a mind as broken as hers. No matter how much I struggle, no matter how many people I hurt, everyone still thinks I'm the hero. But all I've done is cause more pain. It was a wild thought, a line from a book she and Hinjiro had read together, the younger boy often peering over his sister's shoulder. He had found that line fascinating for reasons Senshi couldn't understand. He had once said something that was both sickening and true. "Sin, is that like our parents? How they pretend to be nice but then they're not." That was the only memory she had of his voice. To be honest, Senshi understood what he meant. It was embarrassing that a 7-year-old could grasp such a concept while she, the older sibling, was too caught up in the conflict to see things from another perspective. Yet Hinjiro was never like Senshi in any way. When push came to shove, they acted completely differently, but somehow, together, they fit together like two perfectly matched puzzle pieces. The blaring sound of her phone ringing pulled Senshi from her sea of thoughts. In a daze, she realized she had put her brother's ashes in a Tupperware box, unaware of her movements. Walking over to her phone should have been simple, but her eyelids felt heavy, reminiscent of the moment she had jumped off the building. The ringing had become a nuisance, echoing off the surfaces in the room. Maybe it was worth checking the caller ID? A wave of gut-wrenching dread washed over her. It was Katsuki calling. How could she have been so foolish to let her emotions slip? Now he must be suspicious, and there was little she could do to change that. Taking her phone from the darkwood coffee table and unplugging it, Senshi pressed accept, her breath still shaky from earlier. Hello. If her stuttering didn't give it away, the quietness of her voice certainly did, sounding deflated and defeated. Katsuki could tell something was wrong, and from the anger he had felt earlier, a rage he had never experienced before, he knew it was serious. Now that he was actually calling her, what was he supposed to say? "Are you okay?" when it was clear she was not. "Hey, what was that all about?" Katsuki asked, his tone demanding answers. Senshi took a sharp breath, her body still trembling. "I don't know." Katsuki sat up in his bed, realizing this would take more time than he had anticipated. The feeling of dread that surrounded Senshi had begun the moment he left the police office about an hour ago. Was it her parents? "How do you not know?" Katsuki's frustration was palpable, and Senshi could almost hear his frown through the phone. Should she tell him? She remembered her mother saying to keep it to herself because it's normal, and other families go through rough patches. But what if there were no rough patches left, and her family dynamic was just a constant struggle? Senshi took a breath, trying to steady her voice. "Do you and your family argue?" Checkmate. Katsuki sensed he was onto something and could tell Senshi was hinting at arguments with her parents. But he didn't respond with a simple, yes, obviously. If that was the source of all the emotions she had been projecting onto him, he couldn't agree to that. Only sometimes, not a lot really. People get on my nerves all the time, but that's different from actually arguing with them. Oh, she sounded almost defeated, as if she were coming to a realization. Okay, thanks, Bakugo. I want to know, Skater, what did your family actually argue about, and why was it so bad this time? Was he pushing his luck? Perhaps. But Katsuki wasn't one to understand boundaries, especially with someone like Senshi. She was an enigma to him. Things happened. What things? I knocked over my brother's ashes, and the vase broke. Her voice was rushed, as if she were bracing for a reprimand. But Katsuki was more concerned about this brother than the incident itself. Oh, that's rough. It was an understatement, but he was trying to navigate this unfamiliar territory. Yeah, there was a sharp intake of breath from Senshi, piquing Katsuki's interest. But then she hung up, leaving him with a sense of unease. He had gotten the answer he needed, but not the one he wanted. It was more than just an answer, it was a puzzle he needed to solve. Senshi heard a door open, and since she was on the phone with her soulmate, she felt it best to hang up. She recognized the sound of the door from downstairs, the same floor she was on, and the volume of it gave it away. But who was it? She didn't want to find out, so she decided to do something necessary: sleep. Senshi grabbed a soft blanket from the sofa and cuddled into it, falling asleep as her favorite gray cat, Suki, settled beside her, purring softly. The sleep she managed to get lasted 12 hours, but it was far from restful. Nightmares plagued her, and she awoke with a start, feeling as though a hand was gripping the back of her neck, restricting her breath and pulling her away from safety. The sensation of suffocating black sludge filled her lungs, and it was that dream that jolted her awake, leaving her breathless. When Senshi finally moved from the couch, it was dark outside, and her house felt cold and desolate. The familiar warmth was gone, replaced by an unsettling feeling that she was intruding in a stranger's home. She didn't recognize the people she had spoken to hours earlier. They didn't feel like her parents. Yet a small voice nagged at her, insisting they were indeed her parents, and there was nothing she could do about it. Their behavior suggested they might have felt this way all along. The thought sent a chill of loneliness and dread through her, as if her heart were encased in ice. Even after a warm meal and shower, the coldness remained, the walls she built only growing stronger. Senshi slipped into her room, the white sheets and blue fluffy blanket on her bed never seeming so uninviting. She could only look at them. It was certainly more comforting than the way her parents had looked at her when she entered her room. One gaze held disappointment mixed with betrayal and pity, while the other radiated absolute disdain, conveying more than words ever could. Both expressions were similar in a way, amplifying her sense of isolation. The way they looked at her, as if she weren't even their child, made Senshi reflect on the people who often ask, "What happened to my happy little girl?" Nothing had changed. It was simply that they had an unrealistic expectation of perfection. The girl in question had always been the same, but they had transformed. Senshi had heard that the school was introducing dorms, and she had only one concern. "Can I bring a pet?" she asked her homeroom teacher, who was sitting in the same living room where the incident had occurred. "Depends, what are we talking about?" Aizawa-sensei replied, looking curiously into Senshi's cold eyes. He noticed the absence of the usual warmth and compassion that typically shone through, which puzzled him. "A cat." "Definitely." Her parents exchanged glances filled with betrayal, as if she were taking something from them. Aizawa-sensei sensed something was off the moment he stepped into the house. All might felt it too. The atmosphere was cold and empty, despite the presence of furniture. It felt like stepping onto a scene where something had gone terribly wrong, yet the crime was so subtle that no one truly understood what had happened. Aizawa-sensei could only describe it as a house that lacked the essence of home. His suspicions grew as he observed the parents engaging in a debate about whether their daughter should go. One was fully supportive, while the other hesitated. He couldn't help but notice how Senshi curled defensively into herself, her eyes darting anxiously around the room, as if she were bracing for something to happen. He had only seen her like this when facing villains. "You know, Tanti, I honestly just don't understand why you never agree with me. It would be better for Senshi if she were sent to the dorms." Senshi's mother spoke her daughter's name with a strained tone, almost as if she hesitated to acknowledge her. Aizawa-sensei could sense the underlying tension in her voice, and the frown on Senshi's face confirmed his suspicions about her mother's dual nature. I understand, but how can we be sure that it's safe? I can assure you both that sending Senshi back to school and into our dorms would be the safest option. It allows teachers like us to keep a closer watch on the students. Aizawa-sensei interjected, and Senshi looked almost amazed. It was as if she was surprised he could interrupt them so confidently. See? Okay, only if you can assure that she'll be safe. It was a bittersweet truth that those were the last words Senshi heard from her parents before moving into the school. They were definitely not on speaking terms. Chapter 27, Stress. Between returning home and moving to the dorms, a lot happened, but very few things returned to normal. What was normal, anyway? Senshi had been told by her parents that their behavior was normal, but deep down, she felt she shouldn't believe them. After all, they were the ones who made her feel down. However, two of her favorite things did return to normal: figure skating and piano. The national figure skating competition was just 3 weeks away, and after a week without practice, stress weighed heavily on Senshi. As an overthinker, she often anticipated what others would say, which left her freezing up when faced with unexpected comments. With overthinking came unnecessary stress. For Senshi, that manifested in biting her lip until it was raw, twirling her hair around her finger, hyper-focusing on tasks, and being a bit more irritable than usual. She didn't want anyone to worry more than they already were due to the recent events, so she forced a small smile and tried to be herself, whatever that meant. Given everything that has happened, I'm glad we can bring class back together. Aizawa-sensei began as Class 1A stood outside their new dorm building, which resembled a square castle with a brick exterior. Most students began discussing whether it was difficult to convince their parents, a conversation Senshi wanted no part of. She couldn't recall the exact words exchanged when her teachers visited, but the memory felt tainted with manipulation. Her mother, Natsuko, was the more vocal parent, while her father, Tanti, was calm and slightly more compassionate. Yet, both could act in ways that surprised her. We're glad to see the teachers back too. I was worried you wouldn't be allowed here. The people at the press conference seemed pretty upset with you, Azui pointed out, and others nodded in agreement. I was surprised as well, but circumstances have changed. It seems easier for the administration to keep the current teachers rather than revamp the entire faculty. Now, I will explain how your dorm assignments will work shortly, but first, we haven't forgotten about the provisional hero licenses you were supposed to receive at the training camp, Aizawa-sensei continued. Oh yes, that was why they were there, not to be attacked. Oh right, that's what we were there for, Sato remarked. So much has happened, it totally slipped my mind, Ashido added. This is important, so listen closely. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida, you 5 were the ones who broke the rules and went to rescue Bakugo and Tate that night. The students shrank back at Aizawa-sensei's words. Based on your reactions, I gather you were at least aware of their plans. I'll set aside several issues and say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement from the hero scene, I would expel everyone here except for Bakugo, Tate, and Jiro. The 5 of you who went, along with the remaining 13 who didn't stop them, betrayed our trust, even if it was to protect your friends. To regain our confidence, you must obey every rule and live as model students. That's all. Now, enjoy your new home. Aizawa-sensei concluded, walking inside. As soon as Aizawa-sensei finished, Katsuki grabbed Kaminari by the collar and dragged him behind a bush. Come here, Katsuki mumbled. Senshi wondered what he was up to, but a sudden zap of electricity made it clear. After releasing Kaminari and handing a certain redhead a wad of cash, Senshi finally understood him, which was a relief. She had grown tired of feeling confused, so seeing her classmates interact was a welcome change. Walking inside the dorm was a much different experience than being outside. The interior was designed in a minimalistic style, likely for budget reasons. Tall windows allowed plenty of natural light to flood the space, and there was also a courtyard. Living quarters start on the next floor, 4 boys and 4 girls on each level. Everyone gets their own room, so you should be comfortable. You have your own AC, bathrooms, fridges, and closets, Aizawa-sensei explained. We have balconies, Midoriya exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. It's about the same size as my closet at home, but I'll manage, Yaoyorozu sighed. It's the size of my house, Uraraka said, dramatically collapsing onto the floor. The dorm rooms were roughly the same size as Senshi's bathroom at home, but her mind was elsewhere. She had to give up piano not because she wanted to, as she would still practice alone, but traveling home 5 times a week would be too inconvenient. The thought of not seeing her Nana again brought a wave of homesickness, not for her house, but for the people she loved and would miss. Senshi wandered around during the 15-minute tour, her black hair in a messy bun. Her skin had regained some color, but her eyes revealed that she was lost in thought. Next on her agenda was decorating her dorm. Her bed was pushed against the corner, with Suki's bed on the floor below, though half the time, the feline preferred not to use it. Her bed sheets were white, and she had a blue fluffy blanket folded at the end. In Senshi's opinion, a keyboard could never compare to a piano. It just didn't feel the same, but it would have to do since there wasn't enough space for a piano if she wanted to move around comfortably. Senshi had a dark brown wooden desk that matched her bed frame. On it sat two of her favorite trophies and her sports festival medal, along with the usual school supplies, a laptop, books, and a small plant she deemed necessary. Unpacking her clothes was a task. Senshi had a decent amount of clothing, not too much, but due to figure skating, she had both training clothes and competition dresses. She had to find a way to fit her training equipment into her closet, which was cramped but manageable. After making sure Suki had his collar on, she opened the door to the balcony, where Suki seemed quite fond of the space. He wasn't an outdoor cat, but he enjoyed being outside sometimes. Senshi placed a little mat on the balcony just in case. Maybe she spoiled him a little, but after all the times Suki had been there for her, he deserved it. Senshi changed from her school clothes into casual attire, which consisted of UA training uniform pants and a plain lilac shirt. Sitting on her bed, she watched Suki play with a cat toy she had brought from home. It was surprisingly therapeutic to see her cat having fun, especially when he was so cute. Senshi knew she should probably go downstairs to socialize, but she needed some quality time to think about her parents. She acknowledged that she should have been more aware of her surroundings. Senshi could own up to her mistakes, but looking at the situation from another perspective, she felt the fault lay with her parents. Not allowing her to voice her opinion felt wrong, but was it really? Wasn't it normal? Every family had arguments, right? Even Bakugo mentioned that he occasionally fought with his family. Yes, but your family fights every day, Senshi, she reminded herself. It had to be normal because both her mom and dad said so, and she didn't fully trust them. The next day arrived and the weather was surprisingly hot for autumn. The class was set to begin working on improvements before the provisional licensing exam, starting with some rescue theory. It felt like a summer school session, but it was crucial if they wanted to pass. Once again, Senshi found herself overthinking. She stressed about the argument she had with her parents and how they only seemed to work together when she was around. Were they trying to gang up on her? Yaozu noticed her stress and offered a small, innocent smile. Senshi forced a smile in return. I'm fine, thank you. Just adjusting, she lied, knowing it wasn't true but feeling it was better to keep her family issues to herself. She was tired, and the stars listened as she lied to the world, her friends, and her family that she was okay. If she kept this up, she would definitely not be okay. This lesson on rescue handling was only going to last an hour, mainly because the teachers wanted to teach both theory and practical skills. 30 minutes into the class, Senshi felt strange. She had a slight headache and felt detached from reality. It was as if she blinked and the lesson was already halfway done. She had no notes and the board was filled with them. She missed Aizawa-sensei's concerned look. She had to write quickly, and her handwriting became sloppy as she rushed. It felt like she was experiencing an out-of-body moment. Controlling her movements was complex, like trying to manipulate a puppet's strings. She felt nauseous, and now Senshi was starting to panic. Having such poor control of her limbs was unsettling. She attempted to ask, "Can I go to the bathroom? I don't feel well," but what came out was a jumbled mess of words that quickly caught everyone's attention. The room fell into silence, with everyone looking at Senshi with a mix of concern and confusion. Aizawa-sensei began, "If you have a question, speak," but his attention quickly shifted back to the board when a loud noise echoed through the room, likely a chair scraping against the floor. What was more alarming was the sudden thud of something hitting the ground. Turning around, he was met with a scene of chaos as students shouted in panic. It became clear why when he saw Senshi on the floor, her body convulsing. The jumbled speech made sense now. She was having a seizure, and no one knew the cause. Bakugo was the loudest among the students, and for once, Aizawa-sensei found himself needing to tell him to quiet down. "Move the desks," he called out. That was the first priority. Her jerking limbs would surely bruise if they kept hitting the furniture. Some girls were tearing up as students scrambled to clear the area. "Ida, get recovery girl," Aizawa-sensei instructed, and Ida dashed off without hesitation. Using his scarf to support Senshi's neck, Aizawa-sensei tried to think of what could have caused this. All they could do was wait for it to pass. Restraining someone during a seizure could be dangerous, akin to trying to lift something far too heavy. Katsuki was in shock. It was one thing to see a classmate in distress, but to witness his soulmate in such a state was a whole different level of fear. He felt helpless, which only fueled his concern. After the chaotic moments, Senshi found herself lost in confusion. She hadn't wanted to say those things that had come out of her mouth. Then, everything went dark. She couldn't see or feel anything around her, lost in a void where she couldn't tell if she was upright or lying down. The only thing she could sense was the rapid beating of her heart. Fear gripped her as she wondered what was happening. Had she been attacked? Was this a quirk? No one in class had a quirk like this. Tate. She tried to turn her head toward the voice, but everything sounded muffled, as if they were speaking to her through glass or underwater. Tate. The voice came again, closer this time. It was Yaoyorozu. Oh my god, oh my god. What was happening? Senshi wanted to ask, but she wasn't sure if her mouth was moving. She tried to look around but couldn't see anything, unsure if her eyes were even open. Move the desks. Aizawa-sensei's voice was a relief. Would she be okay? This wasn't normal, was it? Ida, get recovery girl. Senshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wondering what she looked like right now. The gibberish that had escaped her lips was mortifying. But then she felt nothing at all. Isn't listed in any of her medical records, so when she wakes up, ask her about it. Right, another voice replied. She looked confused, so we can guess this is something new for her, but we can't be sure. Senshi slowly opened her eyes, feeling something supporting her neck. She realized her head was dangerously close to a desk leg, and she was lying on her side, facing a window that offered a view of the beautiful UA grounds. With a groan, she tried to roll onto her back, but firm hands kept her in place. Tate, can you hear me? Senshi managed a hum in response. Though she was still disoriented, she could feel saliva pooling in her mouth, and she desperately wanted to communicate that she felt nauseous. Yaoyorozu, grab that trash can, Recovery Girl ordered, and the black-haired girl quickly complied. Senshi was grateful for Recovery Girl's intuition, sensing her discomfort before she could even express it. Someone she wasn't quite aware of who helped her into a sitting position, allowing her to lean forward into the trash can that Yaoyorozu had provided. Senshi promptly threw up, not caring that others were watching her. Recovery Girl's voice reached her from the left, confirming that Aizawa-sensei was the one supporting her. Was this really how she wanted to spend her first day in the dorms? No, it was awful, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt the urge to be sick again. And she did. The second wave was more from anxiety than actual illness. As her vision cleared, she finally took in her surroundings, desks and chairs, confirming she was still in the classroom. Do you know where you are? Recovery Girl asked. The other students stood at a distance, watching intently. Class, Senshi breathed out, grateful that Aizawa-sensei was still there to support her. She felt weak and exhausted, reminiscent of how she had felt during the Kamino incident. Okay, what day is it? Senshi paused, trying to gather her thoughts. Recovery Girl watched her patiently. Is it Monday? Her words came out slowly, her mind still jumbled. Yes, at 9:15 in the morning to be precise. I'm going to ask some of your classmates to help bring you to my office. Is that okay, dear? Senshi nodded, still seated on the cold tile floor, which was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, take Tate to Recovery Girl's office. The two approached, with Yaoyorozu closer. They each took one of Senshi's arms over their shoulders and began to walk. Senshi tried to move her legs, but they felt weak and unresponsive. In silence, they made their way through the halls, the only sound being the soft thud of their footsteps. Are you okay, Tate? Yaoyorozu asked gently. Senshi's appearance had become rather disheveled. The once messy bun at the back of her hair had fallen out, her school shirt was untucked from her skirt, and overall, she was not looking her best. I'm fine, she insisted. Are you kidding me? You just had a seizure on the floor. You aren't exactly going to be okay, Katsuki interjected, his concern evident. Seizure? Senshi asked softly, the word resonating with her and making everything seem clearer. Yes, according to Recovery Girl, since you don't have anything in your medical records that could cause a seizure, it was most likely a pseudo-seizure, Yaoyorozu explained. Senshi didn't fully understand but nodded along. The rest of the walk was silent, with Recovery Girl moving ahead, creating distance as Senshi struggled to keep up. When they reached Recovery Girl's office, Senshi's companions had to leave for her to conduct some tests. So, you need to be completely honest with me here. Did the villains give you anything? Like drags of some kind? Recovery Girl began, pulling out a clipboard with a sheet of lined paper. Senshi, lying back on one of the cots, fought against the urge to fall asleep. It was a tempting thought for the exhausted girl. No. Okay, have you had any panic attacks in the last week? Well, yes, but if Senshi admitted that, it would lead to questions about something she didn't want to discuss. Besides, she wasn't even sure if the meltdown in her living room counted as a panic attack. It felt rather normal to her, just a slight emotional episode. No. Other than Kamino, have you been in any conflicts, such as a fight with a family member? Yes. No, why did she say that? Senshi's face paled slightly, realizing she might have let something slip. Recovery Girl gave her a look that seemed to say, carry on, so Senshi continued, feeling her thoughts jumble in her mind. When I got home, my parents began to argue about the kidnapping. Does this happen often? Senshi knew this was normal, so what was the harm in talking about it? The secret was already out. Yes, but then I told them to be quiet and we argued. Though she understood it was normal, something about sharing it with someone else felt uncomfortable, and she fiddled with her fingers meekly. Okay, I think I've got you figured out, sweetie, Recovery Girl began, and Senshi listened attentively. You were stressed, weren't you? Well, yes, saying she was stressed was an understatement. She was overwhelmed with it. Senshi hesitantly nodded. Now, I think you had a pseudo-seizure. They're usually caused by mental stress, which is why I can assume you experienced one. Typically, a lot of tests are needed to properly diagnose it, but just in case it wasn't, I would like to keep you here for the rest of the day, Recovery Girl said, and Senshi nodded as she felt herself drifting off. On the same day as another incident, Aizawa-sensei had to call Senshi's parents about the ordeal. Based on the report Recovery Girl provided, he knew this phone call wouldn't be easy. Aizawa took his phone out of his pocket, sighing as he settled into his office chair. The sun had set a few minutes ago, leaving the sky dark, with stars twinkling above and the moon casting a gentle light, illuminating the surroundings where artificial lights weren't available. Aizawa was due to go on patrol in 10 minutes, which he deemed enough time to handle this phone call and make a cup of coffee. He searched through the student files to find the file of his newest challenge. He still couldn't shake the feeling of panic and dread that Senshi had caused him. Aizawa didn't blame Senshi in any way. In fact, he wondered if the school should hire a professional therapist. After all, his students were just kids. They weren't meant to endure such events and be expected to be fine, despite what the media suggested. It's you. These kids are tough, they'll be fine. These kids have been through worse, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Aizawa sighed, running his hands through his long black hair. Scanning the phone number illuminated by his desk lamp, he began to dial. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before someone finally picked up, and Aizawa feared the call might be missed. Detective, how can I help you? Aizawa felt a wave of relief. At least he recognized the detective's voice. Hello, this is Aizawa from UA. We have something to discuss regarding your daughter. Oh. A feminine voice took over the phone, though Aizawa could still hear the detective in the background. You see, in class today, your daughter experienced what is known as a pseudo-seizure. These types of episodes often stem from stress and conflict, so there was nothing physically wrong. Oh, that's it? Their tone sounded disinterested, and Aizawa felt a surge of frustration. Their daughter could have been in serious danger if not for his intervention, and all they could say was, oh? Something tugged at Aizawa's heart, telling him that something was very wrong. He knew that if his own child had experienced such a thing, he would have rushed to their side immediately. Aizawa considered pushing a little further. It wasn't his place, but he felt compelled to do so. Leaning back in his chair, which creaked slightly, he continued, well, your daughter also mentioned that the root of this issue could be linked to a confrontation you had with her about 6 days ago. Do you recall this? Aizawa knew Senshi was honest. She had always been innocent and sensitive, taking any offense personally. Yes, though it was Senshi's fault. She provoked us. We were understandably emotional after the kidnapping, and her rudeness was simply unacceptable. Her mother's voice sounded rehearsed, as if she had practiced it many times. Aizawa could hear the disdain in her tone, revealing a lack of concern after the incident. More importantly, it was manipulative. As he hung up after exchanging goodbyes, Aizawa couldn't help but wonder if they had always been this way toward one of his students, his kids. Needless to say, Senshi spent the next day away from school, with only slight protests from her. It wasn't really school, it was just training for ultimate moves. It was no wonder Senshi was agitated about not being able to train. She didn't want to lose progress and felt overwhelmed with tasks and limited time. However, one person managed to get through to her. You need to rest, If you don't, you won't pass the exam. Since when had Bakugo Katsuki been able to change her thoughts? And not just that, since when had he begun to invade her mind? It felt as if he had wormed his way in like a parasite, leaving her with little room for her own thoughts. Aizawa-sensei also suggested that Senshi visit Hound Dog to discuss any issues she needed to vent about. Aizawa had to admit, if Senshi had so many pent-up emotions and stress that it led to a seizure, it was concerning. She clearly needed someone to talk to. Reluctantly, Senshi took time out of her day off to visit Hound Dog. She was somewhat intimidated by him. His large frame and brash demeanor were daunting. But once you got to know him, he was surprisingly approachable. It was clear to Senshi that Hound Dog was already aware of what had happened the day before. Who wouldn't be? When she mentioned her parents' frequent arguments, he listened attentively. He didn't press for details, allowing Senshi to share her worries at her own pace. He could tell there was more she wasn't saying, but that was okay. Senshi would open up when she was ready. The second day of training for the first-year hero students marked Senshi's first day back, and she had no regrets. After feeling lighter from her counseling session, she spent time brainstorming her ultimate moves. She needed 2 or 3, and 2 had already been planned. One move revolved around harnessing her quirk's energy as her own, similar to what she had done at the sports festival. Senshi hoped she wouldn't be completely drained this time. With this ability, she could create platforms to run and jump off, effectively taking down her opponents. The other move was simpler, making it easier for Senshi to execute. It was a straightforward strategy: trap her opponent in a dome and then rush in to restrain them. Simple yet effective, much like Senshi's quirk. Now, it was time for Senshi to put her theories to the test, and it was quite the experience. She decided to try the less draining plan, first trapping Ectoplasm's clone inside a dome and then entering to launch an offensive tailored to counter the opponent's quirk. In this case, Senshi used discs to target the clone. The attempt went well, prompting her to request another clone from Ectoplasm, which meant she must have been doing something right. Now, she needed a name for her technique. After some thought, she combined 2 fitting elements and came up with energy encasement. One day after training, the girls were gathered in the common room, engaged in conversation. Senshi found herself lost in thought, focusing on ways to improve her unnamed move. Most of the girls wore casual clothes, feeling comfortable around one another. Senshi typically donned UA training pants and a simple shirt, opting for practicality over extravagance, unlike some of her dorm mates. "I've perfected a move that makes me even more frog-like than before," Azui explained as they discussed their ultimate moves, though Senshi remained more contemplative than vocal. "What's your story, Ochiko?" Ashido asked, but Uraraka seemed lost in her own thoughts, far away from the conversation. "Hey, Ochiko," Azui said, poking the auburn-haired girl, causing her to yelp in surprise. "You seem a little tense." This observation made Uraraka panic. "No. It's nothing, everything's going great. I'm just getting started," Uraraka exclaimed, overly enthusiastic for some reason. The others stared at her, puzzled. Even Senshi was pulled from her thoughts, trying to grasp what Uraraka was hinting at. "At least, that's how I'd usually feel. The thing is, my heart's been all stirred up about something," she added. What could she mean? "It's love," Ashido shouted, sending Uraraka into a flustered blush and a stuttering mess. "What did you say? Glove? Shove? Dove? I've never seen one. What's that?" Uraraka exclaimed defensively. What did they mean when they said love was when you couldn't stop thinking about someone? And why was her heart stirred up? Who is it, Midoriya or Ida? You're always hanging out with them. Is one of them your soulmate? Ashido pressed, causing Uraraka to cover her face with her hands and float up to the ceiling in a desperate attempt to defend herself. The stars twinkled in the sky, the moon shining even brighter. Senshi had always loved the sight of the night sky. She generally enjoyed the nighttime too. It was always so quiet, perfect for reflection, and the beauty of the night sky was an added bonus. She felt a deep connection to the moon, who stood alone in the darkness. Unlike the sun, which illuminated the bright blue sky, the moon shone by itself, much like her. Yet, with everyone asleep, few would witness her brilliance. It was very early morning, around 2 or 3 a.m. Senshi couldn't see the exact time on her digital clock due to the tears in her eyes. This had been happening ever since the incident in Kamino Ward. She would wake up in a panic, which would soon turn into a profound, heart-wrenching sadness. The strange part was, the emotions didn't feel like her own. This only led her to one conclusion about who it could be. Senshi wanted to address it, But she wasn't sure if Katsuki would appreciate having a weakness exposed. But wasn't it her role to support him during times like these? As her soulmate, she felt a responsibility. She was uncertain. All she knew was that soulmates were meant to love each other, but anything beyond that was a mystery to her. It wasn't that she didn't want to understand, it was that no one had ever explained it to her. Everything felt much more confusing because of that. In a way, it reminded her of a saying by a very wise person: everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. For context, Senshi was the fish, and understanding love was like the ability to climb a tree. She knew nothing about it, and as they say, a child often reflects their parent. If she didn't understand love, then perhaps they didn't either. But did she really know nothing? Right now, she had to at least try to calm her soulmate down or help him get back to sleep. If she didn't, she would have no energy for the provisional licensing exam. Senshi pulled the covers off her warm bed, the cold air hitting her skin like tiny pricks. Her hair was slightly tangled, and she wore a simple pink shirt from a figure skating camp she once attended, which had the organization's name and everyone's names on the back. It was getting too small, but Senshi doubted she would grow any taller, and it was something she cherished. She paired it with simple gray shorts, nothing extravagant. Wrapping her blue fluffy blanket around her shoulders for warmth, she walked to her keyboard, something she hadn't had much time for in the past week. This was one of the few times she was grateful for the keyboard's headphones. They allowed her to play without disturbing anyone. After turning it on and plugging in the headphones taking longer than necessary due to the tears in her eyes, she began to play. It didn't matter what she played, Katsuki wouldn't know, but it was something that brought her joy. For the first time in years, she attempted to play Nana's piece. Senshi realized this was progress. Progress was loving the same song she once cried to. Her version of Nana's piece wasn't as fluid, but the melody was there, and the notes she had struggled with before now flowed easily. By the end of it all, it took her a moment to realize she was crying, but she wasn't sad, she felt at peace. If you can pass this test and obtain your provisional licenses, then you novice heroes will evolve into semi-pros. I expect your best, Aizawa-sensei announced to the class standing before him. At that moment, Class 1A and many other schools were gathered outside the Takoba National Stadium, with roughly 1,540 other students present. Senshi felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. It was far too many for her to function properly during any test. But what choice did she have? If she wanted to be a hero, she had to confront her fears. But what if those fears were too deeply rooted to overcome? What then? Let's call out the usual on my mark, Kirishima began, just as a very tall boy approached him and Kaminari, wearing a hat with an S on it. Go plus ultra, he shouted. The UA motto was interrupted by the tall boy, causing Senshi's classmates to pause their chant. You know it's pretty rude to interrupt other people's huddles, Inesa, a guy with purple hair said in a monotone voice, also wearing a hat. What? Pardon me, I am so very extremely sorry, the loud boy exclaimed, bowing dramatically by lowering his head to the ground. The school group moved on, their teacher redirecting them. Yurashi Inesa, Aizawa-sensei declared. Do you know that guy, Aizawa-sensei? Ashido asked, with others nodding in agreement. Indeed, Yurashi is strong. He's in the same year as you all. He received the top scores for those recommended, but for some unknown reason he turned down his acceptance to UA, Aizawa-sensei explained, prompting nods and murmurs of realization from the group. Eraser, a female voice shouted, making Aizawa-sensei flinch with annoyance. I'd recognize that scowl anywhere. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival, but it's been a while since we've been this close in person. She continued, approaching him with a playful tone. Let's get married. No, Aizawa-sensei replied curtly. You're a real laugh riot, buddy, she said laughing. As I've said before, you're impossible. Joke, Aizawa-sensei responded, and as he mentioned her name, Midoriya became animated with excitement about hero knowledge. Come on, imagine it. If I were your wife, you'd have a future full of laughter, she said, giving Aizawa-sensei a thumbs up. That sounds like an actual nightmare, Aizawa-sensei retorted, causing Joke to burst into laughter even more. It seems like you two are close, Azui noted. Our agencies were near each other. As young heroes striving to make a difference in the world, a mutual affection blossomed. She began, but Aizawa-sensei quickly interrupted. No, it didn't, he said firmly. Oh, I do miss your quick comebacks. You're my favorite person to tease, future husband, she replied playfully. So, Joke, if you're here, that must mean, Aizawa-sensei started. That's right, everyone. This is UA, she called out. Following her cue, a class of students in gray polos began to walk toward them. Second years from Ketsubutsu Academy, this is class 2, they're my students. A black-haired boy approached, enthusiastically shaking hands and expressing how honored he was to meet everyone. And Bakugo take. It must have been tough for both of you with that whole kidnapping incident, the boy said, making both of them flinch inwardly. You both have an especially strong will, don't you? Today, I'm going to do my best to learn from you. I hope you don't mind. He reached out to shake Bakugo's hand, but Bakugo slapped it away. Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes, Bakugo said, prompting Kirishima to frantically apologize to Shindo. Senshi's intuition was correct. The glint in the boy's eye suggested he was probing for weaknesses. Hey, get your costumes and head to orientation. There's no time to waste, Aizawa-sensei instructed, to which everyone replied with a, yes, sensei. Okay then, let's get started with this exam. I'm from the Heroes Public Safety Commission, my name's Mara. My sleep schedule is completely messed up. He began, clearly exhausted. Most examinees looked at him with sympathy, he was obviously sleep-deprived. So, about the content of this license exam, basically, 1,540 examinees will compete in a free-for-all exercise or whatever we're calling it this year. Since Stain was arrested, many people have expressed doubts about heroes in society. But when you think about it, getting paid makes sense. If you're risking your life to save someone, why shouldn't you ask for a reward? That's just how the world works. Anyway, whether they're in it for compensation or a sense of duty, we have too many heroes working together in the streets to keep villains at bay these days. Honestly, the time between when an incident begins and when it's resolved is ridiculously short. You're all here to try and receive your provisional licenses, so you'll soon find yourselves caught up in this exhausting mess. Those of you who lack speed simply won't make the cut, which is why that's what you'll be tested on. The first 100 students to meet the requirements will pass today. Mara said as the TV screen behind him changed to read, number to pass first test, 100 people. That's roughly 15%, Senshi commented quietly. I thought they said at least half of us would pass, Yaoyorozu gasped. Many people began to murmur at this announcement before Mara continued. Well, the world can be pretty harsh. I suppose I should mention luck. Anyway, here are the basic rules. Mara then explained the scoring system, which was target-based. Each person had to place 3 targets somewhere visible on their body and would also have 6 rubber ball to hit others' targets. When a target was touched, it would light up, indicating that the person hit had only 2 targets left. To pass, each person had to eliminate 2 others by hitting their targets. Senshi placed her targets on the top of her right hand, the side of her stomach, and one at the top of her thigh. Suddenly, a rumbling from the room made everyone pause, and the walls crumbled like cardboard, exposing the students to the light. With just 5 minutes to spread out across the USJ-like biome, the examination began. The class rushed out of the box, and the moment an air horn sounded, at least 20 people began attacking UA. Everyone in the class took up their defensive positions, with Senshi creating a protective dome around herself. Watching the rubber ball bounce off the blue transparent dome was quite fascinating. The attacks ceased after 30 seconds, revealing that the enemy had run out of ammunition. It was a foolish move in the long run. They had the element of surprise, but the numbers were roughly even. Given that the class was on the defensive and using their quirks, some could argue it was unfair. A temporary stalemate ensued until a boy resembling Aizawa-sensei threw some ball under the rocky ground. The ground cracked as the ball passed beneath it, causing panic among most of the class. Senshi remained calm, as her quirk could defend against that to some extent, but some classmates were in real trouble. Get back. I'll handle this, Jiro ordered, her earphone jacks connecting to her specially modified gloves. She plunged her knuckles into the ground, using her quirk to reveal the ball as the ground cracked further, dislodging chunks. This gave the class a chance to go on the offensive. Since Senshi's quirk wasn't suited for long distances, she knew she would have to get up close if she wanted points. She prepared for her rare offensive move when, for the 3rd time that day, the ground between the 2 schools rumbled and shattered. A cloud of dust formed around the class, which was concerning. Even if the other class's actions were defensive, it could still allow them to attack. Senshi began to run, much to her classmates' dismay. If we want to pass, we need to get somewhere else, Senshi explained briefly as she ran further away. As she sprinted, she mentally listed possible scenarios and solutions. It was around this time that the first person to pass was announced, along with 120 people being eliminated. The culprit of such an extreme attack was none other than Shiketsu, so that was their strategy. The city area was her destination. Whether she made it alone or not didn't matter to her, she was adaptable like that. Senshi successfully made it alone, the run being quite lengthy. She slipped into an alleyway, scanning her surroundings like a seasoned underground hero. There were 10 people in the street, strategizing. 2 had mutant quirks, while the other 8 were unknown. Senshi had a plan in mind that incorporated 2 new moves she had developed, creating a unique technique. She kept quiet, her predominantly black suit blending seamlessly into the shadows. Her goal was to trap the 2 mutant quirk users in separate domes before launching her attack. She just needed to be quicker than the remaining 8 and her 2 targets. Simple enough. The dome materialized around the 2 mutant quirk users, one resembling a bear, the other boasting an extra set of arms. The group began to panic, their attention focused in the opposite direction of Senshi. Next, she activated her quirk, feeling it flow through her body. Midoriya had offered her some valuable tips on this. Senshi likened it to pouring water from a cup. If you weren't careful, it would spill everywhere, but if done right, it would flow out steadily. With a burst of energy, she leaped out of the alleyway, her quirk crackling around her. A ball formed in her right hand as she pounced into action. The onlookers shouted, "There!" And, "It's the girl who came second at the sports festival." But there was little they could do. She was simply too fast for them. First, she leaped onto the wall adjacent to her targets, her leg strength propelling her higher. Entering one of the domes, she pressed a ball against her target. It was a straightforward tactic, but it was effective. With other quirk users firing at her, she decided to turn their attacks against them. Anything shot near the domes would be absorbed, causing chaos for those inside. After a few moments, the enemy's fire ceased. But Senshi didn't stop. She completed her mission in mere seconds, standing tall as her targets turned green. As she began to walk away, she overheard comments from the crowd, but for the first time, she found she didn't care. Girls were often seen as needing to be rescued by a knight in shining armor, but Senshi never subscribed to that notion. She wasn't looking for a knight, she was seeking a sword. And now that sword had been placed in her hands, and she was determined to wield it. "Please help me." That was a common plea echoing in the air as the second exam commenced. Everyone in Class 1A had passed the first exam, some just barely. Senshi had been the first to pass from her class, the second overall. Now, according to Mera, a natural disaster had occurred, prompting a rescue mission. Senshi, along with Yaoyorozu and Jiro, had agreed to work together to save a child. Senshi was the first to reach the child, who was trapped under rubble from a collapsed building. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized the boy. "Henru," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "What?" the boy replied, his sapphire eyes locking onto hers. "Nothing. You'll be fine. Is just your leg stuck?" Senshi panicked, noting the uncanny resemblance but reminding herself that if Henjiro were alive, he would be 13, not a 6-year-old. "Why yeah?" The boy returned to crying. "Yaoyorozu, could you make a splint for his leg?" "Jiro, keep listening for any more victims." "I'll take care of him," Senshi instructed, her tone more of a request than an order. "Yeah. Yep." Senshi surveyed the debris. There were only 2 large pieces. With raw strength, she removed the top part compressing the boy's leg, no quirk needed. She then lifted the child and handed him to Yaoyorozu, who took him to the medical area. Senshi felt a longing to stay close to the boy, as if a part of her heart wanted to be near him, but she knew better. She understood that the stars aligning for this moment was unlikely. The 3 continued their rescue efforts, taking turns returning to the medical center. It was Senshi's turn when an explosion shook the ground, followed by a rumble. An army emerged, and it was soon announced that they were under attack by villains. Gang Orca led them, making it clear this was a staged assault. Senshi quickly trapped him in a dome, running over with a few others. She ensured that anything could enter the dome, allowing others to attack him. However, she didn't focus on Gang Orca. She knew she wouldn't fare well against his quirk, so she turned her attention to his minions. And thus, the battle between the strongest defenses and one of the best offensives began. Senshi and 100 others stared intently at the board of names, scanning for the one that would signal their acceptance. The second part of the examination had just concluded about 10 minutes ago. The fight against Gang Orca had gone poorly for some, while others found it frustrating to watch 2 classmates so caught up in their thoughts that they were affecting everyone around them. Senshi had focused on trapping Gang Orca in a dome, while the others dealt with his minions. Oh, And did I mention that Senshi was very close to shaking some sense into the half-and-half boy in her class? Luckily for him, the black-haired girl was more focused on her own efforts. Once that situation was over, everyone had changed back into their school uniforms. Most looked a bit disheveled, their hair slightly wild compared to when they arrived, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened at their hairlines. Mara was going on about, "Thank you for your hard work," or something similar, and once he finished his unimportant speech, he pressed a button revealing the names of those who passed. Senshi scanned the remaining names, her eyes moving faster than ever. The roughed-up students fell into one of two categories, happy or sad. Senshi's eyes darted around the board, not caring that it was in alphabetical order. She let out a breath, her frame visibly relaxing as her heart swelled with joy, like a child in a candy store. She had passed, though Senshi wasn't sure what else she had expected. Failure? Perhaps, but since she didn't know the scoring system, there could have been a chance. Looking behind her, she noticed the emotions of her soulmate, which were far from pleasant, and returned to scanning the board. He didn't pass? Her eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at him. His mouth was slightly open, indicating that he too hadn't expected this outcome. His body was visibly tense, and while his facial expressions showed anger, Senshi could see the conflict in his eyes. He seemed disappointed and sad at the same time. And she wasn't just guessing, she could feel it. As she watched him snap at his classmates, it lacked its usual bite. It was a deflated offense, and no one else seemed to notice. Perhaps she was the only one who would pick up on such small things. "You should have been more careful with your words, they matter," Kaminari said, making Katsuki appear like an actual demon. If Katsuki was silent when he was mad, he was furious now. Or was he even angry? In conclusion, he wasn't. "Shut your mouth before I lose my patience," Bakugo growled, making Kaminari shudder. The less aggressive part of Senshi's theory had been proven false, and it was clear that she was concerned. "We deducted points when you made mistakes. Fall below 50, and you were done. The demerits will be listed on your result forms, so you'll want to look at them," Mara continued as some staff handed out sheets to all 100 students who participated. Senshi took hers with a small, "thank you," and began to read it over. Tate Senshi, 81 points. According to the HUC members, Senshi needed to hesitate less and should always prioritize those in need of saving rather than fighting. For the latter, she could only assume the comment was made because some students were already handling the situation. The first comment, however, was too much for her to bear, so she politely folded the paper into a small square and tucked it into a pocket sewn into her skirt. As much as Senshi knew Katsuki would dislike it, she kept shooting him empathetic glances, feeling compelled to ensure he was okay. That was her role as his soulmate, right? Mara then continued to explain the heavy responsibilities of having a provisional license, how All Might had lost his power, and how villains could become bolder. Mara also mentioned that those who failed could have another chance and participate in a special course that would take 3 months to earn their licenses. Senshi felt a glimmer of hope for her soulmate when she heard this. At least he and one other from the class wouldn't be too far behind. Senshi followed the crowd as everyone was set to receive their licenses. She brushed her fingers through her slightly knotted hair, attempting to make it look somewhat neater. Senshi smiled lightly for the camera, the corners of her mouth genuinely upturned for once. The camera flashed with a blinding light, leaving sunspots dancing in her vision for a moment as her actual license was finalized and handed to her. It contained the school she was affiliated with, her quirk title, her birthday, and her hero name. She walked toward her class, which was gathered near their bus, smiling fondly at the small card in her hands. It held a portion of her future, the other part being the boy staring at her with a mix of pride and a hint of jealousy. It was just like how Senshi played the piano. She was expertly playing his heartstrings. The moment the class arrived back at their dorm, they were greeted with a surprise. "Whose cat is that?" Okay, maybe Senshi had forgotten to introduce Suki to the class. She walked to the front of the huddle, getting a look at the meowing cat, picking up her child, and walking off. It was a wonder how Suki had gotten out of Senshi's room in the first place, but it wasn't something she needed to worry about too much. Suki was a very loving cat, seldom doing anything wrong, so it felt a bit unfair that Senshi had kept him locked up in her room for a week, not counting the balcony. Suki was used to Senshi's rather large house, not a small dorm room. "Tate, you have a cat?" Uraraka asked softly, looking at the purring animal in Senshi's arms. "Yes." "Ah, he's so cute. Is it a girl or a boy?" Ashido continued, most people intrigued. Senshi sighed. This may have been part of the reason she had avoided letting Suki out. "He's a boy and his name is Suki," Senshi introduced, walking into the common room while shaking her shoes off. Suki hadn't actually met many new people, with Senshi's Nana being the only exception. So in all honesty, Senshi had no idea how Suki would react. Senshi sat down on a sofa with the cat in her lap, but Suki quickly climbed out, eager to explore the new people around them. This was quite different from Senshi, who had always been like a mother to him. As Katsuki walked through the living room, something soft brushed against his pant leg. He looked down to see a gray cat gazing up at him, meowing loudly. "Get off of me," Katsuki groaned in annoyance. To his surprise, the cat complied but continued to follow him. He had heard the girls and a few of the boys gushing over the cat, which was Senshi's, and the little bit of fur that brushed against his exposed ankle reminded him of Senshi's gentle touch. As silly as it seemed, the cat seemed to carry a sense of warmth and kindness with it. "Suki, come here," Senshi called softly, and the cat turned around to head back to its owner. Katsuki felt a twinge of heartache as the cat walked away, meowing softly. He found himself hoping to see more of the little creature. The girls quickly took to fawning over the new dorm pet, and it seemed that Senshi had noticed a softer side of Katsuki as he interacted with the animal. Perhaps he did have a gentle heart after all. Wherever Senshi went, Suki seemed to follow closely. This was typical, except during the times when her parents argued. Generally, Suki was attached to Senshi's side, and Senshi didn't mind one bit. Todoroki, who was usually a bit aloof like Senshi, had an unexpected reaction to Suki. When the cat placed a paw on his nose, he was momentarily startled, but his wide eyes softened, and his thin line of a mouth transformed into a small smile. So, her Nana was right once again. An animal will always be open to giving love as long as you love it first. He hated it. Another restless night, plagued with nightmares of the countless times his freedom was taken from him. A drop of sweat dripped from his fingertips, and the bedsheets carried a burning scent. He guessed he had used his quirk in his sleep again. A defeated sigh escaped his lips, his chest shaking with the exhale. He reached for a towel on his nightstand to wipe away the sweat he despised. He loathed how everyone, including his teachers, seemed to loom over him, wanting to extract more potential from him than he felt he could give. He hated that he was likely making Senshi feel all of this too. It was something he couldn't keep to himself, and for once, he hated that. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the self-deprecating thoughts that had invaded his mind. He convinced himself that these thoughts and nightmares would fade with time, yet for some, it had been many moons since they had ceased. He could still feel the remnants of the sludge villain's attack, the panic that surged through him when he witnessed the hero he idolized almost perish because of him. And then there were his classmates. Those fools thought he was weak. He knew Senshi could have escaped on her own, so how dare they think he was weak? The current situation proved it, didn't it? His weakness. He had stopped checking under his bed for monsters when he realized they were actually inside him. Katsuki clenched his jaw, trying to keep his breathing steady. He didn't want Senshi to know. He didn't want her to see too much of him. He wasn't scared, right? Yet, his heart ached at the thought, a sign that maybe he was wrong. He didn't want that idea to sink in, but it was a futile attempt. Much like his potential, he felt inadequate, and the provisional licensing exam had confirmed that. He couldn't even save himself, so what did he expect? To save others? Foolish. And then there was the fight with Deku. The boy who had always surpassed him in everything: grades, potential, even quirks. The scariest part was that Deku had emerged from a part of Katsuki's life he hoped to forget, a place where if those people became great, he would crumble. And Deku had become. Not bad. Was he destined to crumble? Was he already falling apart like ancient ruins? Maybe he wished to live Deku's story, at least he was happy and the protagonist of his own tale, while Katsuki felt like an extra in his own life. A knock at his door jolted him awake. Who could be knocking at 3 in the morning? His eyes widened, and his heart raced as he sat up. Maybe whoever was out there would distract him from his tumultuous thoughts. He got up from his bed, his chest unknowingly trembling with each breath of cool air. He walked to the door, unlocking it and opening it to the soft glow of the dorm hallway. But that was ordinary. What was extraordinary was the force that pushed him back a few steps, followed by a tight squeeze around his core. Someone had buried their head into his chest, and the warmth of the moment sent a new emotion coursing through him. With the familiar jet-black hair slightly tousled from sleep, he knew who it was. Yet, Senshi remained silent, which was unusual. He longed to hear her comforting voice right now. She looked up at him, her cerulean eyes glistening with tears, her cheeks red and puffy. The two small dots near her left eye, a telltale sign of her distress, were there, and more tears streamed down her face. In that moment, seeing his other half so upset made him forget his own troubled thoughts. The bond they shared felt stronger than ever, and he desperately wanted to wrap her in a hug and never let go. Yet he held back, deciding that words would be a better option, even if he knew he wasn't good with them. He didn't want her to see him like this. He had already shown his classmates enough weakness. But it seemed he was too late as Senshi spoke first. "Why are you crying, Katsuki?" For the first time he could remember, he surrendered his pride. The words he wanted to say caught in his throat, and a guttural cry escaped him. He pressed his face into her soft hair as frustrated tears streamed down his cheeks. Had he really been crying this whole time? Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the dryness of his throat and the warmth of his tears cascading down his flushed cheeks. It had been this way for months, and while Senshi tried to move past it, she couldn't ignore the sympathetic glances she sent his way. No one noticed his tears or his sadness, but everyone seemed to notice his mistakes. Yet she was the only one who saw everything. Senshi did her best to suppress the ache in her heart and the heaviness in her gut, a sadness that felt almost paralyzing. But tonight, it felt especially intense. She couldn't quite explain it, but it seemed as though Katsuki had reached a new low, one that transcended mere sadness. It felt almost like a mournful heartbreak. And now, the soulmate she feared might never accept her was holding her tighter than she had expected, as if she were the one in distress. In that moment, it felt as though Senshi was the only thing anchoring Katsuki to reality. The confusing butterflies fluttering in her chest could be sorted out later. Gently, much like everything else she rubbed soothing circles on her soulmate's back. For someone who was usually averse to touch, he seemed to find comfort in the warmth she offered. His panicked breathing began to slow, almost lulling him into a peaceful state. His chest felt calmer, less tense and constricted. "Do you want to talk about it?" He felt a tightness in his chest, and his nose tingled as more tears welled up in both of their eyes. He hugged her tighter, as if trying to transfer his sadness to someone who understood his pain. From that, Senshi knew his answer. She gently slipped from his embrace, keeping one hand in his as she led him to his bed. Senshi could hear Katsuki's breath hitching in his throat, just as hers did. She felt his sadness deeply, but it was a phantom sadness. Hers was overshadowed by something far worse. Katsuki had no idea why he didn't resist more. He was utterly drained. No, that was an understatement. He was emotionally, mentally, and physically exhausted. He was running on fumes, and how he was still functioning was a mystery to Senshi. For once, it wasn't his anger that had worn him down. It was guilt and self-loathing. Those feelings had slowly begun to replace his pride, which likely shattered so easily in front of his soulmate. The girl who had been kidnapped alongside him. The girl who felt everything he felt. How was she so strong? Perhaps Katsuki had forgotten the many times he had calmed her down, lost in his overwhelming thoughts and memories. For once, his voice trembled with uncertainty. Senshi gently traced his knuckles with her thumb, a silent promise that he would be okay. "It's okay, you don't need to say anything," she whispered, her tone softer than the gentle patter of rain. But it wasn't just that, it was the kind of tone she wished to hear herself. She sat beside him on his bed, the sheets tangled and still carrying the faint scent of smoke. Senshi continued to trace his hand with hers, reflecting on how he was taking this much harder than she was. The truth was, she couldn't take it that badly. She had endured much worse. The saddest part for her was how easy it was to remain silent. Maybe that was why Katsuki never sought help. The pain gave him a sense of feeling, even if it was fleeting. Once again she moved him, tears still streaming down his rosy cheeks. His head rested on something warm and comforting, the sensation of hands gently playing with his hair providing even more solace. "I'm here if you need me." There was a hint of regret in her voice, as if she felt she should have been there for him long ago. But she couldn't focus on her own feelings, she was focused on him. As Katsuki finally drifted off to sleep, it was the escape from reality he desperately needed, not one that locked him away from happiness, but one filled with dreams where he could simply be himself, where joy existed. For the remainder of the night, the two found a sense of happiness together, perhaps coming to a realization about their feelings for one another. So, her parents' arguments were so intense that Senshi had a seizure. A seizure. Clearly, something needed to change. For the rest of the day, Senshi was resting on a cot in Recovery Girl's office. Words would have to be exchanged with two certain individuals. Chapter 28 Wonderwall. Senshi reflected on what Uraraka was saying. Everything she spoke resonated with Senshi's experiences around her soulmate. Did she love Katsuki? Most people observed from a distance as Senshi left the dorms every day at 4 p.m. This wasn't just an occasional occurrence, it was a daily routine. The class began to wonder where she was going for hours at a time, only to return exhausted. It's crucial that you get enough rest before the provisional licensing exam. And it's especially dangerous for you to be out alone after Kamino, Ida lectured as Senshi entered the dorms. She stood on one leg, removing her left shoe, and stared at him with a neutral expression. I do other things besides school, Senshi replied, continuing to take off her shoes. Yes, I understand that, but with the provisional licensing exam tomorrow, don't you think you should be conserving your energy? Ida pressed, and by now, most of the class was listening intently, curious about the exchange. That's called sleep. The class sweetheart, the quiet girl who rarely spoke beyond thank you or answering questions in class, was being sarcastic. It was safe to say that a certain ash blonde felt a swell of pride in his chest. Most of the girls were stunned. Their precious little cinnamon roll, too kind for her own good, was not only engaging with someone but also being sarcastic. Who had led her to this newfound confidence? Besides, who said I wasn't relaxing? Senshi continued. She felt relaxed while figure skating, even if it might not be everyone's idea of relaxation, especially with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. You don't exactly look like you've been relaxing, to be fair, Kirishima added, prompting Senshi to glance over at him. We must have different ideas of relaxation, Senshi said sweetly as she walked upstairs, leaving the class divided between awe and shock. It seemed she wasn't all they thought she was. One pink-haired girl was determined to find out more. Come back. Ashido called out, chasing after Senshi before she got too far away. Senshi paused, looking back at Ashido, who was sprinting toward her. Can you tell us what's in the bag? You always use the same one. Senshi hesitated, weighing whether it was worth sharing. Ultimately, she decided it was. What could they possibly do with the information? She opened the bag and pulled out her ice skates, nothing else, especially not the new costume she had tucked inside. God knows what Ashido would make her do with it. Oh, ice skates. Are you a figure skater or something? Ashido asked, drawing the attention of others who gathered around. Yes, Senshi replied, putting them back in her bag, hoping to avoid further socializing. That's so cool, Tate. Ashido exclaimed, waving her arms around excitedly. That explains why you used your quirk that way during the sports festival, Yayarosa noted. As Senshi climbed the stairs again, the crowd began to disperse, but she could still hear them talking about her. Part of her wanted to eavesdrop for any negative comments, but another part reassured her that it was okay. They were simply interested. Senshi let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding and returned to her thoughts, which were now filled with reflections on her parents. She had come to a sad but true conclusion. She wanted love in a home that had none to give. Her thoughts shifted when she saw the group chat light up with messages like, "What's for dinner?" and "You're sitting right next to everyone, why not just speak?" These new thoughts were of a certain person who left her feeling confused. But based on Ashido's earlier diagnosis of uraraka, she thought she might have an idea. It could be love. Chapter 29, Unfair Setups. The dawn that welcomed the world felt different for two people than it did for many others. The truth was, Katsuki had fallen asleep holding Senshi close in a hug that felt like a bear's embrace. Senshi had begun to run her fingers through his surprisingly long hair, the soothing action lulling her into a sleep of her own. It was strange. For once, sleep was actually enough for their tired souls. Katsuki was normally an early riser. However, nothing about this morning was typical, and so both of them slept in well, as much as they could before an alarm intruded upon their tranquility. Senshi, closest to the alarm, promptly shut it off with her eyes still closed. She groaned, subconsciously holding onto the warm body next to her. Her thoughts raced as she noticed a lingering scent of burnt sugar in the air, leaving her unsure whether to feel embarrassed or to savor the moment for a few more seconds. The boy beside her took a deep breath of the cool air, likely trying to wake himself up. He rubbed his left eye with the heel of his palm and realized he couldn't move his other arm due to the pressure on it. Opening his eyes, he squinted slightly at the sudden influx of light but soon recognized that he was indeed holding someone very close. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and he felt a surge of gratitude, along with a glimmer of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, what they shared could blossom into something more. But wasn't it foolish to fall in love with someone who had once been a stranger? Were they strangers anymore? The class changed from their formal uniforms into their training outfits, waiting in the training dojo for their upperclassmen. It seemed that only the blonde boy was set to fight, and Senshi felt a sense of relief. He was clearly very muscular, which often indicated a close combat quirk, though that wasn't always the case. As soon as Aizawa-sensei said go, the boy vanished through the floor, leaving his clothes behind. Senshi scanned the concrete floor for any sign of him, knowing he would have to emerge eventually. He couldn't stay buried forever. Senshi raised a dome around herself, preparing for his reappearance. Just as he was about to come out, she launched a disc at him, but she quickly realized she was in for more than just a fight, as the boy was completely exposed. Choosing to avert her gaze, Senshi focused on what she knew about him. It was clear he possessed a quirk that allowed him to phase through objects, and he seemed to have no sense of modesty. Interesting. The boy moved quickly, his quirk enhancing his speed. As he took down opponents one by one, Senshi noticed a pattern in his strategy. He targeted the long-range fighters first, likely aware that they posed a threat to him. That left Senshi and the other close combat fighters. She quickly learned that trapping the boy in a dome would be ineffective, but she hadn't yet tried to outpace him. As he was about to emerge from the ground again, she created a barrier at his height in the air. While she couldn't be sure it would work, recognizing patterns was essential for success. When the boy emerged, he collided with the platform, and Senshi seized the opportunity as the last remaining fighter. She leaped into the air, her quirk creating stepping stones for her to navigate. Using one of her ultimate moves, she caught him off guard. However, his reflexes were astonishingly quick, and she soon found herself on the receiving end of a punch to the stomach. Overall, it didn't go as planned. Senshi was left pondering the boy's intentions and whether it was worth it, especially after he delivered a speech about what it takes to be part of a work-study program once the match concluded. From that experience, Senshi learned a few things. She needed to be faster, she needed to improve her confidence, and she needed to work on her social skills. So, not much had changed. But perhaps the blonde boy's words would prove useful later on. 2 weeks later, Senshi woke up unusually early for her ice skating competition. The events of the previous night lingered in her mind, leaving her unsure of how to feel, though a subconscious smile crept onto her face as she recalled them. At 3 a.m, Katsuki knocked on her door, asking why she was so anxious at such an early hour. She let him into her dorm room and briefly explained her nerves. It was clear to Senshi that Katsuki didn't quite know how to respond, likely because he had never experienced anxiety over something like this. They continued to talk softly for about an hour, with Suki joining them at some point. Senshi noticed a small smile on Katsuki's face as he absent-mindedly petted Suki. It was endearing. Eventually, Katsuki dozed off against her wall while sitting on her bed. Ironically, just as he fell asleep, it was time for Senshi to start getting ready. She quietly moved around her room, turning on a small lamp for some light. After changing in her attached bathroom, she emerged wearing a new costume designed by her and her coach. It featured long black sleeves and a fitted black bodice, with a skirt that faded into a deep sapphire color. The dress had no back, instead featuring black straps that crisscrossed like a spider's web, adorned with sparkles. As she opened the bathroom door to let out the hairspray, she noticed Katsuki had turned onto his side, looking much more comfortable than before. He had clearly made himself at home with Suki. While she packed her backpack with essentials, Katsuki stirred awake, momentarily captivated by Senshi in her figure skating dress. Still half asleep, he continued to gaze at her. Senshi slipped on a jacket that had Shizuoka embroidered on the back, its blue fabric accented with orange stitching. She moved to open her curtains but paused to glance back at the boy on her bed. She walked over to her desk and began writing something. Katsuki, still drowsy, felt himself drifting back to sleep. Senshi placed the note on the clock and smiled at the sight of her soulmate peacefully sleeping with her cat at 4 a.m. With a soft click of the door, she left the room and Katsuki settled back into slumber. Senshi wasn't fond of waking up early, but Tokyo was an exception. The sun filtered through the gaps between buildings, casting beautiful shadows and warm orange light, while the early morning breeze sent autumn leaves swirling across the concrete. Accompanied by her coach, Senshi walked through Tokyo toward the ice rink where she would be competing. As they entered the back rooms of the stadium, she noticed other figure skaters already stretching in the background. Even though this competition was open to participants aged 14 to 19, Senshi was the youngest by quite a margin. Among the 47 prefectures and the 47 contestants, there were only 15 girls in total. While it's typical for men and women to compete separately, Senshi believed that mixing the genders added excitement to the competition. After all, who could truly claim to be the best if they only competed within their own category? Because of this, many sports today were no longer gender segregated. Senshi was 22nd in line, as Shizuoka was registered as the 22nd prefecture. She could tell from the number of contestants that it was going to be a long day. The first routine was scheduled to start at 8 a.m., which meant Senshi wouldn't be on until around 10. Now she understood why her coach had said that national competitions could feel tedious when you weren't actively competing. Pulling out her phone, she decided to send a quick message as the first figure skater took to the ice. Tate Senshi. Just thought I'd mention that the competition is on Channel 9, and I don't actually skate until around 10. Once Senshi learned that Katsuki was on house arrest, she found herself with many unanswered questions. From the few details Katsuki shared, it seemed he and Midoriya had gotten into a physical altercation. She sensed there were unspoken tensions and truths between them, and part of her hoped this confrontation might be beneficial for them. However, Katsuki hadn't seemed particularly pleased when she visited his dorm the previous night, but was that any different from the past month? Yes, but no. He hadn't been that upset before, but he had shown signs of sadness in the past. Senshi was torn between viewing the situation positively or negatively. But for now, she was late for school, and that was a more pressing issue since she hadn't even gotten dressed yet. 3 days later, Senshi found herself in a challenging situation with her upperclassmen, and she was definitely struggling. But there were several reasons. First, there was the mysterious work-study mentioned during the opening ceremony 3 days ago, which left everyone in class puzzled. Senshi hadn't questioned it much. If she didn't know, there was probably a good reason. Second, the work-study was to be explained by 3 very different third years. One was shy, much like Senshi, another was extremely bubbly and outgoing, and the last one struck a balance between the two, leaning more toward the extroverted side. Senshi felt flustered when the bubbly girl got up close and excitedly recounted her own experiences, claiming Senshi was cool for surviving a kidnapping. Senshi awkwardly nodded along. Then, the blonde one boldly challenged the entire class, except for Katsuki, to a fight. Senshi felt a rush of excitement but also wondered why he would so confidently issue such a challenge. This led her to another question. What was his quirk? Turning off her phone with a click, Senshi began watching a figure skater from Hokkaido perform. She enjoyed analyzing their form, moves, and technique, which likely contributed to her habit of assessing people beyond just hero work. The skater was 18 and had been doing well until he attempted a move that proved too ambitious, causing him to fall. Senshi felt uncertain about her own standing. Yes, she was the best in her prefecture, but what did that mean in the grand scheme of things with other prefectures competing? She was about to find out. After hours of practice, Senshi finally shook off the stiffness from sitting. She walked out from the back room with her coach and along the edge of the ice rink, gliding effortlessly in her skates. Cameras were focused on her, and commentators discussed her performance, making it clear she was the youngest competitor there at just 15. Back at the dorms, Katsuki had turned on the common room TV after reading Senshi's message, and the rest of the class gathered to watch. Most of them were clueless about what was happening during the figure skater's performance, but they went along with it, intrigued nonetheless. There have been reports of a new villain group causing chaos around the area of Mizudafu, and their attacks are now spreading to other parts of Japan. Their motives remain a mystery, yet their group is large and powerful. They call themselves the Repudiates and are known for concealing their identities. Most everyone was crowded around the TV in the common room, watching with a mix of caution and concern. There were videos showing what appeared to be a scaled-down version of Kamino, where a group of 20 was engaged in what could only be described as arson. Senshi had just walked back into the room, still in her costume, and was watching with as much focus as the rest of her class. However, her attention was fixated on one individual whose quirk felt all too familiar. A boy with jet black hair, slightly curled at the top, had his face covered with a mask and looked no older than 13. Blue orbs shot from his hands, transforming objects into something entirely different: dynamite. Another person followed closely behind him, igniting the dynamite with a fire quirk. That first quirk was disturbingly familiar. Geez, yesterday it was the Hasaikai, and now it's these Repudiates? What does Repudiates even mean? Kaminari asked aloud. It means to have been rejected or disowned, Senshi muttered absent-mindedly, contemplating a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe. That makes sense. Those people have probably been disowned or rejected, Kirishima commented, and others nodded in agreement. Also, are we just going to ignore how Tate looks and how amazing she did? Ashido added, causing many others' moods to shift from doubt to cheer. Yeah. You were so cool, Tate. And you won too. Uraraka smiled, pointing at the glimmering medal around Senshi's neck and the trophy she was holding. Senshi laughed stiffly, unsure how to handle the flood of compliments. Tate, it wasn't the voice of a class member but rather a staff member. Miruko has offered you an opportunity for a work study with her. What do you say? Senshi turned to face the tired teacher, surprise etched on her features. Could this day get any better? She didn't need to think twice. She had come to trust the rabbit hero, even if they hadn't spent much time together. I gladly accept. Okay, I'll let Miruko know immediately. Let me know what days you'll be in Shibuya, and I'll excuse your absences, Aizawa-sensei said before leaving the room. Senshi sat down with a smile as Suki approached her. Miruko? She's in the running to be in the top 5. Jiro exclaimed. Didn't you go with her on your internship? It's so cool that you get to go back. Uraraka commented. It would be really cool, wouldn't it? The echoing of sneakers hitting the concrete floor was nearly drowned out by the clicking of high heels beside it. The hallway the two individuals were walking down had no other lighting than a blue orb hovering in the sneaker wearer's hand, providing a flickering glow. The hall seemed endless, the darkness swallowing most of the gray and chipped concrete, but it was all an illusion. They changed direction, revealing another path to their left, which ended in a dead end. You know, Switch, I thought you said you knew this place, the high-heeled woman commented, letting out an impatient sigh as her heels continued to click on the concrete. I do, ma'am, he replied bluntly, shooting the orb at the dead end, revealing a mahogany door. You just have to be patient for the building to reveal its secrets. Switch twisted the golden door handle open, revealing a dimly lit study with a fire crackling in the fireplace. Towering bookcases lined the walls, and a fur carpet covered much of the oak flooring. The warm ambience contrasted sharply with the sinister activities that occurred in this place. A desk with a leather chair sat in the center, adorned with gold accents on the olive-green leather. Across from it were two smaller chairs, resembling underdressed dining chairs, also olive-green. Switch held the door open for the woman dressed in a striking ruby-red dress that ended at her knees. Her heels matched the dress, and the designer bag she carried was black. Her gray hair, seemingly untouched by time, was short and curled, and she wore rose-red lipstick that complemented her youthful appearance. Switch stood by the door as the woman in red took a seat in one of the smaller chairs, while the boss, known only as Oppression, sat in the leather chair. No one knew his real name, even those who worked for him. So, Akafuku, what brings you here today? Oppression asked, a hint of menace in his tone. Well, you know I don't come for no reason. I believe we have a new target, Akafuku replied. Although she worked for the Repudiates, she never engaged in fighting due to a lack of powers. Oppression nodded for her to continue, and she did. And I believe this target may have something to do with young Switch here, she began, glancing at the boy with the mask. Have you heard of a girl named Tate Senshi? Senshi yawned on the train headed towards Shibuya, the sun barely rising above the horizon. There were definitely fewer people on the train than usual, which made sense given that it was roughly 6 a.m. Senshi couldn't help but wonder why Miruko had called her out for her internship so early. She didn't mind waking up as much anymore. It had become less of a chore. Each night, either Senshi or Katsuki would end up in the other's room, and although neither would admit it, they had grown accustomed to this routine. Now, it was mentally challenging to fall asleep without the other. Call it crazy, but that kind of bond never fades, even if they were just friends. Senshi's uniform shirt for autumn and winter had long sleeves, unlike the short sleeves she wore in spring and summer. No doubt it was more uncomfortable, but it somewhat helped with the prickling of the autumn chill. Senshi wore her blazer over her new shirt, the fabric crinkling under the sleeves of the blazer. Senshi still felt the warmth of sleep encasing her body despite the crispness of Shibuya's early morning air. After 2 hours of traveling, she exited the train and immediately noticed the pro waiting for her. Senshi walked over to Miruko, who was dressed in her hero costume. Hiya girlie. It sounds like you've been busy lately, huh? Senshi laughed self-deprecatingly. The pro was right, much had happened since the internships. Yeah, it was quite a lot. Well, we don't have time to chat, we've got a meeting to attend. Miruko said, starting to walk away from the station, with Senshi following while carrying her 2 bags. What is the meeting about? I'm assuming you know who the Repudiates are. It's our job, along with a few other pros, to hunt them down and stop them, Miruko explained as they walked through the early morning city, turning left down another street. They passed a coffee shop, where Miruko waved to the employees inside, who waved back enthusiastically. Senshi smiled meekly at them as she continued to walk at Miruko's brisk pace. The urban areas of the world were likely Senshi's preferred battleground, a realization that dawned on her after the provisional licensing exam. Rural areas, like forests, would have too many obstacles, such as trees. Plus, in a street chase, there would be a clear view of where the target was. Miruko stopped abruptly, causing Senshi to nearly walk into her. The pro was studying a map on her phone, comparing it to their surroundings. "So, this is the place they chose for the meeting," Miruko said, pointing at a building across the street. To any passerby, it looked like a simple office building, but considering it was hosting a meeting about what seemed to be the next League of Villains, it was definitely more than just an office. They entered the office, and were greeted by another door, which they opened to reveal the actual reason for their presence. There were roughly 8 other pros in the meeting room, all seated at a long table. "Ah, Miruko, you finally decided to join us 2 minutes late," Endeavor said, annoyance evident in his tone. "And with an intern you didn't inform us about." "I did inform you about my intern. It was in the email I sent you 5 minutes ago," Miruko retorted, causing the pros at the table to sigh. The two took their seats at the remaining available chairs. The room had no windows, and the floor was a simple cream tile. The walls were painted an off-white color, and the table in the center looked like one that could fold away easily. One would think that top heroes would have a much better working environment. "You should check your emails, Endeavor." What if Miruko had something important to say? Hawks added, with Tokoyami sitting next to him. Senshi exchanged a silent greeting with Tokoyami. "What I did send was important, you know," Miruko huffed. "Enough. This is counterproductive to what we actually came here to discuss." Endeavor began, and everyone fell silent. "We have assembled the top 10 pros here today to plan the takedown of the Repudiates. We know very little about them, including the identities of their members and where their base is located. However, we do know the identity of their leader, who is named Seijio Shujin, or as you may know him, Oppression." "How did you find this out?" Ryukyu queried. "As you all know, the members of the Repudiates wear masks, making it a challenge to uncover his true identity. However, his quirk is unique, and we could easily track him down the moment he revealed his power," Endeavor continued. "Additionally, we have received information about their next attack." Murmurs erupted in the room. How was all of this discovered so quickly? It had only been 2 days since their last attack. The Repudiates are planning to attack Shibuya City this evening at 6 p.m., though the reason remains unknown. "Now, we need to put citizens on high alert and assemble in Shibuya at 5:30 p.m., Endeavor concluded. "Sorry to interrupt, but do we know where exactly in Shibuya the attack will take place?" Kamui Woods asked. "Unfortunately, no. We only have the information I just relayed to you all." The room began to chatter again, with Senshi and Tokoyami remaining quiet. Once again, Endeavor had to halt the conversations to continue speaking, as it seemed not many wanted to hear the flame user's words. "Ahem, since there are 9 of us plus 2 interns, we will all be patrolling different areas of Shibuya from 5 p.m. onwards. If you receive any hints about what the Repudiates could be planning, let us know immediately. At the time of the attack, Kamui Woods, Wash, Crust, and Yoroi Masha, I would like you to focus on rescuing any casualties while myself, Ryukyu, Hawks, Miruko, Edgeshot, and the 2 interns will focus on confronting them. Any problems?" Everyone at the table nodded, but Senshi decided to voice her disagreement by raising a hand. Most looked at her with disdain, but curiosity flickered in their eyes. In turn, Endeavor said, making Senshi feel disrespected. "It's power field. Anyway, do we know the quirks of the members of the Repudiates? That would help us determine which heroes could face which villains." Senshi's hands were in her lap, grateful that no one could see them shaking slightly. She had only planned to sit and wait out the meeting, and speaking in front of a group of pros felt daunting. However, it wasn't as bad as she expected once she noticed her heroes making impressed faces. Endeavor cleared his throat, signaling that he did not have the answer. "No, we only know of Oppression's quirk. His quirk is called Commander. He can give verbal orders to anyone who has joined his side, and they must obey." "How does he make people join his side?" Miruko asked, using her hands to form quotation marks. "According to the quirk records, Oppression needs to know the person's full name and date of birth as a minimum. For his quirk to work perfectly, he must have a clear image of their face in his mind." That didn't make sense to Senshi. If he wanted to give orders to his followers, why were they wearing masks that covered their faces? Was it an act of disobedience, or did it serve a purpose? That concludes the meeting for today. It was 5:57 p.m., and none of the heroes had received any tips yet. There had been no suspicious activity. As Miruko and Senshi patrolled, a thick tension of nervousness hung in the air. "Do you think the leak was a fake?" Senshi asked. "Could be. The person who tipped us off left a note labeled anonymous. There's a high chance it's genuine, but..." Miruko's explanation was interrupted by a booming sound echoing from across town, the source clearly visible through the smoke that filled the air. The two heroes broke into a run, following the trail of smoke that marked the location of the repudiates. Hawks soared overhead as more heroes arrived at the blast site. With 7 heroes present, 5 pros and 2 interns, the odds were uneven against the villains. The area of the blast was still shrouded in thick smoke, and the rubble created an unstable ground, but Senshi was able to navigate it easily. Everyone immediately engaged in combat with 2 villains. The air was humid and barely breathable, filled with the acrid smell of smoke and dust. Senshi felt the grit in her eyes and clinging to her skin, while the battle cries of pros and the screams of innocence echoed around her. The taste of dust in her mouth was unpleasant, but she managed to endure it. The 2 villains Senshi faced were formidable opponents. One wielded a fire quirk, able to create flames of various colors, which Senshi guessed corresponded to their intensity. The other villain appeared younger than the rest, yet he was undeniably strong. "Spectrum! Hold off on this hero, I want a word," he called, his voice youthful and energetic. The fire user, presumably Spectrum, paused but did not retreat. "Hey there, hero. I've always wanted to meet you, you know. I'm Switch, nice to meet you." His face was concealed by a mask, but he extended his hand for Senshi to shake. Senshi instinctively knocked it away. "I'm not here for friendly greetings, kid," she shot back. "Ah, that's not nice," he replied, beginning to lower his mask. As it fell away, his pale freckled skin was revealed, along with slightly curled black hair blowing in the wind and sapphire eyes that seemed to pierce into Senshi's own. The mask clattered to the cracked ground, and he wore a psychotic smile, his eyes wide with what appeared to be excitement as he continued, "Why would you say that to your brother, Sin?" The sun had dipped below the horizon, yet fires continued to burn. Buildings lay in ruins as flames raged among the debris. Explosions erupted rapidly, and smoke filled the sky like a new layer of clouds. The central area of Shibuya was chaos. What was thought to be 20 villains had turned into a minimum of 50. What was expected to be an easy case had become a grueling battle. And one who was believed to be dead was very much alive. Hearing the nickname from those who once loved her fall from another's lips shattered her heart, echoing the pain she felt as she watched him laugh maniacally, as if nothing had changed. "Henjiro." Senshi's breath caught, and the chaos around her seemed to slow. She stood as still as a mountain being covered in snow. "You got it. Man, you should see your face right now." Henjiro, now known as Switch, laughed with an unsettling glee. "Beeb, you're..." Senshi stammered, tears beginning to stream down her face. "It's funny, I was never dead, Senator, I left." Henjiro stepped down from the rubble, approaching his distraught sister. "You want to know why? I was the hero for everyone, but nobody was the hero for me. And that's when I knew being a villain was the only option." "No, it wasn't. You left me," Senshi cried out, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her eyes reddened with tears, her cheeks flushed. "I did, but doesn't every hero need a villain? You wanted so desperately to be the hero of my story. It's only right I be the villain of yours." He smiled, his teeth glinting in the dim light. "You know, when I turned my back on everything I'd known, it struck me. This feeling of being born anew. This time I'll get the chance to truly live." Dust from the explosions settled on his black sweatshirt, which matched his dark sweatpants. Henjiro walked closer, Spectrum following with a flickering blue flame in her hands. He crushed his mask underfoot as he approached, his sapphire eyes locking onto hers with a contrasting emotion. Yet she was filled with sorrow, and betrayal lurked behind her gaze. Henjiro continued to walk toward his older sister, laughter echoing in the background as pros fought valiantly. His laughter was unsettling, devoid of remorse. Even as the rain began to pour and the fight escalated into a war, he maintained that smile he had worn since childhood. "I, Henjiro, never died, only in your mind did I ever leave. And you want to know what the most beautiful part was? The most beautiful part was how easy it was to say nothing." He stood just 2 meters in front of her, the hero he had shattered, making her feel as fragile as ancient ruins. "So what do you say? Hero? Come dance with me in hell," he bellowed, lunging toward her. In that moment, Senshi realized she didn't love her brother, she only loved the version of him she had created in her mind. And now, she would have to confront both. The past consumed her as she mourned the future, slowly fading in her mind amidst the chaos. Her vision was blurred with tears, her breaths coming in irregular gasps. Her face felt hot, and her heart burned with an urge to cry, scream, and most of all, fight. She couldn't think straight. She knew she was in the midst of battle, her limbs moving instinctively, yet it all felt surreal. Spectrum was engaged with Senshi too, but not nearly as fiercely as Henjiro. Henjiro was locked in a duel, wielding an endless array of weapons. Senshi, on the other hand, was defending herself, lacking the mental energy to attack, but she had no choice but to fight. "Why did you leave?" she shouted, dodging a kick from her younger brother. "The same reason you choose to never be home. The repudiates were more of a family than they ever were, and they even gave me a choice to come. I wouldn't have lost much anyway. You always call yourself a hero, but you're too scared to face your own fears. That isn't heroism, that's cowardice. I am not a coward. You left me. You promised we'd never be apart. You traitor." Senshi screamed, a flash of blue and a loud bang echoing around them. "You always acted on your emotions. You never changed from that little girl who never knew what to do." They continued to fight fiercely, both shedding tears. Henjiro wore a smirk, but a few small tears slipped down his face. Senshi's expression was one of sorrow, and more tears streamed down her cheeks. It was a destined clash between siblings, their rivalry ignited by their parents. Spectrum paused the fight and began to speak. "A toast to Tate Senshi. Always the protagonist, but never the hero." Senshi was taken aback. "What? I don't even know you." "You know, Sin, in the 7 years I spent in that terrible house you call home, I realized something. You made me realize that in the end, no one will be there for me except myself. I'm all I have." "No. You were 7, Henjiro. 7. And you know what you did? You left me alone with our parents, who blamed me for your death. And now what's going to happen? I'll have to take the blame forever for something I could never control. You deserve it." Both paused, blood and tears mingling on their faces and soaking their clothes. Senshi's expression was one of betrayal, while Henjiro looked shocked. He hadn't meant to say that, but isn't it true that the truth comes out in the heat of the moment? "Yeah, I said it then. And it's true because our parents would never take the blame, so you're the only candidate for such an honor." Henjiro lunged forward again, and Senshi's sadness transformed into pure anger. "It's almost like I've been the villain in your life all along, not the other way around." Senshi exclaimed, landing a punch on her brother's face. "That's exactly it, Sen. You are the worst villain in my life because I wouldn't be here if you hadn't existed. In fact, I'd probably be in your shoes. But now that you've made yourself known, you're worse than me." Senshi fought silently as her brother laughed in triumph. She never wanted to admit he was right. Senshi had never tried to comfort him because she was too emotional to do so. But that didn't make her a bad person, did it? She never wanted this. The thoughts stemming from his words infiltrated her mind like a disease. The pain in her heart spread to her gut, and she wanted everything to stop. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be living her life, not learning how to cheat death. She was just a child. "If death is the easy way out, then I'll never let you die. You have to stay with me and suffer, damn it." Senshi shouted, launching a disc toward his head. "You've already let it happen once, Sin. And I know you'll have no say in whether I die again because you'd be too weak, too scared to stop it. You can convince yourself of that, but we both know I'm strong, and you can't stand it. You know I have the life you wished you had, and that infuriates you. That's probably why you're here. I am sick and tired of taking the blame for everything you do. I may be your blood, but I no longer want the title of your sister." Senshi blurted out, causing Henjiro's expression to shift to one of anger. "You're wrong. I'll always be stronger than you, because I can admit when something's wrong. That's why I left in the first place. Because I'm stronger." Henjiro's anger faded into frustration. He had made a valid point. If at 7 he knew something was wrong and could do something about it, he was indeed stronger. But was he truly stronger? He had run away from his problems, never facing them like his sister did. So maybe, just maybe, Senshi was the stronger one. Senshi choked on her sobs while fighting, and Henjiro's face remained emotionless, though a tear or two escaped his eyes. "I'm so sorry, Henjiro. I don't know what I ever did to you, but please come back home," she sobbed. Hinjiro halted, seeing his sister on her hands and knees, crying. He hadn't expected this, but all good things must come to an end, and life is one of those good things. I'm sorry too, Senator. One day I thought I was standing with everyone. Now I know I was truly standing on everyone. I don't regret any of it except for what I did to you. It was nice to see you, Sen, and now that I've shared the truth with you, it's time for me to go. Spectrum, Plan D. Hinjiro said, walking away with the fire user. No. Please come back. You can't leave me alone again. I need you. Senshi cried out desperately. Hinjiro walked away with a grim look on his face, trying to block out the desperate calls of his pleading sister. He climbed onto the tallest pile of rubble, overlooking the war zone he had created. Spectrum held his hand as Senshi continued to call out to him, and they began to walk away. Repudiates? Hinjiro called out, though he was no longer Hinjiro. He was Switch. The boy who had taken everything from a girl who had nothing, the boy who showed no remorse as he left the home that had burdened him with despair, declared, "It is time for our war to end. Operation Demise is about to begin." The heroes looked up at the boy without a mask and noticed that all the villains had ceased their fighting. The ground trembled, and the repudiates were no more. The cracked earth shook with heat, and dust began to rise from beneath the surface. A powerful boom echoed from below, sending debris flying into the air. The heroes shouted for everyone to take cover as a blinding white light, resembling a second sun, illuminated the city. Senshi's ears rang from the noise, and she pressed her hands against her head, desperately trying to block out the pain that overwhelmed her. Everything around her was eerily silent. She could only hear the frantic beating of her heart. Kneeling on the ground, her forehead pressed against the earth, she gripped her hair tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her costume was stained, and she couldn't tell if the blood was from her brother or herself. Blood trickled down her forehead, and her nose bled heavily, but the crimson on her face was mingled with her tears. As she gazed at the fallen villain, a horrifying realization struck her. She had been the catalyst for that villain's end all along. The moon seemed to split in half, and the stars crumbled, cascading like fireworks into the sea. She watched her world shatter the day her brother died for the second time. He had betrayed her, and she had betrayed him. Yet now, there were no feelings left at all. He did it, his sister accused, pointing at her brother. Glass lay in shards on the kitchen floor, jam smeared across the countertops, and smoke wafted from the oven. At least she wasn't in trouble. But now she stood still in the chilly winter breeze, thinking of her brother, the little boy she couldn't save. He did it, she said, her hands resting on his grave. The world was unbearably silent, as if the explosion had taken all love and light with it. It was so quiet that Senshi felt as if she were in a soundproof room. But her thoughts were so loud that she knew that couldn't be true. She began to sob, unsure if she was making any noise. Miruko approached her, gently rubbing her back. Her lips moved in a way that Senshi knew she was speaking. Senshi held her breath, trying to stifle her cries, and a bubbling panic began to rise in her stomach. Miruko looked at the girl with confusion and a hint of sympathy. "Girl, are you okay?" Senshi's face paled further, her tear-filled eyes widening. Her breath caught in her throat, as if her lungs were reluctant to breathe, but she knew it was necessary. With a tiny whisper that Miruko could barely hear over the smoky wind, Senshi replied, "I can't hear you." This was not something Miruko knew how to handle. The girl was obviously distressed, and once again, that was an unknown for Miruko. But how was she supposed to help someone who was upset and couldn't hear her? Miruko pulled Senshi up so they were sitting opposite each other, rubbing Senshi's left arm in comfort. Miruko could see that Senshi had been through a terrible ordeal. Her appearance showed the toll of the fight. Miruko herself only had a few minor cuts and bruises. Hawks approached from behind Miruko, and she turned to greet him. "Is she doing okay? Because she doesn't look like it." "That's rude and I don't know," Miruko sighed, as Hawks watched her curiously while his own in turn stood beside him. "What do you mean, I don't know?" Hawks asked again. "She can't hear anything after the explosion. I'm guessing she was close to one of the mines or something," Miruko explained, Tokoyami grimacing at his classmate. "Yeah, that sounds plausible. Get her to an ambulance. They can take care of that and her injuries," Hawks suggested. Miruko nodded, standing up while keeping a hand on Senshi's arm. Senshi's mind was still in a haze, and it was horrifying to see people's mouths moving without hearing any sound. It was strange. The last thing said to her was, "I'm sorry too, senior." Did he know this would happen? She wouldn't put it past him to have planned at least a little ahead. But why would anyone plan beyond death? Death is the end. It's where the universe decides whether you're right or wrong, or sometimes, just in between. Death is where all good and bad things come to an end. That's all there is to it. And now, Tatehenger had found his end. Whether it had been a bad or good ending was still something that had Senshi's mind racing. Another question lingered. Is it okay to mourn someone who betrayed you, fought you, but most importantly, once loved you? It was safe to say that the chaos of the Repudiates confrontation had been broadcasted, likely because most of the top 10 heroes were involved. There was no sound to the live footage, but it was clear that two individuals on opposite sides had begun to argue. Then, the only audible part of the entire recording rang out. Repudiates. It is time for our war to end. Operation Demise is to commence. A blinding explosion followed, sending the helicopter soaring into the air. Most heroes lay among the rubble, and bodies could be seen nearby. The villains had won, not literally as they all perished, but in this corrupted world, death could be considered a victory. Everyone watched in horror as their screens went white, revealing the aftermath. Especially those who knew the heroes personally. This event could easily be dubbed the next Kamino. And it always seemed like one girl was at the center of both. Senshi awoke feeling groggy, as was normal for her. She felt slightly cold, as if her entire being was ready to rest in finality. Yet her right hand was warm, which was peculiar. Senshi's throat felt parched, and her heart ached in a way that simply wouldn't fade. For now, though, she snuggled deeper into the inviting sheets of the bed, refusing to let her thoughts overwhelm her. Someone's thumb brushed over her knuckles, much like she would do with her soulmate. It was surprisingly comforting, the warmth of the person's hand. Senshi knew she was in a hospital. She had last been in a fight, no, a war. That meant she would have to make her presence known at some point, which felt like a drag. Taking a deep breath, the bitterly cold air froze her throat like ice. The person holding her hand paused for a moment but resumed after a few seconds. Senshi could hear the steady beeping of a heart rate monitor. The last time she checked, hearing wasn't something she could do. With one eye cracked open, Senshi surveyed her surroundings. Her vision was blurred from sleep, and a pounding headache made itself known as light entered her sight. With one eye open, Senshi looked around sleepily. It seemed like a normal hospital room, but to her right sat a figure with blonde hair, wearing a gray blazer over a white shirt. You never wear your tie. Senshi yawned, closing her eyes again. The rubbing of her knuckles stopped, but the hand remained. The first thing you say to me after being unconscious for a day is that I never wear my tie? You need to sort your priorities, woman. Katsuki replied, returning to the task of gently rubbing Senshi's knuckles. Senshi hummed in acknowledgement, though her expression soured at his silence. You're quiet. Unbeknownst to her, he leaned forward and seemed to adjust something near her ears. A sharp ringing sound pierced the air, causing Senshi to tense momentarily before it faded away. He settled back down, and they sat together in silence, Senshi not questioning what her soulmate had just done. She felt the familiar tickle in her nose and the sting of tears welling in her eyes, prompting her to wonder why she was crying. Hey, why are you crying? Katsuki asked, concern creeping into his voice. Senshi's breath hitched as she struggled to suppress her sadness, but it felt like a losing battle. Why would she feel sorrow for someone who had wronged her? It seemed as foolish as falling for a stranger. Before long, tears began to stream down her cheeks, the warmth of them contrasting against her skin. She didn't understand why she was crying. The same trust rule applied to him as it did to her parents. Katsuki, answer me. He huffed, unsure of how to navigate this situation. All he knew was that the previous day, during their fight, he had felt a mix of sadness, anger, and betrayal. Perhaps it was connected to that? He died, she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. A lot of people died, skater. But he's really dead this time. Senshi continued, Katsuki watching her with cautious eyes. He had no idea who she was talking about, but he nodded along, his gaze scanning her figure. Who? My brother. That was all Katsuki needed to understand. This brother she mentioned was likely the same one she had gotten in trouble for when she knocked over his urn a few months back. To learn that the boy was alive, and a villain at that, must have been difficult. But the hardest part of all was that her brother was truly gone now. He gazed into her soft blue eyes, still vibrant, and found himself lost in that ocean of emotion once more. Katsuki had never learned how to empathize with someone, so he simply sat there, rubbing Senshi's knuckles as she quietly cried. What else could he do? Senshi was far better at handling emotions than he was, and she was the one who needed comfort. So, acting on impulse, he pulled her up from her lying position and wrapped his arms around her. He had no idea why he chose to do it, but the tight embrace he received in return suggested that his gesture was appreciated. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you have indeed lost your hearing in both ears after the blast, a nurse informed her as Senshi sat up in the hospital bed, sipping water. Senshi paused to consider this. Since waking up, she hadn't felt much different. Perhaps it wouldn't be too bad? She barely noticed the hearing aids, having only learned about them after her emotional moment. But other than that, you have no other injuries to report, as they were all healed when you arrived. You should be able to leave today after we check you over, the nurse continued, and Senshi nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Katsuki had to leave after an hour or two. School was still in session, and Senshi was baffled that he had even been able to visit her. She knew her classmates would have a lot of questions about their relationship when she returned, and she hoped she could come up with a convincing story. But one lingering concern remained at the forefront of her mind: her parents. There was no way to avoid telling them about this, if they didn't already know. But what would they say? It wasn't like she had spoken to them since summer, and Senshi still didn't know how to feel about that. Senshi handed her jacket and blade covers to her coach while light music played in the background. It was in English, like most songs, and she didn't pay much attention to it. A woman who seemed to work at the rink led her onto the ice, and Senshi began to warm up. The cool air from the ice sent a pleasant chill across her exposed skin, and she could feel the eyes of thousands in the stadium focused on her. She was acutely aware that those thousands weren't the only ones watching. She knew a pair of carmine eyes would be observing her too. As Senshi skated around, practicing simple jumps, turns, loops, and general flexibility, she heard the audience clap whenever she landed a particularly challenging move, even though it wasn't her official turn to perform yet. This filled her with a sense of pride. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, catching Senshi off guard. She hadn't expected him to be so loud. The audience applauded as she skated around before stopping in the center of the rink in her starting position, her arms behind her back, left hand touching her right elbow and vice versa. Then the music began. The music started dramatically, perfectly complementing the classical pieces Senshi had chosen for her routine of jumps and twists. While she appeared calm on the outside, inside she was a whirlwind of nerves. You need to smile and look graceful, bend back and balance, push then pull up and twist, and repeat. As the music shifted to a more elegant tone, Senshi skated to a stop, her body swaying slightly as she extended her arm. She executed a split jump that turned her 180 degrees, propelling her forward once again. With utmost elegance, she glided around the rink, transitioning smoothly from forward to backward skating before the beat dropped. The next piece had a clear rhythm, and the audience clapped along. Senshi couldn't help but smile faintly. People were so easily entertained. Ice skating could be described in countless ways, and somehow Senshi managed to embody them all. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze she created as she spun and stretched. She wasn't just skating, she was performing, her movements perfectly synchronized with the music. One leg was raised behind her, her torso bent at an impressive angle, creating a beautiful line. And just like that, it was over. Senshi concluded her routine as the music came to a sudden halt. She finished by kneeling down, one arm extended in front of her, the other behind her. The audience erupted in applause as she stood, her breath visible in the cool air. Now she had to wait 5 hours. Senshi walked out of the stadium, a golden trophy in one hand and an onigiri in the other, with a golden medal hanging around her neck. Despite the hairspray, the 2 front pieces of her hair had fallen out of her bun, but she didn't mind too much. Her coach was on the phone as she exited the stadium, and though she wouldn't admit it, Senshi felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing her parents there. She had once trusted them enough to share this event, but they had chosen work over her. She wasn't too disheartened. It wasn't like she longed for their presence. Still, it was a shame she didn't catch sight of a pair of sapphire eyes belonging to a boy hiding behind a wall, watching her with an unsettling grin. He whispered to himself, "Found you." As Senshi underwent a final checkup, she engaged in a light conversation with the sweet nurse. The woman didn't pry into the details of any injuries but instead chatted about her cat, a topic Senshi could easily relate to. Yet, her happy thoughts were fleeting. She couldn't shake the memories of her brother, and she wished someone could guide her emotions because she felt lost. It reminded her of the first time he had passed away. Her parents had never told her how to feel, only to keep moving forward as if it were a minor issue. If it was a minor problem, why had they been crying? For now, she would navigate life with her hyperactive thoughts. As an overthinker, it wasn't the worst fate, the worst had already happened to her. Her feet padded against the paved floor at a speed that allowed her to blend in with the crowd. The air was moist from the recent rain, and the concrete was a shade darker with water. It was the final leg of her journey back to UA, or more appropriately, home. The loneliest moment in someone's life is when they watch their whole world fall apart, and all they can do is stare blankly. That had been a quote Senshi was forced to annotate in her final year of junior high, and only now did she truly understand. Whether it had been her whole life or just a small portion, all Senshi had been able to do was stare blankly as her emotions rendered her movements powerless. She wasn't feeling emotionless, numb, or depressed in any way. But she was conflicted, and any emotion that sparked within her was fleeting, like the brief flicker of a match. In this moment, as her thoughts grew louder, she realized something profound. As children, we adore heroes, yet as teenagers, we understand villains even more. And as strange as it sounded coming from a hero course student, the more she thought about it, the more she felt she wasn't wrong. An even more daunting thought loomed over her: she had all the opportunities in the world to become a villain. She could have ended up just like her brother, and to be honest, she was closer than she knew. After all, she had been kidnapped because the villains believed she would make a good villain. Yet she was stronger. That may have been the sole reason she was walking into the campus of the most respected hero school in all of Japan. "It's coming, the school festival," Aizawa-sensei announced, getting into his sleeping bag while still standing. As usual, the class seemed extremely excited about what they called normal school stuff. "Hang on, Aizawa-sensei, are you sure this is okay?" Kirishima asked, raising his hand. "Hush, Kirishima. Don't ruin this." Kaminari hissed at the redhead's question. "Think about it, though. There are villains everywhere right now." Kirishima replied. "You're right, that's a reasonable point. However, there are students here apart from those in the hero course. You get the spotlight every year at the sports festival. This is for everyone else," Aizawa-sensei replied, still in his sleeping bag. "The support course, general studies, and don't forget the business course students, this doesn't get as much attention as the sports festival, but it's still a yearly event they all look forward to. Many of your peers are feeling stressed out because of the conditions here at UA, especially the dorm system that had to be adopted because of the hero course," he finished. "You've got a point. I guess when you put it like that, it would be unfair to cancel it," Kirishima sighed as he sat down. Aizawa-sensei still had to announce the new restrictions, which stated that no one from outside UA would be allowed to attend. Senshi wasn't particularly bothered, it wasn't something that affected her. In a sense, she was grateful, as it meant her parents wouldn't be able to attend. Ida and Yayarozu took their places at the front of the classroom while Aizawa-sensei proceeded to take his daily nap. The two heads of the class used the same democratic method for choosing as they did for deciding the class representative. "A maid cafe. That's way too tame." Minetta's suggestion was immediately interrupted by Azui. "A machi shop. An arm wrestling match. A fun house. A creperie. Disco. A hero quiz. A frog song. Maybe a petting zoo? Soba stall. A mad banquet of darkness. A concert," Senshi mumbled, most likely too quiet for anyone to hear. "Twinkling extravaganza. Maybe a skit? A traditional cafe. A dance routine. Takoyaki shop." And that was all of the suggestions, but only one would actually be chosen. To begin with, the unacceptable ones would have to be removed, like fight to the death, twinkling extravaganza, and banquet of darkness. Those suggestions didn't sit well with some. "Huh." Aoyama gasped in offense. "So harsh." Tokoyami sighed in defeat. "Why'd you even bother asking?" Katsuki growled. The class was now discussing among themselves, even with Ida screaming, "Silence," multiple times. No one quieted down. "Decide what you'll do by tomorrow morning. If you don't, we'll go with my idea, an educational lecture," Aizawa-sensei said while walking out. That silenced the class. Senshi fiddled with her pen, attempting to twist it around her fingers with little success. Katsuki watched from behind her, inwardly chuckling at how she scrunched up her face every time it didn't work. Katsuki honestly had no idea what to expect after Senshi came out of the hospital. He knew that she had a brother who had been presumed dead for 6 years, and then, moments after she learned he was alive, he had passed away. As someone who didn't know how to interact with people very well, he could only hope that Senshi was feeling okay. So far, she seemed to be managing, with no overwhelming emotions to account for. Because even if people tell you, you will heal with time, you won't. Time doesn't heal anything, It just teaches you how to live with the pain. Senshi finished her catch-up work faster than anyone else who had work studies. Probably because she had only been at her work study for less than a day, yet that also left her with something she dreaded doing, questioning with the police. Whether it was her father who interviewed her or not, having to tell someone why she was so distraught might be the tipping point for her. Tate, could you follow me please? Aizawa-sensei requested, and Senshi complied. The two walked out of the classroom and into the principal's office, where Aizawa-sensei left her and returned to teaching the others. Nizu welcomed her with a bright smile and some tea, and thankfully, Tsukachi was seated on a sofa with his own tea in hand. Ah, Tate, please sit, Nizu said in an extraordinarily cheerful tone, pointing toward the sofa where the detective was already seated. Senshi walked over to the sofa and sat down, placing her backpack on the floor. She took the warm cup of herbal tea and brought it to her lips, the steam warming her face in a comforting way. So, Tate, I'm sure you know what I'm here to discuss. Senshi nodded along, taking a sip of the hot tea. As you were unable to give a report due to your injuries, we'd like to do that now if that's okay with you? Tsukachi questioned. That's fine, Senshi replied softly. Perfect. I'd like to ask if it's all right for me to use my truth quirk on you. It simply allows me to determine if what you're saying is true. Senshi nodded in response to the man's request, and Tsukachi seized the opportunity to begin his questioning. You seem to have a strong reaction to one of the villains, a man named Switch. Is there a specific reason for that? Straight to the point, huh? Senshi bit her lip and avoided making eye contact with the detective. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and began to speak. It's a long story if that's okay. I had a brother who died when he was 7. At least that's what we were told. During the fight with the Repudiates, I discovered that he was actually alive and a member of the Repudiates. A heavy silence filled the room as Tsukachi began jotting down notes. To Senshi, the atmosphere felt tense, reminiscent of taking an important test. She understood that these questions weren't about right or wrong answers, but rather about finding the appropriate way to respond. All right, I understand this may be difficult for you to discuss, but did you know your brother was alive before the Shibuya fight 2 days ago? No. Many of the questions felt slightly insensitive, but Senshi understood the necessity behind them. If someone is connected to a villain, there will be many inquiries about it. Surprisingly, she felt okay discussing it. Whether that was a sign of healing, she couldn't tell. Talking about it didn't plunge her into sadness or anxiety, it just left her feeling a bit distant. Thinking of her brother brought back memories from their childhood, but more vividly, the moments from the fight. She recalled the frantic look in his eyes as tears streamed down his face, the words he spoke that resonated deeply with her, and how they looked almost identical during their last encounter. Because you never think that the last time will be the last time. You always think that there will be more. You think you have forever, but you don't. And sometimes, it's hard to turn the page when you know someone won't be in the next chapter, but the story must go on. Anyone play bass or drums? Oh, the work-study students are back. Jiro said, making everyone turn to the 6 people at the door. Hi. What are we discussing? Midoriya asked as he and the 5 others took off their shoes at the dorm building entrance. Oh, just what type of music we should do for the concert, Yaoyorozu answered. What concert? Uraraka questioned, with Senshi nodding along. We chose to do a concert for the school festival, Ishido explained. Senshi felt a pang of regret for being quiet, as she had suggested the idea. So back to the conversation, does anyone play any instruments? Jiro asked. Technically yes, but this was a concert, and a concert involves an audience. So suddenly, Senshi felt like she didn't have 10 years of musical experience. Okay, well I'd say drums are the backbone of any band. I'd take on the responsibility myself, but honestly, I mainly play guitar, not percussion. Teaching a beginner to play an instrument while practicing myself would be impossible in just 1 month, Jiro explained, then Kaminari's face lit up. Hey, didn't you accidentally admit your parents made you take music classes when you were younger? Kaminari said, looking at Katsuki, who hummed in confusion. Awesome. Take a seat and show us what you got. Shiro encouraged, trying to hand Katsuki the drumsticks. In your dreams, moron, Katsuki retorted, confirming that he did indeed play the drums. Interesting. Senshi couldn't tell why he didn't want to play. He was probably just not interested, but it was Katsuki he often didn't know what was going on half the time. Right, I bet the drums are too hard for you, Shiro said in a teasing voice. This made Katsuki pause and he grabbed the drumsticks, stomping over to the drum set and began to play. Well, the percussionist was decided. Jiro definitely approved, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and to be honest, he was very good. Senshi could agree, and since she also played a percussion instrument, even though she knew nothing about drums, she could appreciate that he had some level of talent. Who knew you had talent? Ashido exclaimed. That's it. Bakugo's gotta be our drummer. Kaminari said, though Katsuki seemed to have other ideas. No way am I making a fool of myself up on that stage, he said, walking off with his hands in his pockets. Bakugo, come on. Do it. If we rock this, everyone will have a great time. Jiro tried to convince the ash blonde. Don't you get what's going to happen? I'll spell it out for you. We're doing this because we want to let the other courses blow off some steam, right? But we're the ones who caused their stress to begin with, so we're just trying to make ourselves feel better. This is going to seem like a slap in the face from the people they can't stand. Katsuki blurted out. Senshi could actually understand where he was coming from, but she also knew that deep down, most people wouldn't think that way. Don't be rude. We're just trying to help. Ashido shouted back. Yeah, that kind of thinking is what I'm talking about. Katsuki continued. He was clearly trying to make his point, and whether Senshi understood him because she was his soulmate or simply because she knew him well, she realized he didn't mean half of the offensive things he said. Yes, maybe he's right. Did we think this through enough? Ida asked, looking around. You didn't help decide what to do, so you can't complain now, Todoroki snapped back. Doesn't all this make you mad? Katsuki began. It's not like we wanted villains to show up and ruin things for everybody. Why do we have to be so concerned about how these weaklings feel? Stop trying to get on their good side. We're not here to make friends. We're here to fight. If we're going to put on a show, then we can't hold anything back. Let's blow everyone away with our music. The room began to cheer, and Senshi had a small smile on her face. It wasn't obvious to either of them, but they were indeed influencing each other. Your reasoning was intense, but if you do it, I don't care. Ashido cheered. Don't ignore the other part. This might help. I know that Tate has too, but as part of my classical education, I've studied the piano since I was just a little girl. I'd be happy to play in the band if you need me, Yaoyorozu offered, placing a hand on Senshi's shoulder. Yaoyorozu held a sweet smile, but as Senshi looked up, it turned into a cheeky one. The girl knew what she was doing, and Senshi hated that. Oh yeah, Momo and Senshi will totally rock those keyboards. Ashido smiled. Senshi noticed how the pink girl used her given name, and she couldn't deny that it felt somewhat welcoming. I mean, we've got to have someone on synth for the dance music. I think you'd both be perfect for the gig, Jiro agreed. Then I'll do my best. Yaoyorozu smiled, while Senshi nodded begrudgingly. This class was going to be the death of her, wasn't it? Katsuki knocked lightly on the door of his soulmate, feeling a twinge of annoyance that she hadn't arrived at his dorm yet. They had silently agreed that they could visit each other's rooms, so there was really no reason for him to be upset. After a minute of waiting outside with no response, he decided to let himself in. He felt he had earned that right. He peeked into her room, noticing a faint light coming from her desk. As he scanned the room, he realized she wasn't in her bed, though her cat leaped onto the furniture as he glanced at the feline. He stepped into the dim, slightly chilly room, closing the door softly behind him. He rolled his eyes upon seeing his soulmate asleep at her desk. He needed to find a way to get her to her bed. It wouldn't be good for her neck and back to sleep like that. No other reason. He gently pulled her chair away from the desk, careful not to make much noise, and turned off the desk lamp. Thankfully, he could see well in the dark, which made things easier. With a reluctant sigh, Katsuki lifted her from under her arms and pulled her onto his front, resting her head on his shoulder. He felt his face heat up and mentally scolded himself. He carried her the short distance to her bed and laid her down, remembering to take out her hearing aids, as they were uncomfortable for sleeping. It was a miracle she didn't wake up. Little did he know she could sleep through a lot. What kind of person falls asleep studying? Apparently his person. Bakugo! You need to stop adding your own things. Jiro pleaded, sounding exhausted. The band had been practicing intensely, some more than others. Yaoyorozu and Senshi had been a bit distant compared to the rest of the group, trying to find a way to play together without the music sounding too cluttered. It turned out they both played very similar styles, leaning more towards classical. Senshi, whose piano teacher was her grandmother, had the freedom to choose her pieces, and she preferred classical music, claiming it sounded the best. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, was required to play classical but still enjoyed it, or at least that's what she said. Jiro had managed to compose a basic sheet of music quickly, allowing them to practice efficiently. It was clear that Senshi wasn't the one suggesting changes, she didn't want to offend Yaoyorozu by implying she was inadequate. In the end, their collaboration sounded great for something composed in just a week. Senshi also discovered that practicing piano with others was quite enjoyable. She would unconsciously chuckle every time Katsuki yelled at people for not keeping up. "Do we all think we could do a run-through with everyone?" Jiro asked, most people nodding in agreement, Kaminari responding enthusiastically. "Great. Now start when hey Kaminari, don't use your quirk on my guitar." Jiro snapped, causing Kaminari to jump in his seat, gripping the electric guitar tightly. Senshi could hear laughter echoing from the common room, chuckling to herself. The next half of the month might not be too bad if. Dunce face. "You need to follow my tempo," Katsuki shouted, nearly breaking his drumsticks with his frustration. "I'm sorry. It's hard when you keep throwing in new breakdowns, it's so confusing." Kaminari whined. Well, where was Midoriya? That was the question on everyone's mind. It was like searching for a four-leaf clover in a field of grass very green. With only a minute left before he was supposed to be on stage, Senshi felt anxious for him. The band members were positioned further back on the stage, dressed in their school skirts or pants and bright orange t-shirts that read, "A Band." Those who were dancing wore flamboyant yellow outfits. Speaking of the boy who was late, he finally showed up just as the curtains lifted. Senshi couldn't understand how someone could leave everything to the last second. It didn't make sense. But that was in the past. In the present, a loud crowd filled the venue, both physically and with noise. Senshi diverted her gaze from the audience to the keyboard at her hip height. As Katsuki shouted something like, "Start already," everyone began. "What am I to be? What is my calling? Giving up, I'm ready to go. Futures left unseen. It all depends on me. Put it on the line to follow my dreams. Yeah. Tried all my life. I tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero 2. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. What do they think of me? What do they think I'll be? I could not care less. I don't want to know. Am I doing right? What? Satisfied? I want to live my life like it's meant to be. Yeah. Tried all my life. I tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. True. I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. True. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. People will judge for no reason at all. Yeah, they might try to say your dream's silly, don't listen. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm going my own way. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm a hero, I've got music. True. I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. True. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. Yeah, I'll be. True. I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. True. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe, so wait and see. I have met so many heroes in my life. Give me strength and courage to survive. Gave me the power to smile every day. Now it's my turn. To be the one. To make you smile. As Katsuki blasted through the ice, clearly enjoying the moment, two students from the General Studies course were making a scene, awkwardly insisting it wasn't bad, as they hurried away. Nearby, a small child stood next to Midoriya, observing the excitement without a hint of doubt. Chapter 36, Expressive. Strolling into her dorm room, Senshi felt her limbs heavy and uncooperative, yet she managed to reach her bed. Suki, her loyal cat, had followed her through the building, and as soon as the door opened, he finally decided to settle into his own bed for a change. With a sigh of defeat, Senshi sank into her desk chair in the dim light. She flicked on her lamp and pulled out her thick textbook from her overloaded backpack. Her school uniform felt more constricting than usual, as if her body longed for the comfort of pajamas. The room was quiet, with Senshi resting her head in her hands, forcing her eyes to scan the pages of the book. She had completed most of the required work for the day she missed in class, but studying for tests was something the teachers couldn't directly assist with. After another defeated sigh, Senshi stood up, the chair scraping against the wooden floor. She walked over to her closet and changed into sweatpants and a cozy sweater, doing her best to stay awake. Unfortunately, it didn't help. Senshi returned to her desk, propping her chin in her hand as she lazily read through her assignments. Her breathing slowed, and her head began to droop, only for her to jerk it back up in a desperate attempt to stay alert. Despite her efforts, fatigue overcame her, and she rested her head on her arm, her eyelids gently shielding her from the faint glow of the desk lamp. After watching the beauty pageant, which Senshi thought was rather amazing, Class 1A separated to explore different events. Katsuki was eager to take on the obstacle course against Kirishima. It was a short course with a parkour vibe ending with a buzzer. Some classmates, including Senshi, cheered as they watched the two race, while others remained quiet. Even though Katsuki wore a button-up shirt under his band shirt, he still managed to win, much to Kirishima's dismay. Senshi had been reluctant to enter the haunted house created by Class 1C, but somehow, she found herself inside. She hated jump scares. They reminded her of sudden loud noises at home. As a result, she and a few other girls screamed at nearly everything, while Katsuki and Todoroki remained unfazed. Senshi honestly had no idea how they managed it, especially when Shinso was hanging upside down from the ceiling, covered in fake blood. No thanks. Once it was over, Senshi took a deep breath and muttered, "Never doing that again," as she headed off to get crepes. The afternoon was beautiful, with the sun shining brightly over UA's campus, evoking memories of summer. The atmosphere was light and joyful, filled with laughter and happy shouts. For once, the students at UA felt secure and carefree. Hopefully, that wouldn't change, though one boy's competitive spirit and his victory cheers might send nearby birds flying away. After a long day of competitions, presentations, and indulging in sweet and salty treats, the day was winding down. The class walked back to the dorms, exhausted as the sun cast its final rays over the land. "That was so fun," one student exclaimed. "Yeah, our performance went amazingly," another added. "Some general education kids were totally rude, but we got back at them." "Sure did. Hey Deku." Senshi didn't catch the rest as she stepped into the girls' shower room for a much-needed shower. She had never noticed before, but there was indeed a bathing area, and surprisingly, the products kept in the room were well organized. It seemed some of the girls were not as messy as she had thought. A girl with black hair and eyes sat in her bedroom at a keyboard, playing nothing in particular. The balcony door was slightly open, allowing a gentle evening breeze to flow through the room. She was lost in thought, her actions slow and careless. If the mind is stronger than the moment, actions can falter. A solid knock at her door interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to look over. She got up, unlocked, and opened the door to reveal the person on the other side. "Hello?" Senshi asked, curious. If Katsuki was coming, it wouldn't be for another hour. "Yes, now let me in," Katsuki replied. Senshi stepped aside, allowing the taller boy to enter. He seemed to have a purpose for being there, avoiding her gaze, and she could sense his nervousness. He sat down on her bed with his hands in his lap as Senshi walked over to turn off her keyboard. She joined him on the mattress, which sank under her weight. Twirling her hair, she struggled to find the right words. She wasn't one for small talk. "So, is there a reason you came early?" She wanted to convey her desire for him to stay without sounding dismissive. Katsuki huffed, a conflicted sound that Senshi interpreted as, "Yes, there is a reason, but I don't want to say it." Senshi hummed, biting her cheek as she scanned her room absent-mindedly. Suki, her cat, was in the center of the room, playing with a stuffed rabbit toy, amusing Senshi as the cat would tap it and jump back as if it could move. Meanwhile, Katsuki seemed lost in his thoughts. "Oi, skater," Katsuki began, looking at her. Senshi hummed in response, focusing on him. He shuffled closer, and she felt a flutter of nervousness in her stomach. Why was she nervous? There was nothing to be anxious about. But that changed when Katsuki leaned in closer. Suddenly she understood her nervousness, and it intensified. Their lips met in a gentle kiss, a blend of relief, hesitation, and happiness that blossomed into something beautiful. Soon enough, she kissed him back. Katsuki pulled away, both of their cheeks and ears flushed. They sat in an awkward yet comfortable silence. "So, shut up and kiss me again, you nerd." And so he did. Chapter 37 Glare. It had been 2 long weeks since the cultural festival, and while not much had happened in the day-to-day lives of the students, something significant occurred in Japan. The new hero rankings were released, and Endeavor claimed the #1 spot. Society was divided. Endeavor was undeniably a great hero, always fulfilling his duties, but unlike All Might, he struggled with his popularity, ranking lower in fan appreciation. Following the rankings, a battle unfolded that showcased Endeavor's capability to protect the country. The number 1 and number 2 heroes teamed up against a new Nomu. Both Endeavor and Hawks fought valiantly, ultimately overcoming the creature. They sustained injuries, but nothing that would change their lives. This event shifted society's perspective on the current heroes, rekindling faith in them. With All Might's retirement, people realized they didn't need a singular symbol of peace, they needed new heroes who could unite to embody victory and happiness. Victory, while not guaranteed for heroes, seemed likely for most who trained tirelessly for 3 years. However, UA had other plans that would keep Senshi from her parents. UA has an annual Parents' Day, Aizawa-sensei announced. The room filled with mixed reactions, some excited, others embarrassed, and one student visibly anxious. Senshi felt her face pale. She knew her parents would seize this opportunity, especially after recent events, and she had no way to avoid them. The thought of her parents' ongoing arguments added to her stress. She realized she had no say in the matter. It wasn't as simple as saying, "I don't want you to come," especially since her parents had already been granted access to the campus. With a sigh, Senshi ran her fingers through her freshly washed hair, trying to set her worries aside. Perhaps her parents wouldn't even show up. If that were the case, she could continue her life without distractions. "Hey, why are you so stressed about something that doesn't really matter?" Katsuki asked, turning to face her. "Oh, to put it simply, my parents and we don't exactly get along," Senshi admitted, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Just ignore them. If you don't like them, they're just a waste of your time." "So, forget about their nonsense," Katsuki suggested, furiously erasing something from his notebook. "That could work." Senshi replied, silently hoping that either her parents wouldn't show up or that Katsuki's advice would prove effective. The week leading up to the pivotal day was filled with planning and anxiety about her parents' visit. Each evening, whether Katsuki was at Senshi's dorm or she was at his, he contributed to their scheme. Their plan revolved around behaviors that typically annoyed her parents, like not paying full attention in class, making jokes at inappropriate times, and generally acting like any typical teenager. So, how could Katsuki assist? They had already devised a clever partnership. After all, what did they have to lose? The class focused intently on the math equations on the chalkboard, likely because their parents were just outside the classroom. The windows in UA allowed a clear view into the room, which was perfect for the plan they had concocted. Outside, 2 pairs of eyes, one sapphire and one brown, were fixed on their daughter, who appeared unfazed as she sat in class. The parents could hear much of the conversation, though most were more interested in chatting than in the math lecture. "Tate, pay attention, this is very important," Senshi's teacher said, turning her attention away from Katsuki. It stung a little to be reprimanded, which was unusual for her, but the sight of her parents' disapproving expressions quickly healed that sting. "Tate, could you tell me what was so important that you felt the need to talk to Bakugo?" "We were discussing the questions, sensei." Ectoplasm, a kind and understanding teacher, noticed that Senshi was definitely not acting like herself. She was testing the boundaries more than some of his most challenging students, which was disappointing since she was one of his favorites. "Why would you need to discuss them?" "Because they're rather easy, sensei." Senshi hadn't thought this through, and her shy self was pleading with her to abandon the mission, especially since the questions were anything but easy. "Oh really? In that case, you can come and answer question 8 for me," Ectoplasm invited. Senshi felt a wave of dread. Question 8 was known to be the hardest, and even most of the class was struggling with the upcoming concepts and formulas. Rising from her chair, she caught the amused glance from Katsuki, who knew she hadn't intended for things to escalate like this. As she walked to the chalkboard, she felt the weight of at least 15 pairs of parents' eyes on her, along with those of her 19 classmates. Taking the chalk in hand, she surveyed the question. Her hair brushed against her neck as her cheeks warmed under the spotlight. Everyone was watching her, intrigued by this unexpected behavior, and her classmates were eager for the answer. She began to write at the awkward angle of the chalkboard, little specks of dust scattering as she moved. Senshi wasn't entirely sure of her calculations, but they seemed to align with the equation. Pausing, she reviewed her work, erasing an X, and continuing. If it doesn't work, adjust it. Finally, she finished with an answer that looked like a chaotic jumble of numbers and symbols, but judging by her teacher's body language, she hadn't done too badly. "Correct, very well. Sit back down, Tate." Hastily, Senshi returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed from the unexpected attention. "How did that even work?" she whispered in disbelief. "Idiot," Katsuki replied quietly. Senshi lowered her head in slight embarrassment. Glancing out the window, She met her parents' glares and simply smirked before returning to her math work. Lunch had passed relatively quickly, with Senshi choosing to sit apart from her parents as she enjoyed her meal with Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Azui. The trio had questioned her about her unusual behavior, to which Senshi simply replied, "I want to annoy my parents," and continued to eat in silence. Azui's parents were among the few who couldn't attend, as they needed to care for her younger siblings. Uraraka was another student whose parents couldn't make it, as they had work commitments and lived too far away. It seemed that Parents' Day was a school-wide event, making the campus feel more crowded than usual. Naturally, Senshi felt more at ease when it was time for training. As they walked to the training grounds, some parents complimented their children's costumes, while others engaged in casual conversations. In contrast, Senshi remained silent, determined not to speak to her parents. Walking alongside Katsuki, the boy teased her about the previous lesson's events. Unbeknownst to them, Katsuki's parents were watching from a short distance behind. "You're such an idiot. I thought you were going to doze off, but then you had to go and answer a question on the board," he joked. "Oops," she replied playfully. "Yes, oops," he shot back, smirking. Mitsuki and Masaru observed the two, realizing that their relationship was more than just friendship. It was rare for two people to have their soulmate marks in the same place and not notice them on display. "Alright, today's training will be slightly different, focusing on organized group crime. The class will be split into two teams. One will be the villains, and the other the heroes. The heroes won't know the villains' objective, but their job is to capture all the villains by the end of the hour and stop them from completing their task," All Might announced, and the students nodded in understanding as the teams were revealed. Timid, Liam Yuga, Dashutsu, Bakugo Katsuki, Jiro Kyoka, Kirishima Ijiro, Shoji Mizo, Siro Hanta, Tate Senshi, Todoroki Shoto, Yayorozu Momo, Team B, Ishido Mina, Ida Tenya, Kaminari Denki, Koda Koji, Ojiro Mashireo, Midoriya Izuku, Mineta Minoru, Sato Rikido, Tokoyami Fumikichi, Uraraka Chuckle. Team A will be the villains, and Team B will be the heroes. The heroes will wait 5 minutes while the villains get into position and their mission is revealed. All Might continued, with Aizawa-sensei standing by his side. The villains made their way to their designated starting point in an alleyway. Aizawa-sensei communicated their task through headsets. Your mission is to steal 5 items from a jewelry store without triggering an alarm. After that, you must transport your goods to the villain base marked on your map. You will win the exercise if 5 or more of you aren't caught and if at least 2 jewels reach the base within the time limit. You may use the cars parked on the street, Aizawa-sensei explained. "We can use the cars?" Kirishima exclaimed, excitement evident on everyone's faces. "Yes, but we need a solid plan first. The cars come later," Yayorozu clarified. "I suggest that Sue, Tate, Jiro, Siro, and I handle the actual heist, since our stealth skills will be beneficial. I think we should pair up and split up. If we stay together and the heroes catch us, it's game over. If we go in pairs with one person carrying a jewel and the other not, we'll have a better chance of success," Senshi chimed in, and others nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's pair up and find the jewelry store," Siro said. Senshi teamed up with Katsuki, who declared, "I'm driving the car." "This isn't very manly, but okay," she replied, laughing. As the hero team entered the model city, the parents watched closely, with audio available for them to hear the proceedings. Senshi's parents had been observing the class the entire time, introducing themselves to other parents along the way. First impressions mattered. However, they were disheartened by their daughter's behavior, feeling it was unlike the little girl they once knew. Little did they realize, they had lost their little girl a long time ago. The 5 chosen to rob the jewelry store managed to infiltrate the building silently. With 5 different jewels to retrieve, each member only needed to acquire one. The precious items were prominently displayed, the 5 largest diamonds arranged in a pentagon shape. Senshi was the first to grab a diamond, and the others quickly followed suit. Outside, the remaining 5 waited in their cars, with Katsuki looking particularly pleased with his sleek, expensive vehicle. Once inside the store, the team successfully secured their gems and began their escape through a window. Siro was the first to exit, making his way to the car he shared with Kirishima, who was already in the driver's seat. Jiro, Azui, Yayorozu, and finally Senshi followed suit. Being last meant that the heroes were already closing in. So, how did Senshi manage to escape? It was a bit chaotic. Mineta was waiting in the alleyway she needed to use, clearly planning to trap her. Thinking quickly, She used her quirk to create a dome around him, then dashed for the car. Her escape was almost thwarted when Dark Shadow appeared unexpectedly, but she managed to blow it away just in time. As soon as Senshi got into the car, Katsuki slammed on the gas, pushing her back into her seat. "Could you have gone any slower?" she exclaimed. "Yes, now hurry up," Senshi replied, placing the jewel in the footwell of the passenger seat. She quickly took on the lookout role, even as Katsuki sped through the streets. Fortunately, the other villains seemed to be out of sight, but the heroes had somehow acquired several cars, leading to a high-speed chase through a mock city. Senshi watched in disbelief as the heroes, all around 15 or 16, expertly maneuvered their vehicles. Katsuki swerved around a corner, and Senshi instinctively yelped as she checked her seatbelt. She trusted him most of the time, but driving was a different story. "Hey, skater," Senshi turned to him, "get on the roof and shoot at them." "What?" he replied, surprised. "Get on the roof and shoot," Katsuki reiterated, his focus unwavering. Senshi's heart raced. This was reckless, but the thrill was undeniable. She opened the sunroof, feeling the rush of wind as she climbed out. Despite Kaminari's worried expression, she felt a surge of excitement. Once on the roof, she secured herself with a strap and began firing blasts of her quirk at Kaminari and Ishido's car, aiming to shatter their windshield and obstruct their view. She felt a twinge of guilt, but this was training and they could recover. Plus, Aizawa-sensei always emphasized the importance of embracing their roles. The Senshi thought Katsuki was already driving fast. She was mistaken. The moment he hit the highway, the car surged forward, leaving friction marks on the road. "Katsuki, ease off the gas," she shouted, smacking the roof to emphasize her point. "Shut up and shoot. Or do I need to do it?" he shot back. Senshi huffed and aimed at Sato and Koda's car, successfully smashing their windshield. Only one car remained, Midoriya and Uraraka. Senshi was astonished by Midoriya's driving skills. He was dodging her blasts with surprising agility. As they neared the villain base, Senshi knew she had to act quickly. She could either try to predict Midoriya's path and shoot or wait until they reached the base to confront him. She preferred not to fight in close quarters, so she opted for the first option. Having honed her prediction skills from a young age, Senshi focused and fired 2 energy blasts. No matter which way Midoriya turned, he wouldn't escape unscathed. The sound of shattering glass was more satisfying than she could have imagined. "Good job, everyone. You all did well, considering none of you seemed to have ever driven before." The villain team won, and the MVP of this exercise was Tate. "Can anyone tell me why?" Aizawa-sensei quizzed, as parents watched from the background, some laughing while others looked concerned. Senshi vowed to Katsuki that she would never ride in a car with him again, and she meant it. It was a miracle they hadn't crashed at the high speeds they were reaching. The moment Senshi fired the final winning shot, she settled back into the car, allowing herself a moment of silence to calm her racing heart. Yaoyorozu began to analyze everything Senshi had done right, and honestly, Senshi hadn't even aimed for MVP. It seemed to contradict her schoolgirl appearance in front of her parents. Senshi's hair, pulled into a low ponytail, had a few strands escaping at the front, and the back was tousled from the wind created by the car's speed. Her cheeks were flushed from the breeze, her nose slightly pink as well. "Perfect, Yaoyorozu. You all may change and then return to your dorm building," All Might announced, prompting the class to start chatting among themselves. Senshi walked with Yaoyorozu to the changing rooms, where she had a brief and polite introduction to the girls' parents. They seemed quite refined and formal, yet also very caring. The 2 girls chatted about school life for the most part, sharing stories from their piano lessons. Senshi felt she could confidently say that Yaoyorozu had become her best friend, which was a remarkable achievement for her. As for Katsuki, he was a not boyfriend. Was there even a social standard for that? Chapter 38 Diamond. The class buzzed with excitement as parents and students mingled together. Friends were introduced, parents met one another, and the aroma of food filled the air. Senshi was engaged in conversation with Katsuki, who was trying his best to avoid his parents as they approached him. "Katsuki, you haven't talked to us all day," his mother said, her voice slightly exasperated, mirroring her son's ash-blonde hair. "Well, hello then," he replied, his tone indifferent. Senshi observed the exchange with curiosity. His mother acknowledged him with a hum before turning her attention to Senshi. "Hello, what's your name, dear?" "Senshi, ma'am," she stuttered, striving to be polite but feeling uncomfortable. She often wished she could speak without hesitation. "Drop the formalities, Tate. No need to be so formal. Mitsuki's words were interrupted as a hand landed on Senshi's shoulder, turning her to meet a stern gaze. We need to talk, young lady. Her mother's cold voice cut through the warm atmosphere. And I was already talking to someone. You know it's impolite to interrupt, Senshi replied, irritation creeping into her voice. She took a deep breath to keep her composure. Senshi, your mother and I are speaking to you, so you should respond respectfully. I am, and I'm asking you to leave me alone. Senshi sighed in frustration, turning to meet Katsuki's concerned gaze, which was tinged with annoyance, as well as the worried looks from his parents. Yet the grip on her shoulder tightened, her mother's nails digging into her shirt. Tate Senshi, if we say we want to have a conversation, you will comply. That's amusing, considering when you two want to have a conversation, it usually ends with doors slamming and shouting echoing through the house. Your actions affect more people than you realize, and this is a perfect example. So please, just go away, Senshi said flatly, using her hands to emphasize the word, conversation. Her parents' expressions shifted from forced compliance to something darker within moments. The chatter in the common room quieted as onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding drama. If there was family conflict, many were eager to witness it. Her mother's grip felt unyielding, her fingernails pressing into Senshi's shirt with enough force to leave a mark. Her father's once warm gaze had turned icy, reminiscent of a home that had lost all affection. Senshi had once been drawn to that warmth, but now the illusion had shattered. Her mother's eyes, however, were different. They had never been cold, but the warmth had transformed into something fierce, a simmering rage that was unmistakable. You, young lady, are fortunate that we still allow you to attend this school after what you did. Her mother's voice rose, and although Senshi recognized that she was standing her ground, a flicker of fear crept in. She was sensitive, and confronting her issues was proving to be more challenging than she anticipated. Her emotions were a storm, a mix of anger and sadness that left her feeling conflicted. And? Do I look like I care about what you have to say? After 15 years of your nonsense, I simply don't care anymore, Senshi replied, her sadness overshadowed by her frustration. Her father gasped, surprised by her words. She rarely swore around them, and it was an unspoken rule that she should refrain from such language. But she had crossed that line. What would they do now? Her mother hesitated, a rarity for her. Usually, she had something to say, regardless of whether it was appropriate. This was likely why she and Senshi's father clashed so often. You've never cared, Senshi, and that's why I can't stand you. You never cared when you hurt your brother. That was crossing a line. But worse, she had announced it in front of the entire class. That's going a bit too far, considering he was found very much alive about a month ago. Senshi's parents exchanged confused glances, and it was clear her father was about to speak. You didn't know? Well, she chuckled, he's alive and well as any 13-year-old can be. But here's the kicker, he was a villain. Before you say anything, I know this because I had to confront him, but what's more interesting is that he willingly told me he ran away with villains because, and I quote, it would be better than being in that awful place with our terrible parents. And you know what? I agree with him. The room fell silent after her outburst. It was so quiet that a pin dropping would have been deafening. Two teachers, Aizawa and All Might, observed from a corner where they had been speaking with Kirishima's parents. A sharp slap echoed through the room, causing eyes to widen and mouths to drop open. The back of Senshi's mother's hand struck her cheek, the sting of the contact shocking. Senshi felt the immediate impact, but the emotional weight took a moment to settle in. Her mother had never hit her before. Yes, harsh words had often cut deeper than any physical blow, but this was different. Now, Senshi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but more than anything, she was consumed by an overwhelming fury. The warmth trickled down her cheek onto her once pristine school shirt, blending with the red of her tie and eventually dripping onto the tile floor. Senshi's eyes were slightly misty, not from tears but from shock and frustration. She turned her head to look her mother in the eyes, and it was only then that everyone else in the room truly understood what had her so rattled. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as people covered their mouths in disbelief. Senshi took a deep breath, steadying herself before speaking. Honestly, what was I expecting? You both act like pampered royalty, getting everything handed to you on a silver platter. But when the truth is laid bare before you, you can't stand it. You're just two spoiled kids who throw a tantrum at the word, no. Senshi sighed, her sapphire eyes blazing with determination. Her father was the next to act, striding over with an intimidating presence, his icy blue eyes piercing into her. In the past she might have felt fear, but not now. She stood her ground, her feet firmly planted in her gray school slippers. He loomed close, his right hand reaching toward her. Senshi felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension, hoping they wouldn't resort to physical confrontation. He grabbed the front of her collar, lifting her off the ground. Panic surged within her as the thin collar constricted her neck, making it hard to breathe. Yet, she maintained her composure. She was in front of at least 50 people, and she was determined to be a hero. "That's no way to speak to your parents," her father growled, his blue eyes locked onto hers. "And this is no way to treat your daughter, detective," Senshi shot back, a smirk forming on her lips. With a swift motion, she pulled her right arm back and delivered a punch to his face, channeling her quirk's power. Now, she wasn't the only one feeling the sting. Her father's grip released her shirt, and she stumbled back, gasping for breath. The weight of the gazes around her was palpable, and for a moment, she regretted her and Katsuki's plan. But the flicker of regret in her parents' eyes only fueled her resolve, and she grinned defiantly. "You did not just punch your father," her mother exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief as Senshi leaned casually against the kitchen island. "You're right, I didn't," Senshi replied, taking a breath with a smile. "I gave him a taste of his own medicine." She tilted her head innocently, like a child hoping for a treat. Senshi couldn't believe how long she had been trapped in the illusion of her parents. Her love for them had been unconditional, but now it felt extinguished. Love was dangerous, and like any human she had followed it, regardless of the pain it caused. Her affection had faded, like the dying embers of a fire, while their anger raged on, consuming them. In moments like these, Senshi sometimes wished she could vanish. But deep down, she knew that what she truly wanted was to be found. And in that moment, she discovered herself. "You, young lady, have no idea how furious I am right now. All we try to do is talk to you, and you make everything unnecessarily difficult." Natsuko continued her tirade. It was then that Senshi noticed the blood soaking the left side of her shirt, spreading to the right. How had she not realized it? She knew she was bleeding, but not to this extent. "Me? Making things difficult for you? You literally cut my face open. And he tried to strangle me. If I'm the one making things difficult, you're making everything impossible," Senshi retorted, her voice laced with anger. Her mother lunged to slap her again, this time with her right hand. Senshi caught her wrist and twisted it, pushing her mother away. Just then, Aizawa-sensei approached. "Come and talk to me when you both have stopped acting like children. After all, Mom, as a teacher, you should know that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all," Senshi stated, removing her hearing aids and walking away. Katsuki struggled to contain his laughter, and the bold move of taking out her hearing aids prompted Kaminari to say something, resulting in his mother playfully smacking him on the head. Senshi tucked her hearing aids into her skirt pocket as she picked up Suki and headed to her dorm. The common room fell silent as Aizawa-sensei firmly escorted her parents off UA's campus, possibly for good. After that, it was challenging to have a smooth conversation. Senshi walked swiftly to her dorm roof, wiping away the tears that had gathered with her left hand while cradling a purring cat in her right. Why was she crying? They had made her bleed and tried to choke her. She desperately tried to convince herself that her tears were irrational, like crying because someone wasn't going to kill her. But this wasn't about death, it was a simple goodbye. We cry at goodbyes because we know the person leaving won't return the same. That thought frightened Senshi. They left as bad people, but would they change? Or would they only grow worse? Such a pretty color, if only the mesmerizing hue of blood hadn't become so mundane. Her cheek continued to bleed, soaking her shirt and covering her face, and soon it felt normal. She pushed open her door and set Suki down on the floor to avoid getting blood on his pristine gray fur. Senshi quickly pulled out some shorts and a t-shirt, then stepped into her bathroom. She placed her clothes on the counter and leaned against it, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. She looked at her tear-streaked face in the mirror, the remnants of her earlier distress mingling with her tears in a haunting swirl. It almost made her want to lose herself in the moment forever. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved as sobs continued to shake her body. It was only then that she realized how lightheaded she felt, a consequence of the ordeal she had just endured. She pressed a damp towel to her face just as Suki entered the room, his curious blue eyes observing her. With blurred vision, she managed to put her hearing aids back in. The silence had become overwhelming. Her cries were muffled yet intense, her breathing and soft sniffles the only sounds breaking the stillness. It was alarming how she had learned to cry so quietly, but it had its advantages at times. Senshi slid down to the floor, her eyes red and puffy as a white towel absorbed the remnants of her distress. It would surely leave a mark, but that wasn't her priority at the moment. She didn't want to be alone, yet she hesitated to reach out to most people. Once she was certain the worst was over, she shakily pulled out her phone and opened her contacts, selecting one of her favorites to call. Nana. Her voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Sen? Honey, what's wrong? Her Nana's voice was filled with concern, which made Senshi feel a mix of guilt and relief at hearing it. It was Parents' Day at school and... Her voice faltered as tears of sadness, frustration, and embarrassment overwhelmed her. Honey, I need you to breathe, okay? I think I can guess what happened, her Nana said soothingly. Senshi took a few jagged breaths, glancing at her cat playing with some toilet paper. It's probably worse than you think, she managed to say. Oh. Mom, Dad, and I had a fight. I might have hurt myself a bit, and Dad might have a broken nose. She held her breath, bracing for any reprimand, but instead, her Nana burst into laughter. Sen, that's the best thing I've heard all day. But are you okay, honey? You said you were bleeding. Her Nana's voice remained light, making Senshi chuckle a little. Yeah, I'm fine, Nana. The bleeding has stopped now. The weight of guilt and sadness began to lift, replaced by a sense of relief. That's good to hear, honey. Am I okay to leave you now? You have Suki with you, right? Yes and yes, Nana. I love you. I love you too, honey. Make sure to keep practicing piano. I have been. I promise. Okay then, goodbye, Senior. Bye-bye, Nana. The call ended with a beep, leaving the room in silence, a little less filled with warmth. Senshi changed into clean clothes, tossing her stained uniform into the laundry hamper. Just then her phone pinged with a message, and as she sniffled once more, she saw who it was from. Chapter end. Sig 39, Altercation. We will no longer tolerate this behavior and therefore we have decided that your grandmother should be your emergency contact. If you would like to talk to us, either do so through her or come to talk to us in person. You have been blocked by this number. 30. Senshi's breath caught in her throat for the second time that night as she quickly checked her father's contact too. It had the same message. The girl leaned her head against the wall of her bathroom, tilting her face upwards to keep her newfound tears from spilling over. She had mentioned wanting to cry forever earlier, hadn't she? But she didn't want to feel this way, she only wanted to see the swirl of emotions swirling within her. Her anger and sadness merged like storm clouds. She had always liked the rain because when she cried, she felt as if she wasn't alone, the sky was crying with her. Any efforts her Nana had made to comfort her had only lasted as long as a flame in the rain, and for once, she didn't want to tell her Nana because that would make Senshi feel guilty for wasting her time. She loved her Nana so much, and even if she knew her Nana would never feel bad, she couldn't help but think that. 2 sharp knocks echoed throughout Senshi's dorm room, and Suki darted towards the door. Senshi's vision was blurred, her breathing labored, her head pounding, and her chest aching. Hey, skater. Let me in or I'll break your door down. Senshi shuddered as she stood up and made her way to the door. She knew he was only knocking to be polite, she never even locked the door. She opened it to see a pair of concerned cardinal eyes looking back at her, though there was a hint of anger in his brow. Seeing her so upset, he sensed her distress through their soulmate bond. Her tear-streaked face and red, puffy eyes told him she needed him tonight. She couldn't say anything. Not that she didn't want to, she did, but her chest was tight with the weight of her emotions. Her face was beautifully sad, but she didn't feel pretty. She felt numb, and as Katsuki led her into her room much like she had done for him months ago, he too remained silent. He sat down on her bed, while she sat meekly opposite him. He held her hand in his. You told me your parents were terrible, not that they were actual demons. 23. I hate them, but they're not all bad. I just don't understand why. She took a shaky breath, her sobs making it hard to speak. Why they would do that? I never did anything to them. And nothing at all. She cried and cried, weakly punching his chest, her touch barely registering. Katsuki watched sympathetically as his soulmate let her feelings pour out, doing nothing more than holding her hand. He didn't know what the right thing to do was, but he knew what the wrong thing was, and he avoided that, which was probably a good thing. She wept until she could barely breathe, barely move or think, barely cry anymore. She eventually collapsed into his arms, Katsuki leaning against the head of her bed as she breathed softly, her eyes barely trickling with tears. Her dark hair fell over her face, and he gently ran his fingers through it, just as she had done for him. Her hands gripped his shirt tightly, like a child seeking comfort from a parent. Her head rested on his chest as her breathing calmed, her mind weary and her eyes sore. Her chest ached with emotion, her muscles feeling weak from the weight of her cries. The room was silent except for the soft sounds of breathing and the occasional sniffle or whimper from Senshi. Katsuki continued to comb his fingers through her hair, unsure if she was asleep or awake, though he assumed she was still conscious, given her soft sounds. Katsuki took a deep breath and began to speak. It felt unnerving, like giving a speech to a crowd of strangers, except he knew Senshi, he just didn't know what he was doing. You know, you're stronger than them because you cried. You taught me that. Senshi tightened her grip on him, her fists clutching his shirt. People don't cry because they're weak, they cry because they've been strong for too long. You told me that. So if you think you're weak, you're not. 11. And as for your awful parents, Aizawa-sensei has dealt with them. But I think you should know that they did everything they did because they can't come to terms with how strong you are. Katsuki's face flushed as he spoke. He had never said anything like this about anyone before, but it needed to be said. You really think so? Hell yeah. Your parents are terrible. The only reason they act like that is that they know you'll always be stronger than them, whether it's in your mind or when you punched your dad. Senshi chuckled at that, not just at the way Katsuki said it, but at how proud he seemed. The two stayed in her bed for the rest of the night, talking nothing more, nothing less. As the sun rose above the horizon, it revealed the two sleeping peacefully, their problems set aside, and their feelings shared. It was a step toward happiness. Chapter 40, The End. There was a feral beast meowing at 8 in the morning, its paws playfully nudging two sleeping individuals who were simply trying to enjoy their rest. One of them cracked open a sleepy eye and pulled the meowing creature into a warm embrace with the other person. Katsuki was still asleep, a champion at ignoring disturbances. Senshi, however, was a heavy sleeper, and if her cat needed her, she was bound to wake up. Suki stopped meowing after that, relishing the warmth of the two tired teens. Senshi winced slightly as her blanket brushed against her cheek, recalling the events of the previous day. Her body ached as her mind began to wake up, her eyes sore and puffy, her throat dry from the excitement of the night. Overall, she was not feeling great. She tried to drift back to sleep, but a groan from behind her urged her not to. Katsuki had made a surprisingly good pillow last night, despite the discomfort of his school uniform. Senshi guessed that he might not have slept too well, as school uniforms were notoriously uncomfortable. Why is your cat on my chest? Katsuki groaned, his voice thick with sleep. Senshi chuckled softly, honestly unsure of the answer. Why not? You're very comfortable, she replied, yawning as she glanced at her clock. Katsuki merely huffed, not bothering to move Suki or Senshi. The morning was uneventful until Senshi, feeling quite hungry after skipping dinner, decided to head down for breakfast. Katsuki opted to return to his dorm, claiming he needed to take care of some things, likely wanting to avoid being caught in a girl's dorm. Senshi put on her slippers and shuffled downstairs as quietly as she could, not wanting to confront the events of the previous night. Unfortunately for her, 18 pairs of eyes were on her the moment she entered the common room. A wave of anxiety washed over her, but she pressed on toward the kitchen. As she opened the refrigerator, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Senshi, are you all right? It was Yaoyorozu. Senshi had grown fond of her. She was polite, respected boundaries, and was overall a smart and kind person. Senshi let out a laugh, not just a chuckle, but a genuine laugh. She wasn't sure why, but it felt good. After a moment, she took a breath to calm herself. Yeah, Momo, I'm fine, Senshi replied, smiling despite the warmth in her cheeks. The truth was, she felt a sense of satisfaction, as if she had resolved a long-standing issue. However, her spirits were slightly dampened by the concerned looks directed her way. Wasn't this just a normal day? Are you sure? Your cheek looks a bit red. I could get you some medical supplies if Yaoyorozu started, but was interrupted by someone entering the room. Sorry to interrupt, but Tate, a word, Aizawa-sensei said, walking into the common room not in his hero suit. Senshi closed the refrigerator, grabbing a granola bar that had somehow found its way inside. Who puts granola bars in the refrigerator? She walked over to Aizawa and followed him, curiosity piqued. The two walked to Yue's main building mostly in silence. Senshi felt anxious, unsure of what Aizawa-sensei could possibly want to discuss. She acknowledged that her behavior the previous night had been unusual, particularly the shouting. They reached Recovery Girl's office in under 10 minutes, and Senshi took a seat on one of the cots. Recovery Girl approached with some bandages, while Aizawa-sensei leaned against the wall. "Oh dear, what happened here?" Recovery Girl asked, applying some antiseptic to Senshi's wound. "My mom's wedding ring cut my face last night," Senshi replied, pursing her lips to minimize the pain. "So she hit you?" Aizawa-sensei remarked, prompting Recovery Girl to shoot him a disapproving look. "Well, yes," Senshi admitted as Recovery Girl placed gauze and tape on her face. "Is this a common occurrence?" Aizawa-sensei inquired. "Not the hitting but the shouting. I guess," Senshi answered, sounding uncertain as Recovery Girl returned to her chair. "You do realize that this is not normal and could be considered emotional abuse?" Aizawa-sensei stated matter-of-factly. Senshi was taken aback. She had never thought of it that way, it was simply how things had always been for her. Oh. She found herself at a loss for words. What did this mean? It opened up a flood of thoughts. It's your choice what to do next. However, based on what you've shared, it seems this is not a typical situation, and I won't take any action unless you want me to, Aizawa-sensei continued. Was he suggesting legal action against her parents? Senshi's expression was conflicted. Did she want to take such a step? They didn't mean to hurt her. Deep down, she knew they did, but she was trying to convince herself otherwise. I don't know. That's perfectly fine, but we will need to restrict your parents from entering UA's campus unless it's an emergency. Is that acceptable to you? Yeah. Good. The crisp leaves crunched beneath her feet as she walked, her long black coat keeping her warm. Her hair flowed freely, strands falling over her clothes. The blue jeans hugged her legs, shielding her from the autumn breeze. She wore turquoise wool gloves, reminiscent of a child's, and black boots that matched her coat. She wandered through the graveyard in Mizudafu, where beautiful flowers brought a sense of life to the somber place. The cold, gray gravestones stood like stars scattered across a night sky. She was searching for one in particular, her brother's. She hadn't come to mourn, she had done that when she was 9, trying to apologize. No, that wasn't quite right. What Senshi wanted was to tell her brother that she had used his existence in an argument against their parents, and she hoped he would find it somewhat amusing. Yet, as she gazed at the hundreds of rows of graves, she felt lost. She was overdue for a walk of some kind. Taking in the scenery, at least it was a moment to relax. Lately, overthinking had consumed her thoughts, primarily about school, her parents, and life in general. The truth was, Senshi had never visited a graveyard before, any grandparents she had passed away before she was born. She had attended her brother's funeral when she was 9, but all she remembered was feeling deeply sad and somewhat in denial. Mourning had never been allowed, likely because her parents forbade it. Yet she wouldn't have changed a thing. Because it had made her resilient and somewhat immune to lasting emotional trauma. Perhaps that wasn't something to take pride in, but she did anyway. As Senshi walked, her feet sank slightly into the grass, damp from the rain that had fallen earlier. She scanned the names on the marble gravestones, paying less attention to the fancy ones and more to the simpler stone markers. Her movements halted at a particular stone. Tate Henju. May 13, 20XX, September 14, 20XX. 17. Senshi looked at the gravestone, her small smile growing as she sat on the floor, not caring that her clothes would likely get muddy. She simply stared, contemplating what to say. Talking to a gravestone felt odd, but now that she had overcome that barrier, it didn't seem embarrassing at all. "Hey Henju, I know you wanted to dance with me in the afterlife, but I guess you'll have to go solo since I'm still here." Senshi chuckled, then continued, "You were right, our parents have been difficult. Do you think I should take action against them? They've caused a lot of trouble, but I don't believe they intended for things to escalate as they did. I can forgive them if I must, but I don't think I could ever see them as our parents again." Senshi was unaware of the clouds that began to blanket the sky, dimming the sunlight and casting a gloomy shadow over the earth below. She didn't notice the raindrops that fell from the clouds, starting as a light drizzle and quickly turning into a steady downpour. She had always loved the rain. You know, as much as you were seen as a villain by everyone else, you were actually the one who saved me. For that, I owe you my gratitude. You helped me escape from our guardians and start a new life with people who truly matter. I think that makes you a hero, Henju. Her hair was soaked, dripping like a faucet, while her coat, not waterproof, absorbed the rain. Her jeans darkened as they soaked up the water. The gauze on her face was wet too, but Senshi didn't mind. She never had. That indifference might be why some disliked her, but it was also why others loved her. Most importantly, it made her strong. If you don't care about what happens to you, you will always care about those around you. Remember that time I accidentally smashed a jar of jelly on the kitchen counter, staining everything? And then I blamed you. The girl laughed, a hint of regret in her voice. Sorry about that, by the way. And then you turned on the oven. Weren't we trying to make a magical potion? I can't recall what it was for, but I think it turned out great. She laughed as she reminisced, the rain pouring down harder, almost like hail. But she didn't mind. She loved the rain. It felt like it was washing away her guilt, regrets, and all the things she needed to express. It was like how drinking water can refresh one's skin. In this case, the rain was cleansing her worries. Senshi arrived at the graveyard around 4 p.m., having gained permission to leave the moment school ended. She changed into suitable clothing as soon as the bell rang. Now it was 6 p.m., and with winter approaching, the only light in the graveyard came from a small blue orb she had created. For some reason, it was able to withstand the rain, which would be an incredible advantage in the hero world. It was mesmerizing to watch. The orb looked like a glowing ball of water, and as the rain fell onto it, the drops simply rolled off without merging. It was a part of science that Senshi adored. Her energy resembled water. That's why rain invigorated her. 7. Do you remember when we were younger and you tried ice skating for the first time? You had one of those penguin aids to keep you from falling, while I was spinning and twirling around. The look on your face was priceless. Senshi laughed, her spirit lifted, her energy replenished as she spoke to someone who would never reply. But she was happy. And that was a first in what felt like 15 years because now she was truly free. In her brother's words, you know, when I turned my back on everything I'd known, it struck me. This feeling of being born anew. This time, I'll get the chance to truly live. You silly. You're going to catch a cold now. Sorry. She was happy now, something she had never truly felt before. But now, she was surrounded by her true family, her classmates. The house she had lived in before would never be a home, even if she once thought of it that way. Class 1A was family, UA was home. 2 years later, graduation had always seemed like a daunting milestone for Senshi. She was officially an adult. No more daunting assignments that consumed hours of her time, no more waking up to the chaos of someone nearly burning down the dorms, and she would finally be leaving home. Katsuki was the first to walk up on stage, his confidence evident in his stride. He received his diploma with a firm handshake from Principal Nizu. Over the past 3 years at UA, he had mellowed, likely thanks to his girlfriend, who was also his soulmate. He had learned that being powerful wasn't everything, though he still had a tendency to scold Kaminari for making coffee incorrectly. His speech was less of a speech and more of a playful threat, reminiscent of his first-year sports festival address. As Senshi stepped onto the stage, tears of pure happiness welled in her eyes. She had never understood how someone could cry from joy, and she still didn't. But as she collected her diploma and delivered a speech she hardly cared about, her heart swelled at the sight of her Nana in the front row, dressed beautifully in her favorite outfit. She might never grasp the concept of crying from happiness, just as she often found herself puzzled by many of life's events. But perhaps that was part of the fun if you knew what was going on. Where was the excitement? After the long, tedious speeches from the principal, things began to liven up. Their third year had been eventful, with upperclassmen teasing first years as a pastime, and the final week of school was filled with relief and joy as most third years ran through the halls shouting, "We're free." Teachers certainly had their hands full that week as students sat in classrooms, either in awe or confusion. Now, it was time for the gap between graduation and the graduation party, which meant family members and a lot of emotions. Senshi was relieved that her parents weren't there. They would have likely made everything uncomfortable, perhaps even recreating the chaos of their first year. But Senshi had grown stronger, more confident, and wiser. She knew whom to invest her time in and whom to avoid. Katsuki's parents were much kinder than hers. Even though Katsuki's mother shared his fiery spirit, she had a heart of gold. It seemed that Senshi's Nana and Mitsuki got along exceptionally well. Despite being around 80, her Nana was vibrant and could talk for hours without pause. Masaru and Senshi shared a quiet demeanor, often acting as peacemakers in their families. However, Senshi was unafraid to tell people when they were out of line. Not that she doubted Masaru's abilities, but she had proven she could hold her own against someone as formidable as Endeavor, which certainly gave her some leverage. Senshi never thought this day would come, but it had. Kaminari was doing the worm on a table. Who allowed him alcohol? Wait, who allowed Class 3 to have alcohol? Apparently, it was lunch rush. It wasn't their first time drinking after all, they were Class A, and they had been through a lot together. That night, countless photos were taken. One captured Katsuki smiling, his cheeks flushed as he playfully gave Midoriya the middle finger, who was grinning as if nothing was amiss. That photo was taken after one of Katsuki downed a bottle of vodka, with Senshi looking concerned while holding the camera. Katsuki wore a red button-up shirt and black dress pants. He had been wearing a black tie at some point, but who knew where it went, while Senshi donned a red dress with black heels. Katsuki had insisted that they coordinate their outfits. Mina had also challenged Senshi to chug another bottle of vodka. Let's just say she had become quite bold at UA, which influenced her actions. By the time the party ended, it was safe to say that both were very tipsy when Katsuki's parents came to pick them up. Mitsuki took full advantage of their state and teased them mercilessly while Senshi was on the verge of tears and Katsuki was laughing so hard he was nearly in tears himself. They were adults now, they could do what they wanted. 7 years later, Senshi decided that her parents would not be invited to her wedding, which is why she took her mother-in-law wedding dress shopping. The woman worked in the fashion industry and offered her critiques on everything Senshi chose. While she appreciated her input, she was grateful that Momo and some of the other girls were there to share their opinions as well. At the end of the day, a lovely ivory dress was chosen, and everyone was pleased. The joy continued at the wedding. Mina cheered Senshi on while Momo urged her to calm down, supporting her in the most Momo way possible. Senshi may have shed those peculiar happy tears again, and while Katsuki denied it, she knew better. She could see the glimmer in his eyes. But not everything was perfect. Somehow, her parents learned about the wedding and were furious about not being invited. They were offended not only because she hadn't informed them of the event but also because she hadn't revealed who her soulmate was. During the wedding party, they made a grand entrance and immediately began shouting at the newlyweds. Senshi quickly covered a small child's ears, Katsuki's cousin, and stepped forward to speak. If you think you can show up to my wedding after disowning me when I was 15, you are mistaken. Unless you want to leave with a broken nose, I suggest you exit my wedding and don't return unless you choose to be civil. She smiled sweetly as she uncovered the child's ears and ushered her parents out of the venue, receiving cheers of encouragement from everyone present. It was a very good day. Soon after, the couple moved into their own house, which had once been an apartment. It was a cozy space just right for them. Both had their own agencies that were steadily gaining popularity and trust, and they often collaborated. After a few years of living together, their family of 3, Suki would always be family, no matter how old he got, grew into a family of 4. And after 9 months of her husband worrying and fussing about whether she was eating enough, who could be near her, and whether she was resting adequately, he would come home at the end of the day, quietly slip into their shared bed, and fall asleep with his hand resting gently on her rounded belly. Then he met his first child. They both shed tears of joy, overwhelmed by a happiness so profound that it felt almost painful to smile so widely. This feeling of joy that brought a bittersweet ache would continue to accompany them throughout their lives.